The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Yeah. What is that? Oh! Sid? What are all these fish heads doing lying around here? Well, I had to have a late dinner. Sorry about that. I don't want you around here. What makes you think I'd want your dinner? Sorry. Well, if you're going to eat in here, could you at least clean up? What were you, born in a barn? No, sir. I was born in an aquarium. Let's just get on with this day in history. It's March 5th, 2024. In 363, Roman Emperor Julian moves from Antioch with an army of 90,000 to attack the Sassanid Empire in a campaign that brings about his own death. Am I right in assuming that wasn't the planned goal? Yes. In 1046, Persian scholar Nasser Khosrow begins the 7-year Middle Eastern journey, which he later describes in his book Safarnana. In 1496, English King Henry VII grants John Cabot a commission to explore for new lands. In 1770, the Boston Massacre incident on King Street, British soldiers kill 5 men in a crowd throwing snowballs, stones, and sticks at them. African-American Cypress Actux, first to die, later held to be early black martyr. Massacre galvanizes anti-British feeling. In 1946, Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech in Fulton, Missouri popularizes the term and draws attention to the division of Europe. Personally, I make my curtains out of some form of cloth, not iron, but to each his own. Ow! Yeah, that one deserved the club, and you should know it. In 2002, American reality program The Osbournes, featuring Ozzy Osbourne, premieres on MTV. In 1971, Stairway from Heaven by Led Zeppelin, first played live at Ulster Hall, Belfast, by Robert Plant, Jimmy Page, John Bohan, and John Paul Jones. In 1949, Bradman plays his last inning in first-class cricket, gets 30. What, 30 what? Days? Maybe. It doesn't say how good he did. Doesn't. So, that was this day in history. Now, let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello. Hey, Costello. What's the idea of walking in here late? Come on. You know you're late. Explain yourself. Where have you been?
Well, I was listening to my cousin Hugo giving a very important speech on the coal shortage. He said, gentlemen, due to the coal shortage, we must save electricity. I beg you not to use electricity. Please don't even turn on the electricity.
Did they listen to him?
No, the warden threw the switch anyway.
Well, never mind your cousin Hugo. Do you realize there's been a woman waiting for you here for the last hour?
Oh, there you are at last, Mr. Costello. I could hardly wait till you got here. I've been simply dying to see you. And at last here you are. At last here we are. You and I, face to face.
Watch it, lady. That vacuum is sucking the laces out of my shoes.
Mr. Costello, I am Mrs. Sylvia Saddlesoap, and I've been sent out here from your hometown.
You're from Patterson, New Jersey? Don't tell me you're little Sylvia Sup.
Yes, don't you remember we used to play together in that little park?
Oh, yes, I'll bet it's a big park now.
And we went to school together in that little red school.
I'll bet it's a big school now.
Yes, and remember the day when I was 5 years old and you turned me across your knee and spanked me?
Yep, time marches on.
Mrs. Saddlesoap, what brings you to California?
Oh, that's the thrilling news I have.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the president of the Woman Voters League, and we want Mr. Costello to run for mayor of South Patterson, New Jersey.
South Patterson, New Jersey. Abbott, did you hear that?
Yeah.
They want me to be mayor of South Patterson. I'll be another LaGuardia.
No. Wait a minute. LaGuardia was a great man. They called him the Little Flower.
Well, it's the same thing with me.
Oh, people would call you the Little Flower?
No, the big stinkweed.
Mr. Costello, you simply must run for mayor. We want someone who is strong and manly.
In that case, I'll run.
We want a man who is handsome and intellectual.
In that case, I'll run.
And we want a man who will donate $10,000 to the Women Voters League.
In that case, you slowed me down to a walk.
Mrs. Saddlesoap, can't you get somebody that's better qualified than Costello to run for mayor?
Well, my husband was thinking of running, but he's such a busy man. You see, he has a seat on the stock exchange, and he also has a seat on the city council.
Your husband has 2 seats?
Yes.
Does Ripley know about this?
Mr. Costello, now you simply must run. I'm going right out now and call South Patterson and tell them that you are leaving on the midnight train. Oh, Mr. Costello, this is all so thrilling.
That time she got my strap. Well, Abbott, we got to get packed right away. We're leaving on the midnight train for Patterson.
Wait a minute, Costello. You can't run for public office. You don't know anything about politics.
Oh, sure I do. I come from a family of politicians. My Uncle Artie Stebbins was a politician in Texas.
What did he run for?
Huh?
What did he run for?
The border.
Oh, no. To be a mayor, you have to be educated. How high did you get in school?
How high did I get?
Yeah.
I never touched the stuff.
No. I mean, did you go to high school?
Oh, yeah, I went for a whole week.
Did you learn anything that would help you?
Oh, sure, but you can't make a career out of necking.
Oh, no. I bet you don't even know the alphabet.
Oh, yes, I do.
Let's hear it.
The alphabet is A, B, Q, W, Z.
Where did you ever learn the alphabet that way?
When I went to get my eyes tested.
I
Come on,
can't
Abbott,
see that.
Come on, we're leaving for Patterson, New Jersey tonight on a midnight train. You ready to go, kid?
Wait a minute,
Here we go.
Costello.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Let me play Cho-Cho Train.
Now listen, you just
I'm
can't.
going Patterson
Will you
down.
keep quiet, please? Never mind where you're bound for. You can't just leave on a train like that. Have you got a reservation?
A reservation?
Yeah.
What do I look like, an Indian?
No. If you're going all the way to Patterson, you'll have to have a Pullman. You know, someplace to sleep.
Oh, that's easy. I eat garlic.
That's all right. What has eating garlic got to do with getting a place to sleep?
I just breathe in the conductor's face, and he gives me a wide berth.
No. I'll tell you what you do, Costello. Let me handle it, huh?
Go ahead.
Now, in order to save money, we'd better get a couple of upper berths.
Yeah, but I don't want an upper. I want a lower.
But, Costello, do you realize that if you buy a lower, you'll find it's much higher than an upper?
Oh, sure. Everybody knows that when you... What did you say?
I said that a lower is higher than an upper.
A lower is higher than an upper?
Oh, certainly.
What are they doing? Running the trains upside down?
Of course not. The lower is a more desirable berth. Therefore, if you want to go lower, you have to go higher.
If I want to go lower, I have to go higher? Why should I go higher when I want to go lower?
Costello, I'm trying to tell you they sell the upper lower than the lower. Because when you sleep in an upper, you have to get up to go to bed.
I have to get up to go to bed?
That's right.
Who's paying for my berth?
Well, you are.
And there ain't nobody in it for me?
No.
Then why do I have to get up?
No, look, Costello, I've already explained it to you that way. Look, unless you go higher for a lower, then you're stuck with an upper, and you'll have to get up when you go to bed. And you'll have to get down when you want to get up.
Abbott, let me smell your breath.
Can't you understand anything, you dummy? If you want to go lower, you have to go higher, because the lower is higher than the upper. And the reason the lower is higher than the upper is because the upper is higher up than the lower.
Ah, you mean that the upper is lower than the lower because the lower is higher than the upper?
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
What's the idea of wearing that high hat and that cutaway coat?
Well, if I'm going back to Patterson, New Jersey to run for mayor, I gotta dress the part.
Well, where are the striped pants?
Oh, my brother's wearing them. He's delivery boy for the meat market.
Well, why don't you get the pants back from him?
What, and have him get sunburned on his afternoon delivery?
Now, come on and get busy. Now, we've got to finish packing. Now, I'm taking all my sporting equipment along. My old golf clubs, my old baseball glove, and... Hey, by the way, have you seen my old bat?
Yeah, I saw her last night in front of the place.
Wait a minute. The bat I'm talking about was shellac.
That's the one.
Come in.
I'm the baggage man.
Good. Take all this luggage down to the railroad station, please.
Okay. Oh, boy, this thing is heavy. What do you got in this old beer barrel? Put me down, you dope.
Here, baggage man. Take this trunk downstairs first, please.
What? I'm not going to carry that big, heavy thing down those stairs. Ah, you don't have to. Just step into the elevator here. I'll open the door for you. Step in. Thanks. You know, I always forget where I leave that elevator. Hello, Lou Costello speaking.
Mr. Costello, this is a Hollywood movie star, and I hear that I'm going back east on the same train with you.
Gee, you are?
Yes, and just remember, if you want anything, just whistle.
Who is this? Lauren Bacall?
No, Lassie.
Well, come on, Costello. Come on, we better get down. Will you listen to me, please? Never mind her. We better get down to the station and get our tickets. Come on.
Now, we got plenty of time. I want to say goodbye to all my friends. And I mustn't forget my little pets. I must say goodbye to my parrot. Goodbye, Pally. Goodbye. And my little goldfish, Minnie. Goodbye, Minnie. Ain't that cute? And now I must say goodbye to Jack and Henry.
Jack and Henry?
Yeah, they're my two little rabbits. Goodbye, Jack and Henry. Bye. Oh, that Henry must have been Henrietta.
Come on, Costello. Let's be on our way.
Hey, let's stop here, Rabbit. This is where my girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil, lives.
Oh, men, come in.
Tessie, what have you done to your legs?
Well, all the girls are wearing leg makeup, and I want it to be different.
Yes, but Tessie, striped wallpaper.
Well, my little fat lover boy, what brings you to my door with a suitcase?
Well, I came to say goodbye, Tessie. I'm leaving for the East tonight. I'm going back to run for mayor of South Patterson.
Oh, it's that wonderful, Louis. You and I should get married. I've always wanted to be a mayor's wife.
But, Tessie, you're a little too old for me.
Too old? I'm just on the shady side of 30.
You've been in the shade too long. You've got moss on your north side.
Hey, look, Costello. There's the actress, Bessie May Mucho, driving up to the curb. See her?
Hello, Bessie!
Hello, Hello, Mr. Aubert and Mr. Costello. Where are you going with the traveling bog?
Traveling bog?
Oh, sure, Abbott. You know what a traveling bog is. That's a small valise that you use to carry a hot water bottle and shaving sop.
Shaving sop?
Shaving sop. You smear it on your foos so the razor blades will shave off your wousters.
Miss Mucho, Costello's going back to his hometown in New Jersey to run for mayor. Can you imagine that?
Oh, my, you're going that far away. Well, I must give you an appropriate farewell. Goodbye, my cute little Fatimon.
How do you like that? She cooshed me on the loops.
Well, I must be going now. And an auf Wiedersehen and a bon voyage to you.
And a stuffed weenie and some boiled cabbage to you, too.
Well, Costello, you've got one more friend to say goodbye to. Let's stop and see Scotty. Hello, laddies. Say, Scotty, what's the idea of having all your window shades down in the daytime? The house is pitch dark.
Well, my wife's father and mother came to visit me 3 nights ago. I've kept the house so dark they still think it's the same night they got here.
Is that good?
It's wonderful. They've missed 11 meals already.
Hey, Scotty, I come over to say goodbye. I'm going back to my hometown in Patterson, New Jersey to run for mayor.
Oh, would you be going through Pomona?
Uh-huh.
Would you mind dropping off the suitcase when you get there?
What's in the suitcase, Scotty?
My son Angus, he's going to a Boy Scout camp.
Well, how will a poor boy get home?
Well, I took the needle out of his compass. Every year he gets lost in the mountains, and the searching party always brings him home.
Come on, Costello. We've got to get down to the railroad station. Hey, here's a cab now.
Pardon me, cabby, are you engaged?
No, buddy, but I'm going steady.
Never mind. We want to catch the train for Patterson, New Jersey.
Okay, jump in and I'll take you to the Union Station. The Union Station. The Union Station.
Union Station?
Santa Fe Depot.
Come on, get us down to the station, please.
Don't worry. I'll get you down there before you can say Jack Robin. Jack Robin. Jack Robin.
Robinson?
Glad to know you, Robinson. My name is Smith.
Will you get this cab started?
Okay, buddy.
Hey, driver. The Santa Fe Depot is only a few minutes from Hollywood. We've been driving for 2 hours.
Yeah, the meter says $37.
Now, listen, fat boy. Hold your tongue.
Okay. Again, that's a slippery.
Oh, well, wise guy. Don't tell me how to drive this cab. I got a map right here on the floor by my feet, and that black line right there leads right to the Santa Fe Depot.
Well, hurry up and get us there. Hey, driver, where in the world are you taking us?
Yeah, look. Already over here, the thing is $68. Where's the Santa Fe Depot?
Right here. Everybody out, Santa Fe Depot.
Thank heavens. Come on. Hey, wait a minute. This isn't the Santa Fe Depot. That sign over there says Pismo Beach.
Pismo Beach!
Pismo Beach? Yes. Hey, I've got the map on the floor here by my feet. I've been following that black line.
What black line?
How do you like that? My shoe came untied, and for the last 2 hours I've been following my shoelace.
Come on, Costello. That taxi cab driver made us miss our train. And we've got to catch the next one.
Hey, Abbott, let's ask this guy at the information desk. Pardon me, young man. Could you tell me how the trains run?
Yes. There's a big black thing that pulls them and goes choo-choo and woo-woo.
Oh, this guy's been drinking too much of that Traveler's Aid.
No, young man. What time does the next train leave?
Well, we don't know. We have a washout on the line.
Well, why don't you take the wash off the line and let's go?
Oh, never mind him. Let's go over to the ticket window. Come on.
I've got to have a lower. You must get me a lower. You've got to get me a lower.
Who are you?
Oh, just an old pajama top.
Oh, come on. Here's Here's the money, Costello. You get the tickets while I take care of the baggage. I'll be right back.
Well, I guess this is the line.
Hey, you fat flip, what are you trying to squeeze in here for?
Excuse me.
Get back at the end of the line.
Excuse me.
No! You stepped on my foot, you dummy! Why don't you put your foot where it belongs?
Don't tempt me, brother. Listen, I gotta get my tickets. The Super Chief will be leaving in a few minutes.
Super Chief, we'll be leaving on track 4.
Nothing happened. How do you like that? Every place you go, the Andrews sisters.
Costello, you hear that? The Super Chief is ready for passengers. Where are the tickets?
Well, I haven't got them. I have to stand in this line.
You dummy, that isn't a line for the ticket window.
It isn't? I wondered why all those people were asking me if I had any nickels. Hey, that phone booth is awful busy.
No wonder the phone booth is busy. Look who's in there. It's that French girl, Fifi LeBlanc.
All right, you guys stand back. This is mine.
Oh, yeah? Come here and kiss your poor old father.
Get out of here!
Fifi, what are you doing here at the railroad station?
I'm going to Kansas City to visit my aunt. Monsieur Costello, would you hold this package while I get the money for my ticket? I have the money right here in my stocking.
My, the Bank of America never had branches like that.
Fifi, Costello's going back east to run for mayor of South Patterson, New Jersey.
Yes, Fifi, I wish you could go back with me and help me with my campaign. You could ride around a big truck dressed in a bathing suit, and that would make a big hit with the men voters.
Oh, how could I possibly appeal to the men in a bathing suit?
Don't mind her, folks. She still plays hopscotch.
Monsieur, you did not mention how you liked my outfit.
Oh, that's a lovely dress, Fifi.
I made it myself. I like to put some of my personality into each dress.
Sister, you've got it all in that one.
What kind of a dress is that, Fifi?
V-neck.
V-neck?
Yes, V-neck.
So do V. Come here and kiss your poor old father.
Well, Monsieur Costello, I must be going anyway, so I will kiss you goodbye.
Costello, will you hurry up? The train is ready. I can see the engine smoking.
If you look again, you'll see it ain't the engine smoking.
Come on, Costello. Costello, keep away from that Fifi LeBlanc, will you please? We're next to the ticket office now. Come on, get up there.
Hey, Abbott, look who's behind the ticket window. It's Melonhead.
Why, Melonhead, I didn't know you were selling railroad tickets.
I'll say I am, and what a madhouse. Oh, crowds, crowds, crowds. I'm about to blow my top.
Looks like you've blown it already.
Now listen here, Costello. I may not have any hair on my head, but I'll have you know I have plenty of hair on my chest.
Oh, the OPA lowered your ceiling, too.
Costello, we're in a hurry, please.
Hey, Melonhead, we want 2 tickets for New York.
Oh, going to New York, eh? Costello, are you going by Buffalo?
No, we're going by train, you dope.
I know you're going by train. Tell me, do you want an upper or a lower?
What's the difference?
Well, if you want to go lower, you'll have to go higher, because the lowers are higher than the uppers.
Wait a
And the uppers are lower.
minute! Wait a minute! What page are you on? We did that before.
Look, Melonhead, can you get the 2 of us into a compartment?
Well, I'm sorry, Abbott, but I only had 1 compartment for 2 people, and I had to put 12 sailors in it.
How could you put 12 sailors into a compartment for 2 people?
Tight pants.
Melonhead, will you hurry up with those tickets? Costello's going to Patterson.
Patterson? Costello, what is the purpose of this passage to Patterson?
Will you repeat that?
I said, what is the purpose of this passage to Patterson? Are your parents expecting you?
Hey, you must let me give you a shower bath sometime.
Do you want to go to Patterson by the northern or southern route?
Well, I don't care as long as I go through Bashville, Annie, Wyoming.
Bashville Annie, Wyoming.
Yeah, there it is right on the map there. That's the thing.
Where? Where do you see Bashville Annie?
There's Bashville Annie. Oh, excuse me. That's Cheyenne.
All right. Here's your tickets, boy.
Come on, let's go, Costello.
Just a minute, boys. Before you get on the train, how about a 5-pound box of Hershey bars? Ladies' girdles, pure nylon stockings, brand new pre-war tires, and fresh country butter.
Oh, boy! I'll buy some.
Who's selling? I'm buying.
Train leaving for the north, train leaving for the south, train leaving for the east.
How about the west?
Terribly rough place, isn't it?
Come on, Costello, please. Recap. Hey, fat boy, let me help you with that big bag.
What big bag? My bags are on the train.
Oh, pardon me, that's your stomach. Come on, Costello, get on the train.
Hey, look. What is that guy doing over there by the engine?
Goodbye, old pal. You're the best pal I ever had. I love you. I love you. Hey, you, what's the idea of petting and kissing that engine?
This engine is taking my wife back to Chicago.
Conductor, we are Abbott and Costello. Fine. We have a special car for you right here. Step right in.
Are there any pretty girls aboard?
I'll say, what calves? Well, Costello, we're underway at last. We're off to Patterson.
Gee, Abbott, it's crowded and stuffy in this Pullman.
Yes, it's so dark in here you can't see anything.
Yeah. Where are the girls? I want to look at those pretty calves. Where are you, girls?
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
Starring Bob Hope and welcoming back as guest Tyrone Power.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from Pomona College in Claremont, where Robert Taylor once went hope. Well, here I am at Pomona College. Pomona College, that's a cultural expression, meaning the finals are tomorrow, Mabel. Let's go out and buy some books. Yes, sir, they have the usual 4 grades of students here at Pomona. Freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and aren't you glad you're you? I picked Pomona College this week because I thought the students might be starving for entertainment. But when I got here, I found out it's coeducational. Co-ed, that's a girl who's heard of bachelor's degrees and wants to get both of them. But this college has a beautiful campus. That noise you hear is the wind in the acacia trees, and that silence you hear is the nightlife in Claremont. Yes, sir. Claremont, that's a wake that was subdivided. Of course, I don't mean to say that they take the sidewalks in at 9 o'clock in Claremont. No, sir. No, sir. They come out at 8:30 and stand the squares up on end for headstones. This is citrus country, and it gives a lot of these freshmen a chance to work their way through school. They just light their pipes and hire out of smudge pots. And there's a girls' school near here called Scripps College. It's just a telescope. Really? It's just a telescope's throw from Clark Hall. When I got here, I naturally went for these Scripps College girls because I've been operating from Scripps for years. But it didn't work out so well. With these Scripps, there's no ad-libbing. These students here at Pomona go up to Mount Baldy for the winter sports, and they do a little hazing up there. In fact, one senior went down the ski slide, and he was using a pair of freshmen for skis. And I understand they're carving the face of Crosby in the side of Mount Baldy, and it's coming along fine. The head's already complete. I was up there. I went off the ski slide, and as I sailed up in the air, I started flapping my arms up and down. Finally, after I flapped my arms up and down for about 5 minutes, an eagle tapped me on the shoulder and said, "What's the matter, bub? Bad circulation?" But it's really high up there. I won't say I was high up in the mountains, but a guy in a white robe tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Sorry, your reservation has been made for the basement." And yesterday I was on my dog sled when I passed the ice house and I yelled, "Mush, mush," and 6 couples stuck their heads out of the window and said, "We know, but we love it."
I saw you standing in the sun, and you were something to see. I know what I like, and I liked what I saw, and I said to myself, that's for me. A lovely morning, I remarked, and you were quick to agree. You wanted to walk, and I nodded my head as I breathlessly said, that's for me. I left you standing under stars, the day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, and the dream in my heart, that's for me. Oh, my darling, that's for you. Oh, that's for me. I left you standing under the stars, the day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, and the dream in my heart, that's for you. Oh, my darling, that's for you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Here comes Skinny Ennis, Francis.
I took a choo, 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 fast as I could take a choo, choo. I came a long, 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 long way to take you in my arms. And now it's your first move to prove that you've been true. Come to baby do. I've been away, way, 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 way beyond the blue horizon. I'm hoping no one else is on your mind. So pucker up, my sweet, and meet your Waterloo. Come to baby do. Stop me from guessing, take no time to tease. Stop all this messing and put your begging baby at ease. I want to love, love, love you just the way I want to love you. I'm gonna try to make you understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to baby do. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to baby do. Come to baby do.
Yes, sir. That was my good old friend Skinny Ennis singing Come to Baby Do. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a friend with me tonight I know you're all going to be glad to hear from. One of Hollywood's fine actors, back in civvies after a couple of years overseas, leather dogging with the Marines, Tyrone Power, right here. The ushers will now pass out the adrenaline, please.
Thanks, Bob, and thanks, students, for the nice reception.
You don't have to worry about a reception, Ty. You've got insurance.
What do you mean, insurance?
Well, every time you bow, your eyelashes tickle the first 4 rows.
You should talk. That taper tongue you've got reaches the whole balcony.
It's just hereditary. My mother was one of the Eagles of Eagle Rock. But anyway, Ty, isn't this place beautiful?
Oh, it certainly is, Bob. This campus is an arboreal delight.
Yeah, and they get a lot of pretty trees here, too.
Well, you certainly seem to be at home here. Are you a college man, Bob?
No, I always did my sleeping at home, but, I'm really in my element here. These co-eds think I'm plenty smooth. They call me the Claremont Casanova.
Oh, really? I've heard them refer to you as the Azusa Bruiser.
Watch your step. When I get mad, I see red and the fight starts.
Oh, is the fight going to start right now?
No, Red's out of town tonight. But you get along great with these college kids, Ty.
Sure, I speak their language, Bob. I went to Harvard, you know.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, I could have gone to Harvard, but they're so snobbish up there.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bob. How would you like it if I went to your school and started insulting the guards?
Well, I graduated magna cum bread and water, but anyway... Anyway, Ty, tell me, how did you... Did you like that? You can have it. Tell me, Ty, how did you enjoy your vacation in the Marines?
Well, I sure enjoyed flying a plane around on the Navy's gas.
Yeah, well, you know, this is a good way to let your fans know you're back coming on our show like this. A lot of people listen to us.
Yes, it's a real boost, all right. Seems like fate, doesn't it?
Fate?
Yes, always getting somewhere on someone else's gas.
I thought my line was going to get the laugh. You know, Ty, I was down in the South Pacific.
Yes, I heard, Bob. How'd your show go over?
Oh, those leathernecks loved it. They kept coming back for more.
Yeah, they did the same thing at Okinawa.
You've got more answers than the Harwood Hall telephone, but I'll bet it's... How do you know it's Harwood Court? Don't correct me. I bet it's a great feeling to be a civilian again.
I don't know, Bob. I'm having a terrible time now getting new clothes. It makes me sorry I gave away my old suits when I left.
Oh, but Ty, you've grown. They wouldn't fit you anymore.
Well, maybe so, but they'd fit me as well as they fit you.
Well, the only reason I took him, I thought maybe you'd left some phone numbers in the pockets. I was silly. He has a vault. Say, you know, Tyrone, I still remember your last big picture before you entered the service, Blood and Sand.
Oh, thanks, Bob.
Boy, I can see you now, standing there in the bull being released in your direction. I'll bet you were scared.
Well, not any more than I am now, Bob.
Don't forget to turn left at Azusa when you're hiking home tonight. When you hitch...
I'm moving one.
That awful I can't say Azusa, and I've been through there so many times.
Oh, by the way, Bob, you've been great to me since I got back, and I want to thank you publicly for letting me stay at your house until I find a place of my own.
Oh, it's nothing, Tyrone, but now that you bring it up, the maid said she couldn't find your linens when you left the room this morning. What happened to them?
Oh, I mailed them, Bob.
Well, what do you mean you mailed them? What for?
Well, it said right on them, Finder, please return to the Ambassador Hotel.
Well, it was an even exchange. They kept my trunk.
Well, the boarding house is great, Bob, but how have you been doing otherwise?
Oh, I've been making one picture after another.
Tell me, are you still selling them on the same corner?
No, it was a better spot for Violet, so I turned it over to Mother.
No kidding, Bob. Have you still got him fooled over at Paramount?
What do you mean, fooled? Why, the Academy's considering giving me the Oscar this year for the best actor.
Do I say anything else, or is that joke over?
Just keep reading, if you don't mind. What are you kidding? You can't say that stuff to me. I'll find it. I'll just keep that. Where do you get that stuff? Why shouldn't I get an Oscar?
Hope, the only way you'll ever get an Oscar is to have a son and give him that name.
Well, if you're going to make an issue of it, I'll call over an unbiased employee. Francis?
Yes, Bob?
Now, tell me truthfully, Francis, is Bob being considered for an Oscar as the best actor of the year?
Well, there are signs of it.
There are?
Yes. He printed them and he's carrying them around.
Well, I have to think of some way to compete with Ray Milland's neon nose.
Say, Francis.
Yes?
How about going out with me tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ty. Bob asked me first.
Yes, Francis and I are stepping out tonight, Ty. Where will we go, Francis? Do you want to go to some place where you can get to know me better?
No, let's go to a place that's air-conditioned.
I don't like those air-conditioned places. I get too tired running after the head off my beer.
Bob, did you ever hear the expression, two's company, three's a crowd?
Sure, go on, beat it, Francis.
Don't be silly. Can't you see Francis and I want to be alone?
Well, I don't get it, Francis. What's Tyrone have that I don't have?
Well, you see, Bob, Tyrone is so full of fire.
Well, what about me?
Well, you're full of fire, too, Bob.
Well, what's the difference, then? What's wrong with me?
Not enough smudge, too much pop.
Why can't I find a singer that doesn't save her money?
Well, how about it, Francis? After the show, we could drive back to Hollywood together.
Well, that sounds wonderful, Ty.
Oh, don't drive back with him. I brought you out, Francis.
We might stop somewhere and get a bite to eat.
Grand.
I always bring you out to the show, Francis.
I even know a place where we could dance a while.
Perfect. Let's go over and talk about it, huh?
And we always go home together, Francis. Well, anyone here want to pedal half a bicycle into Hollywood tonight? Here's Francis Langston. Sing a song.
Here comes heaven again. Get that angel face. You don't need a halo or wings. You can do such fabulous things with eyes that lull me to dream, lips that say when you walk by and everybody starts to sigh. Here comes heaven again. Those eyes that lull me to dream, lips that say when you walk by and everybody starts to sigh. Here comes heaven again. 'Cause
I'll be walking with my honey down Honeymoon Lane. Soon, soon, soon. 'Neath the moon, moon, moon. We won't care if it's November or the middle of June. I'll be sweeter to my sweetie than ever before. Morning, night, and noon. For I'll be walking with my honey down Honeymoon Lane. Soon, soon, soon. I'll be walking with my honey down Honeymoon Lane. Soon, soon, soon. 'Neath the moon, moon, moon. We won't care if it's November or the middle of June. I'll be sweeter to my sweetie than ever before. Morning, night, and noon. For I'll be walking with my honey down Honeymoon Lane. Soon, soon, soon.
Well, classes have ended for the day here at Pomona College, and now we find two hotshot Pomona freshmen, Robert, the droop of the Coop Hope, and Tyrone, love 'em, copy their exams and leave 'em power. At Pomona's most refined and exclusive nightclub, Chez Sycamore, dancing with a couple of co-eds.
Well, I'm glad that's over. I hate those slow waltzes. Say, did you like that dance, Franny?
Yes, it was wonderful, Robert. Now drag me back to our table and help me get my legs unbraided.
Come on, Ty, let's dance again.
Okay, as soon as they carry out the wounded.
Hey, it's my turn on the jukebox. Everybody stand back.
Oh, Bob, why don't you put in the 5 cents all at once?
Oh, forget it. Let's get in the groove. How about a dance, Francis?
Oh, I'm tired.
How about you, Trudy?
I'm tired, too.
Well, okay, Bob, but this time you lead.
Say, isn't it getting a little late? What time is it?
I've got the time. It's 10:40.
10:40. Holy senior, we got to be back by 10:30.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Let's go! Come on, everybody. Get in the car. You think we'd make better time if one of us got in the front seat? Well, here we go. Oh, I forgot I had a chain to the fire plug. Here we go. Boy, what a hopped-up job.
Yeah, my girl ain't bad either.
Say, Bob, what's the idea of steering with your teeth?
Well, somebody's got to hold the fenders on, don't they? Say, Tyrone, we must be getting near Harwood Court.
What makes you think so?
Well, the car just took off its tires and started to tiptoe.
Well, here we are.
Uh-oh, here comes that senior, Skinny Ennis.
Okay, you two fresh. Down on your knees. Down on your knees.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ennis.
Well, are you down on your knees?
Yes, sir, we're down on our knees.
Okay. Now pick me up.
What are you doing down there? Did you lose something?
No, I didn't lose anything.
Then why are you on your hands and knees?
Well, man, I got on my Phi Beta Kappa key and it outweighs me.
We'd like to ask you one question, Senior Ennis, sir, please. How did you know we're freshmen?
Well, I know. I'm in your biology class.
Well, then... Oh, no, wait a minute. If you're a senior, what are you doing still taking freshman biology?
Can I help it if I'm bashful?
Come on, Bob. Come on, let's not fool around with this guy. I'll give the signal and we'll shove him into the fountain.
Shove him in the fountain? Gee, I don't know.
Come on, it's dark. He'll never know which one of us did it.
Yeah, well, okay.
All right, now come on. 1, 2, 3.
I know this is silly, but throw me a towel.
Hey, Bob, something's gone wrong. The girls are coming back.
Yeah, look.
Gee, Robert, the doors of Harwood Court are locked. They're locked, and you'll have to find us a way to get in. Shh, somebody's coming.
It's the dean of men. Quick, hide in these bushes. Everybody hide. Meow, 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 meow.
Gad must be having fish at the coop tonight.
Colonna, are you the dean?
That's me, J. Quagmire Colonna. Savant, doctor of philosophy, educator of the masses, and patron of the arts. Also allowance checks from home, forged cheap.
Well, gosh, Professor, that's pretty important, being the dean of this big college. How did you get the job?
Well, got on the good side of a freshman here. Say, what are you boys doing out at this hour? As if I didn't know. You were out with co-eds, weren't you?
Okay, Professor, we've been out with co-eds. I'll admit it because I cannot tell a lie. I cannot tell a lie.
Well, don't overdo it. That cherry tree belongs to the college. Say, you better be careful lurking around this campus. I've got a giant bear trap over by Harwood Court that snaps a guy's leg right off when he comes prowling around.
Snaps a guy's leg right off?
Yes, I'll take you over and show it to you. Hand me my crutch.
But, Professor, it's getting late. We'd like to get back to the dormitory and study.
All right, boys, I'll talk to you in the morning.
He's gone. Come on, Ty. Let's get the girls into the dormitory, huh?
Gee, what do we do? If we're caught out here, we'll get in serious trouble. They might even take away our pillows in the Western Civ class.
We just threw that in to make Occidental jealous.
Say, how about you girls climbing through the window?
Why, Ty, no one ever does that around here.
Here you are, ladders for Harwood Court, 50 cents, ladders for Harwood Court.
Gee, they're painting the building early this year, aren't they?
How do you like that? And I'm flunking out.
Just a minute, Bob. I'm bringing the ladder.
That's fine, Ty. Bring the ladder over here. Say, who's that carrying the other end?
Helpful son of a gun, ain't I? Now, listen, didn't I tell you guys to get back to Clark Hall?
Here, let me talk to him, Bob. Listen, Dean, I'm power.
Atomic or horse?
Dean, if we slip you $50, will you forget the whole thing?
How can you suggest such a thing? That's bribery. How dare you approach the dean with an underhanded proposition like that? In cash? I'll take it, Don. I'm looking you both. I'm going to lock you both up in the office now until the police come.
Oh, no, you're not, Colonna. We're fighting our way out of here.
No, you're not.
On guard. Take that.
Take that, you dog. You yellow-livered coward.
Going through the window.
Watch him. He's pulling a knife.
This is the end. Now you pay.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you... No fair pulling hair. No fair.
I got him. Die, you dog. Again. What? Who did it? Take that.
Boy, what a mess we're leaving for Red Skelton to clean up, huh? All thanks for the memory of a nation where they teach the meaning of free speech. Each college here need have no fear to practice what they preach. And we thank them so much. We want to thank that man from 20th Century Fox, Tyrone Power, for being with us tonight. Good night.
Good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. The owner of a fur store has been shot and killed. Your only lead, a missing fur coat. The killer is at large. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, November 23rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. Boss is Blaine Steed, captain of homicide. My name's Friday. It was 6:35 p.m. when we got to the corner of Western and Lexington, the Western Fur Shop.
Hi, Brennan. Hi.
What happened, Frank?
The owner's been shot. Name's Albert Kreiber.
Yeah?
Who is that? Mrs. Kreiber. Haven't been able to get anything out of her.
Where's the body?
In the back. Munkers is back there.
Did you call the lab?
Yeah. Jones on his way. Photographer and fingerprint men with him.
All right, let's take a look.
Nothing seems to be messed up.
Back room is.
It was a small shop. A couple of fur coats on dummies on one side of the store, and on the other, a tall glass case holding about 15 more. Mrs. Kreiber sat on a straight-back chair staring at the floor. We went through the curtains into the back room of the store. Sprawled out on the floor at the far end of the room was the body of a man. He had a fur coat gripped in one hand. Sergeant Moncrief from Hollywood Division was standing by.
What do you figure, Monk?
Looks like a couple of hours.
Did you call the coroner?
Yeah.
How long you been here, Monk?
Just a couple of minutes.
You think Miss Kreiber moved anything here?
I don't think so. She was sitting in that chair when we got here. I don't think she's moved except to call in.
Did she put in the call?
Yeah. Empty shells here on the floor.
You got a pencil?
Yeah.
Yeah, 32.
Yeah. You think robbery?
I don't know. Let's talk to the wife.
Wait a minute. Bottle here.
Yeah. Sierra Valley Wine Company. World's finest muscatel.
27 cents a pint.
Nobody touched this today.
No, well, I've been here.
Okay, let's get out front.
Anything in the customer files, Brennan? Not so far.
Have you tried to talk to Miss Kreiber again?
No, pretty bad.
Well, let's give it a try. Miss Kreiber? I'm Sergeant Friday. This is Sergeant Romero. We'd like to talk to you if we could. We know how you must feel, but there are a few questions that we have to ask you. Did you telephone the police?
We have to know how it happened, Miss Kreiber.
Miss Kreiber?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us what happened?
Who is it? What do you want?
We're police officers.
Oh. Albert. Albert's dead. Albert! Albert! someone call the police?
Miss Schreiber, we are the police.
My husband's been murdered. He's dead.
We better leave her.
Friday. Here's something I found in the customer file.
Miss Terry Shepard, 10113 Normandy, apartment 3. What about it?
She took a coat out that was in storage. Took it out today.
Well, we'll check her out when we're finished here. Thanks.
Looks like the only hot receipt in the file.
Hi, Lee.
Joe, yeah?
In the back room.
What is it?
Killing. Moncrief will show you.
Okay.
Think we ought to try the wife again?
I can try. Miss Schreiber, can we do anything for you?
Oh, I'm a little better. I'll try to tell you what I can.
All right. When did you get here?
It must have been about 6 o'clock, a few minutes after. I came to take him home.
Any customers around?
No, the store was empty. I stood here for a few minutes waiting, and then I went in the back and...
Yes, I... Is the front door open?
No. Yes, the front door?
Yes, ma'am, the front.
Yes, open.
Did you telephone the police?
I think I did.
Did you come here to pick him up?
No. No, usually he drives home himself. I came down on the streetcar to ride home with him.
What kind of a car do you have?
An Oldsmobile. 1939 or 40, I guess it is.
Where does he usually park?
In the rear of the store. There's a little place there.
I'll take a look.
All right. Where is your home?
3412 Northwestern. I thought there was something wrong when I got a telegram from him. He said not to come down tonight. He said he'd be home late.
What time was that?
About 4 o'clock. Well, I'm all mixed up. I haven't told it to you as I remember it. First I telephoned here to the shop.
That was this afternoon?
Yes, 3:30. I'm sure of that because I made some other calls. I spoke to Albert. He didn't say he was going to be late. Then at 4 o'clock, I received a telegram.
Do you have that with you?
Yes, it's in my purse somewhere. Somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Thank you. Don't come down. I won't be home until late after see a customer, Albert. Can I keep this? We'll return it to you.
Yes.
What'd you do after you got this wire, Miss Schreiber?
Well, nothing. I thought it was strange, but I didn't think too much about it. Then I started wondering why he didn't say anything over the telephone about being late. So, well, I came down here on the streetcar.
Did you phone the store just before you left your house?
Yes, but there was no answer.
Parking lot's empty.
Better get out an APB on the car, huh?
Miss Schreiber, you said your car was a 1939 or 40 Oldsmobile, didn't you?
1940. I remember now.
What model is that?
Oh, sedan, light blue.
Do you remember the license number?
Well, I have it on this chain with the extra keys. Here it is, on this little tag. The veterans make these.
Thank you.
Joe, can I see him now?
Sure. Excuse me, Miss Schreiber.
Do you want me to wait? I'd like to go home.
We'd like you to wait for a little while, yes. Do you have any relatives living here?
A niece and a nephew in Beverly Hills. Jerome Reed. They live on Cannon Drive.
All right, we'll call them for you.
Thank you.
Lee, this phone out here all right to handle?
Yeah, it's been dusted.
Okay.
Hey, Joe, you coming in?
Yeah, right away.
It's pretty clear, easy to trace.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say he was standing over here by the curtains when he was shot. That's where the stains begin.
Mm-hmm.
And he must have stumbled along this glass case. You can see the smears here in the glass where he tried to grab hold of something.
Yeah.
And I guess he caught hold of that first coat and pulled it down with him.
Mm-hmm.
And he stumbled and bumped up against this coat bag. fell through that and up against the safe.
How many times was he hit?
6 empty casings on the floor. Looks like 4 through-and-through wounds.
32, huh?
That's right. The wife know if anything's missing?
Yeah, she's in pretty bad shape.
It looks to me like somebody took his wristwatch and a ring from his left hand. He had a billfold, that's gone. No coat. All the trouser pockets are turned inside out.
And what about that wine bottle?
It's smeared. Can't lift a thing.
Okay, thanks. Ben?
Still on the phone.
Okay.
No. License 15 Boston. 6707. No, 707. Yeah. Driver might be on. Hang on a minute, Wallace. What? Now, give that to DMV. Will you save another call?
Miss Kreiber, did your husband have a wallet?
Yes, brown alligator.
Did he keep his identification in it?
Yes.
Did he carry much cash?
No, just a few dollars. He was always afraid of holdups.
Thank you. You want to give that to him, Ben?
Yeah, okay. Hey, Wallace, suspect might have a brown alligator wallet with identification cards of Albert Kreiber. Yeah, that's C-R-I-B, Boston, B, Boston, New York. 3412 Northwestern Avenue. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, bye. Hello? Might something here.
Yeah, Monk?
Invoice from the Far North Fur Company. 3 mink coats delivered here today. I looked all around. I only found 2, 1 missing.
Did you find a sales slip for the other one?
No.
Miss Kreiber, would you come over here, please?
Yes.
Where are they, Monk?
Over here.
All right. Over this way. Well, these are mink coats here, aren't they?
Yes. It's wild mink. Albert told me he ordered them.
Yes, ma'am. We found the invoice.
He ordered 3. There are only 2 here.
Do you know anything about any of his customers?
No, I don't. I never met any of them. Oh, I remember now. Just the night before last, he called someone from home. Told her he had some minks in today and she could come in and look them over.
Do you know who that was?
I didn't hear any name.
Miss Kreiber, do you have any idea who might have wanted to shoot your husband?
No, none at all. He was friendly with everyone. Everybody liked Albert. He didn't run around. He was either working or at home.
Did he drink?
Not at all.
No, I mean beer, a little wine, maybe?
No, he never touched anything.
All right, thank you. Brennan, will you see that Miss Kreiber gets to her nephews?
Right away.
Thank you. Might as well go, Ben.
Yeah.
We can talk to some of the neighbors.
6 shots fired. Wonder why nobody heard him.
Pretty heavy traffic outside, huh?
Somebody wanted a mink coat pretty bad. Coat like that costs quite a bit, doesn't it?
This one's going to come a little high. Yeah. "7:05 p.m. Most of the stores along the street were closed, but a small shoe repair shop across the street was open, so we went over there. On the window was one word, Pete, and a picture of a shoe. Sitting in the window was a small, dark man wearing a leather apron who was working on a pair of shoes.
Hello.
We're police officers.
I see you drive up across the street.
Are you Pete?
Sure. What happens to Mr. Kreiber? He's robbed?
No, he was killed.
No. Shot? I do not hear anything.
Have you been sitting in your window all afternoon?
Oh, most all the time. You see, I have machinery here. I advertise that way. People watch me.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember seeing anybody going into Mr. Kreiber's this afternoon?
This afternoon for man. 2, 3 long black cars.
Uh-huh.
Anybody else?
Some.
Were they women?
Officer, they are all women.
Did any of them walk out with a new fur coat?
There, all that. I do not see all of them, I guess, but I see 2.
Can you describe them?
One, beautiful young girl, tall, red hair. She walk out with big package.
What time was that?
3, 4 o'clock. The second woman is about the same time. Funny thing. I do not see the bottle, but Benny from liquor store on corner tell me the second one, the blonde. She buys bottle wine.
Did he tell you what kind?
No. Reason I remember, I laugh when he tell me. I go over to Benny's for a can of beer. He tells me she buys cheap wine, walks out of Kreiber's with new fur coat. Me, I spend $5 for good wine, and my wife has no fur coat.
How old was this blonde? How was she dressed?
She's maybe 25. Young, not too young, but young. She has on slacks, gray.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a fur coat was she wearing when she came out?
Mink. Look from here like mink.
I see. Did you notice where she went?
The blonde, the gray slacks, mink coat. Yes, it turned the corner onto Lexington, and she went up the street.
Did you see Mr. Kreiber's car drive away?
No, he parked in back. I don't see him come in. I don't see him come out.
All right. Thanks a lot, Pete.
Mm-hmm. Officer, that blonde, something wrong there.
How do you mean?
Well, she has got fur coat, but she drinks wrong wine. I don't understand.
Why do you say that?
$5,000 coat, 27-cent wine.
7:45 p.m. Ben and I questioned Benny Davis at the Safety Liquor Store. He remembered the blonde and said she bought a bottle of Sierra Valley Muscatel from him between 2:30 and 3 o'clock that afternoon. He'd never seen her before. We contacted communications and gave a description of the blonde to supplement the All Points bulletin. Then we started checking Western Union offices to find out where Mrs. Kreiber's telegram had been sent from. We finally traced it to the office at Normandy and Hollywood Boulevard. The operator who sent the telegram to Mrs. Kreiber also remembered receiving the call. She told us that the person who phoned in the message was a woman. The time, 3:22 p.m. We asked her to put a tracer on it and told her we'd check back. 8:24 p.m. Ben and I went to 10113 Normandy to talk to Miss Terry Shepard, whose name had appeared in the customer files at the fur store. The receipt showed she'd taken a coat out of storage that afternoon.
This is something like the place the wife and I used to live in.
Yeah?
Same people must have built it. Apartment 3. Miss Terry Shepard.
All right, come in. The door's open. Find yourself a secret. I'll be in a minute.
Police officers, Miss Shepard.
Oh? What's wrong?
We'd like to talk to you.
What about?
What if you could come out here, please?
Well, I just got out of the shower. You'll have to wait a minute.
Yeah? Yeah, this place has got the same floor plan as mine. Huh?
Kind of small, isn't it?
Not too bad. Wonder what rent she paid.
You don't mind if I wait till the leave? My hair's wet.
It's all right. We're sorry to bother you.
What can I do for you?
You got a fur coat, Miss Shepard?
Yeah, sure.
What if we could see it, please?
Sure, but I don't think it'll trouble you. It's only muskrat. I bought it in Pittsburgh.
Where is it, in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's down the hallway, first door on the right.
I think I know where it is.
What's this all about, Lieutenant?
What time were you at the Western Fur Shop today?
Oh, I'd say 3 o'clock. Why?
What'd you do while you were down there?
I got my coat out of Hawk. I had it there during the warm weather. Paid the man, signed something, and he put the coat in the box, and I took it.
Mm-hmm. Do you know Mr. Kreiber down there, the man that owns the store?
You got me. The man was about 50. His hair was a little gray. I hardly even looked at him.
This is the only fur coat, Joe.
Could have passed for mink when I first bought it. Pretty sad now, isn't it?
Not mink. I'll give that closet a last check.
All right.
What happened? Did somebody steal a coat?
Was anybody else in the store while you were there?
Yeah. Yeah, there's another girl there.
What was she doing?
Nothing, just sitting.
Do you remember how she was dressed?
Oh, she was wearing a gray suit. Slacks. Blonde. Her face wasn't much, but she had a neat little figure.
Do you remember anything else about her?
Oh, I didn't pay that much attention.
Anything else in there, Ben?
Not a thing, Joe.
Maybe I'd better take this towel off my head. It doesn't look so hot when it's wet, but it's natural. Natural red.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you might be able to tell us?
I think that's about all. I gave the man my claim check and the money. And he got the coat and put it in a box and gave me a receipt.
Mm-hmm. Nothing else?
No. No, when I got the receipt, I saw the blonde walk over and pick up the telephone. I was just leaving then.
Did you hear any of the conversation?
She asked for Western Union.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of Edith Gwynn, well-known Los Angeles columnist. This is her actual signed statement.
It's my job to keep up with what's going on around town. And here's one thing I've noticed lately. More and more people smoking Fatima. You certainly can tell why once you smoke them. I found them milder than any other king-size cigarette, and that's important to me. Yes, I agree. It's wise to smoke extra mild, Fatima.
And so do more and more smokers every day. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
Sunday, November 24th, 9 a.m. Ben and I contacted the owners of all the shops in the vicinity, but none of them saw or heard anything at the time of the shooting. Officers Brennan and Moncrief interviewed all the regular customers of Albert Kreiber's fur shop. Only 3 had been in the store on Saturday, but none of them had noticed anything wrong. 11:35 a.m. We spoke to Mrs. Kreiber again, but she could add nothing to her story. Her niece and nephew had been to a football game at the Coliseum in the afternoon and knew nothing had happened until they were telephoned by Officer Brennan. 2:55 p.m. We spoke to all the tenants of the apartment house at 5513 Lexington, which is in the rear of the fur shop. None of them had been home, but the owner told us that he had some men working on the roof of the apartment house at the time of the murder. Through the owner of the Durable Roof Company, we traced the 2 men who had been working on the roof, and they told us that about 4 o'clock they had seen a blonde dressed in gray slacks enter the parking space in the rear of Kreiber's fur store. They whistled at her, but she paid no attention to them. She got into an Oldsmobile and drove east on Lexington. 7 p.m. We checked in at the office and got word that Albert Kreiber's car had been located in the parking lot at Vermont and 8th. We drove down to the location and talked to the parking lot attendant.
Well, the car must have come in sometime last night. It probably came in the back way because I don't remember it coming in, and it doesn't have our lot tag on it. Did you work all last night? No, I finished at midnight and started at 10 this morning. I kept waiting for somebody to claim this thing, and after supper, I figured it might be stolen, so I phoned the police. It's been sitting here all that time.
Are there any keys in it?
No, sir. There weren't last night either.
Have you ever seen this particular car before?
No, sir. Have you ever seen a blonde woman about 25 wearing gray slacks? You mean hanging around here?
Yeah, or in the neighborhood.
Yeah, but not today or yesterday. You remember one? Well, yes, sir. Does she drink a lot?
Maybe.
Well, there's one that hangs out in these bars around here. Once in a while, she comes in the lot, but not lately.
When did you see her last?
Oh, a couple of weeks ago. Was she with anyone? Yeah, but I don't remember him. I've seen her with a lot of different guys.
Does she hang around with anybody in particular?
Yeah, her husband.
Before leaving the parking lot, we pulled the rotor out of the distributor so that nobody could drive the car away. 8:12 p.m. We called homicide and asked for more men to canvass the bars in the neighborhood. Ben and I staked out on the car. We sat in our car across the street from the parking lot until midnight. Nobody showed up to claim the car. The streets were almost empty. Our only chance was that the blonde lived in the neighborhood or was in a bar and would sooner or later try to claim the car. 1:53 a.m.
What rent do you suppose that Shepherd girl paid?
You got me.
75?
I don't know.
I bet I pay more than she does.
Is that Moncrief?
Yeah.
Hi, Monk.
Hi. Take a look up the street. See that couple?
Where?
Coming this way. Blonde, gray slacks, fur coat. She's pretty drunk.
Where'd you spot her?
Turned the corner from Olympic. They've been looking in parking lots.
Monk, there's a rear entrance to this lot off the alley. Do you want to cover that?
Yeah.
Thank you. You see him all right?
That's it. Where'd they walk under that light? Yeah. Pretty drunk.
Looks like the same kind of coat, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're stopping.
Looking for another parking lot, I guess. Sierra Valley Wine, world's finest muscatel.
And going into the parking lot.
She's not carrying a purse.
Those coats don't have pockets big enough for a .32 automatic.
That stuff sure gets people.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
We're getting in Kreiber's car.
Look, you can't even find the door. She's helping us.
You take the other side of the car, will you?
Yeah.
Stop pushing me.
Who are you?
Police officers. Can I see your driver's license, please?
I ain't got a driver's license.
And what's going on?
What's your name?
Betty Moore. What's it to you?
The registration slip on the steering column says Albert Kreiber.
What's the matter with this car, anyway?
Who's Albert Kreiber?
Oh, I know who he is.
This guy here. Who is this man? Huh? What do you say?
He's a friend. That satisfy you?
Locked.
What do you want in there for?
Let me have those keys.
Hey,
Here you are, Ben.
How about going home?
there's nothing in there.
Let's go. Here's a purse.
Give me that.
You keep your hands on the wheel.
A gun, 32.
It's his. It's empty anyway. There's nothing wrong in that.
Do you have a permit to carry it?
Yeah, I got a permit.
Can I see it?
I lost it. Give me those
You
keys.
keep your hands on that wheel.
Here's a wallet, identification cards, Albert Kreiber.
Where'd you get these?
I don't know.
The man's watch, Albert Kreiber engraved on the back.
Who's Albert
I
Kreiber?
don't know, I told you.
All right, let's get out of the car.
All right, let me push it.
Why didn't that car start?
All right, come on. Stand up. You get over there.
Where'd you get the fur coat?
I bought it.
Where?
I don't know.
Joe, look at her slacks.
Wine stains. I spilled wine on them.
What kind of wine?
Muscatel.
Muscatel isn't a red wine, it's a white wine.
Who's Albert Kreiber?
I don't know.
This is his wallet. This is his car. Where'd you get him?
I don't know. I don't know.
This the gun you shot him with? This the gun you shot him with?
I was going out with him. He said he'd give me a fur coat. He promised me a watch, and he never gave me one. And then we sent a telegram to his wife and everything. He gave me a fur coat and take me out. He backed out on me.
So you shot him.
Sure I did. He promised me the coat. He said I could have any coat in the shop. He promised to me.
What are you crying for? You got the coat.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 27th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, Extra Mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the king-size cigarette that is extra mild.
Extra mild because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give it a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Betty Moore was tried and convicted of second-degree murder and received sentence as prescribed by law. She is now serving her term in the state penitentiary at Tehachapi. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Next, here's Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
a special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Adolphe Manjou. Adolphe Manjou. Well, you remember Theda Barra? Well, Manjou was a fashion plate when she was still a dish. Yeah, he's a terrific guy, Duffy. Very suave. Huh? Your wife says you're suave? Duffy, she means a big fat suave. You know who else is coming down here tonight, Duffy? That French dame, Yvette. Yvette. Y-V-E-T-T-T-T-E. Yeah, she's a female chanteuse. Yeah, she sings, too. Huh? Duffy? Oh, well, Duffy, I gotta go now. You know, Clancy the cop. Yeah, Flatfoot Clancy. Well, the club he belongs to is having a meeting here tonight. The name of the club? The Policeman's Tuesday Night Foot Bath and Discussion Club. Yeah. Adolphe Manjou is going to give a lecture on men's clothes. I'm writing it for him. Yeah. I call it Men's Fashions Through the Ages, from the fig leaf to the BVD. Okay, well, I'll call you back, Duffy. Don't bother me, Eddie. I gotta finish writing this lecture now. The well-dressed man must watch out how he garbs himself, because he is always judged by his garbage. Since from time immemorium...
Mr. Archer, just a minute. You writing a talk on men's clothes?
Yeah.
For Adolphe Manjou?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Eddie, to any other man, that would be an insult.
To any other man, I'd apologize.
Accepted.
You talking about clothes. Look at you. Your hat's bashed in. There's a rip in your pants. Gravy on your shirt. A hole in your socks.
Well, Eddie, I'm wearing sports clothes. Besides, it is undue rigueur to look too spick and spat. A man's clothes should have an air of carelessness, casual.
Oh, yeah. That's why you look like a casualty?
Right. Yeah, I've always been a snappy dresser, Eddie. When I was a kid, you know what the gang on the block used to call me? Archie the Fop. And why?
Speech impediment?
No, because I was always so well groomed. Always first with the new styles. I remember I was the first guy in the block to come around with two-tone sneakers. And very fastidious, Eddie. I was the kind of a guy, you know, if me collar got dirty, I'd change the whole shirt. So, just because I don't look like I'm standing in Taylor's window like a dummy... Whoa, Finnegan. Finnegan, is your tailor's name Sam?
So why,
I think he made the pants too long. Finnegan, you can't even see your shoes.
Well, tell you the truth, I'm trying to hide my shoes, George.
Why?
Well, I'm a little ashamed. 2 of the buttons is missing.
Finnegan, are you still wearing button shoes?
Well, I can't get no shoes on account of this rationing.
Well, what's the matter? Ain't you got an 18 coupon?
Yeah, but what good is it? I wear a 12.
Look, Finnegan. That's got nothing to do with it. You could have got your right size and taken your change in red tokens. But outside the shoes, you look very nice, Finnegan. That bow tie. Very smart.
Oh, just something I threw on.
Yeah. Oh, it's very nice. Goes with everything. You could even wear a shirt with it.
Hey, that's a very good idea. You're just the guy to help me with me problem.
What's the problem, Finnegan?
Oh, well, look, someday I get a full dress suit. Should I wear gold studs or silver studs?
Full dress suit. Well, it all depends, Finnegan.
On what?
On how much they want to spend on you, funeral.
Funeral? Who's dead?
You are.
Oh. Well, we all gotta go sometime.
Look, Finnegan, don't bother me now. Tell Adolph Monju your trouble when he gets here, huh?
Yeah, I will.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
What's this I hear about a new French singer coming down here?
So what about it?
Well, if you're going to hire a singer, what's wrong with my singing?
Just two things, Miss Duffy. And they're both adenoids.
Oh, yeah? Well, don't say I didn't warn you, Archie. Papa hates French chanteuses.
He don't like nothing unless it's an Irish tenor. You play a Caruso record to him, you got to tell him it's John McCormick. That's dopey, stupid Duffy.
Now, just a second, Archie. Don't forget that stupid as he is, you are talking to my father's own flesh and blood.
Granted. But why does he have to have such a maniac over Irish tenors?
Because he's sentimental. Such a sweet old softy. You should see him when there's an Irish tenor singing on the radio. He melts. I have even seen him stop hitting Mama till the song was over. Yeah, and he's right, because the Irish are the best singers in the world.
Now, wait a minute. That's a very broad statement. Don't forget that there are Russians and other creeds who are pretty good singers, too. What about Tolstoy?
Well, yes, Tolstoy. But that's only one case. What about Gallikurti?
What about Gallikurti?
Well, wasn't he a great singer?
Well, certainly Gallikurti was a great singer.
And where did Gallikurti come from?
From Italy.
Well, Italy is not Russia, is it?
No.
Well, there you are.
There I am where, Miss Duffy?
Well, if Italy is not Russia and Gallikurti came from Italy, how can you say that Tolstoy is a better singer than the Irish?
Would you mind playing that back again? No, you better not. Look, Miss Duffy, I didn't say that Tolstoy is a better singer than the Irish.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead and get a Russian. Go get Gallikurti.
If I did get Gallikurti, your old man would want him to sing Wee Wee McCree.
Archie, the name of the song is Wee Wee Mother McCree.
Eddie, I gotta get this lecture finished for Adolph Monju. Hey, wait a minute. Who's that lovely dish coming in, Eddie?
I think that's that French singer you was expecting, Miss Yvette.
Oh, what a hunk of French pastry. Good evening, Cherie, mademoiselle. Leave me bid you besame mucho.
Merci, monsieur.
Well, the merci is mutual. Vous êtes très revisant.
Vous êtes gentil, monsieur. Où avez-vous appris à parler le français?
Oui.
Monsieur n'a pas compris ma question.
Oui. Parlez-vous français?
Oui, naturellement. Très bien, monsieur.
Yvette, you make me feel right at home.
Why? Are you French?
A part. Only a small part, of course.
Was your mother French?
My mother was French, yeah.
And your father?
He's French, too.
Oh. Well, then, why are you only part French?
Well, we were a very large family. Yeah, but... I was brought up talking French. You know, I remember I was 15 years old before I learned to say hot dog instead of crepe Suzette.
Are you the manager of this tavern?
Yeah, I'm Archie, the maître d'.
Excuse me, Mrs. Yvette.
Who are you?
I'm Eddie, the waiter d'.
Eddie, please, one does not interrupt a tete-a-tete unless one wants all of one's teeth knocked out.
But the customers would like to hear Miss Yvette sing.
Oh, Mademoiselle Yvette, voulez chanter us a small shanty? Monsieur Venuti.
Oui, Art.
Si vous play a number for Mademoiselle Yvette?
Okay, fellas. Attention. 1, 2, 3, go.
Cathedral bells were tolling, and our hearts sang on. Was it the spell of Paris, or the London dawn? Who knows when we shall meet again? But when the morning chimes ring sweet again, sweet again, I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine retraces all day through. In that small cafe, the park across the way, the children's carousel, the chestnut tree, the wishing well. I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you.
You know, we ought to have a dame like that singing the joint regular, Eddie. You know, she could have cracked the French crowd.
Yeah, she's already doing it. Here comes Mr. Adolphe Monjou now.
Well, Adolphe. Well, Mr. Monjou, Duffy's is indeed proud to welcome a man of your distinguished haberdashery. And furthermore, it is with humble hospitability that we solicit our extentations to your august presence amidst these circular glooms.
What is this, a filibuster?
What's a filibuster?
Well, it's a speech about nothing made by a guy who knows all about it.
Imagine meeting Adolphe Monjou in person. You know, I never missed one of your pictures.
Well, it's nice to meet one of the paying public.
Well, you didn't make much off of me, you know. During most of your career, I got in for half price.
Archie, please. Never remind an actor of his age. It's tough enough to face the fact that I'm nearing 39.
39. What is this, your second time around?
Can I ask him that question now?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Monjou, this is Clifton Finnegan. He has a problem.
I'll say he has.
Well, Mr. Monjou, here is my problem. When I get my full dress suit, should I wear gold studs or silver studs?
Well, that varies according to the taste of the undertaker.
Undertaker, that's just what Archie said. Mr. Monjou, this full dress suit is going to be for me wedding.
A wedding?
Yeah.
Well, is it an afternoon or an evening affair?
Oh, I expect it to last longer than that.
Just a second, Finnegan. When are you getting married?
Oh, just as soon as I get the license.
Well, congratulations. Where did you get the girl?
Don't they give you that with the license?
And thank you, Clifton Finnegan. Say, Dolph, talking about clothes, that's a nice-looking suit you got on there. Buy it new?
No, I had it made.
Yeah, you have to have it made, huh? I don't. I just walk into a store, put on a 38 suit, have the sleeves lengthen the pants, take in the waist, pad the shoulders, reset the buttons, and walk right out with a suit. A perfect 38.
Well, I have to have mine made. I guess I'm just a misfit.
Yeah, I guess you are then, huh? Well, the one you look, the one you got on there looks pretty good. How do you get that nice sharp crease in the pants?
Well, I have a smooth mattress.
I use a damp cloth and a hot rock.
What do you use for a damp cloth? That shirt you're wearing?
Well, I was just waiting for you to notice this shirt. How do you like it?
It's lovely. What color was it?
I don't remember, but it's nice material. Beautiful material. Feel it.
Mm-hmm. Broadcloth.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's the difference? It's a man's style. Like I said in the lecture I was writing here.
Well, if it ain't me old friend Archie.
Well, Officer Clancy. Excuse me a minute, Dolph. I'll be right with you. Clancy, I ain't seen flat in a foot of you in weeks. Glad to see you.
Well, it's lucky I am to be here.
What do you mean?
Well, this morning I was on duty, taking a little nap in the back room over at Grogan's, when a terrible thing happened.
What happened?
Grogan's kid sneaked me blackjack out of me pocket and hit me over the head with it.
Well, gee, that could be serious, Clancy.
It was. It broke every cigar in me hat.
Well, I'm glad you're here. What about the rest of the cops in the club? Are they coming?
Of course.
How many?
16 of them just came in through the back entrance.
What other way? 16. I thought there was going to be 19.
Well, a few of the boys couldn't show up. You see, the commissioner has ordered a drive against bookies, and the boys are busy placing some last-minute bets. Well, Archie, when are you starting your lecture?
Well,
Say, Archie, I have to be running along now.
But, Adolf, you can't go now. You got the lecture.
Well, what lecture?
A lecture on clothes that you're going to give to the cops. I wrote it for you.
You wrote a lecture on clothes? For me?
Look, Adolf, maybe I look like a bit of a slob now, but remember the old proverb, the hole in a man's pants is not the window to his soul. So what do you say?
No, definitely no.
No,
Archie, let me handle this. Mr. Minju, is that your automobile outside?
Yes?
Parked next to the hydrant?
Next to the hydrant? My car's parked at least 20 feet from the hydrant.
Okay, we'll move the hydrant unless you would like to proceed with the lecture.
And your point is well taken. Where's the speech?
Well, Adolf, have you looked over that lecture that I wrote?
Yes, Arch.
Well, tell me, what do you think of it?
It would take the heart out of Schaffner and Marx.
That is a very corny insult. Now, I write him, you just read him. Read the lecture. Now, Clancy, start the meeting, will you?
Okay, Archie, here we go. The meeting of the policemen's Tuesday night foot bath and discussion club will now come to order. I now present Mr. Adolf Minju. No racket.
Gentlemen, leave us begin our discourse appertaining to men's sartoriality. Archie, sartoriality.
Yeah, men's clothes. What'd you think it was, a barber shop? Proceed ahead.
Mm-hmm. The first clothes that was known to primitive man was loincloth. But loincloth was difficult to get because loins is very ferocious beast. They do not stand still while you take off their cloths. So primitive man was dressed very naked until the invention of the sheep. The skin of the sheep is very valuable. From the outside we get wool, and from the inside we get diplomas. Archie, this is abominable.
Yeah, but you ain't come to the best part. Continue.
Well, the greatest step in clothing was the invention of the cotton gin machine. A machine for removing the gin from cotton. Well, previously, on account of the cotton being full of this gin, it was good for nothing. But after Eli Whitney's invention, cotton became the equal of wool, which never touched the stuff. Archie, where do you get your facts?
Research. I dreamed them up. Go ahead.
And now we come to Chapter 2, proper dress for policemen. Foot patrolmen should have their shoes stretched so they are large and comfortable. Mounted patrolmen will require other adjustments.
Stop it, Minju. You're a bum.
What's the matter, Clancy, you bum?
Why, the man that wrote that lecture should be thrown in jail. Who is the culprit?
Wait a minute. Not a word, Adolf. Let's stick together. Neither one of us wrote it, Clancy. It was wrote by an expert.
Who's the expert? Let me at him.
Well, we ain't sure, Clancy, but I think I know how I can find out. I would like to ask the assembled crowd here one interesting question. When wearing a full-dress suit, does one wear gold studs or silver studs?
At the pants on the tight to your undertaker.
There's your man, Clancy. Take him away.
Do nothing.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music.
Can find out. I would like to ask the assembled crowd here one interesting question. When wearing a full-dress suit, does one wear gold studs or silver studs?
At the pants on the tight to your undertaker.
There's your man, Clancy. Take him away.
Do nothing.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music. Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your...
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Started your Christmas shopping yet? Worried about where the money's coming from? Want to get away from it all? We offer you escape. You are seated around a green felt table with a dozen desperate men, waiting for the turn of a card. If it's the ace of spades, you will be next. And you desperately desire the impossible. Escape.
Escape. Produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully plotted to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to London of the last century. A London of gas lights and hansom cabs. A London where a gentleman still valued his word of honor above his life. A London of which one terrifying incident is recorded by Robert Louis Stevenson in his unforgettable story, The Young Man with the Cream Tart.
Bored? Or rather, City seems to offer little amusement tonight. Well, bottoms up. Must be on our way. Right, sir. Your health. And yours. Well, now, what's this? A young man with a tray of cream tarts. He's giving them away. Or perhaps one of the terms on the bill. Perhaps. Shall we go? Yes, please.
I pray you accept this confection, for if you do not, I'm bound to eat it myself. You must be crazy. There's never more pain. You refuse? I do. There's nothing for it but my 27th tart since 5 o'clock. Now there are but two left. You, sir.
Yes?
Would you so far honor an entire stranger? Really excellent pastry. I should know I've eaten enough of them.
It is not the nature of a gift that is important, but the spirit in which it is offered.
The spirit, sir, is one of mockery.
Mockery? And whom do you mock?
Myself. However, my purpose at the moment is not confession, but rather distribution of these cream tarts. Won't you and your friend dispose of the last of them?
Yes. Yes, on one condition. If my friend and I eat your last two cakes, we shall expect you to join us at supper.
Supper? It's a horrible thought. I've already eaten 2 dozen of these pastries.
Very well, then we shall omit supper and become better acquainted over a bottle of wine.
I'm uncertain whether my repugnance for these 2 remaining parts of the attraction of your invitation compels me, but I accept.
Excellent. Then let us finish off your pastry and seek a more quiet place. How about Michelle's in Soho? Splendid. Shall we go?
Excellent wine and 2 excellent friends. I drink to your health.
And we drink to yours. I'm sure you will understand my curiosity.
But you are curious.
Naturally. Although I suspect that your story is probably a silly one.
Oh, indeed.
You may rest assured that we are 2 of the silliest men in England. My name is Goodall, Theophilus Goodall, and my friend here is Major Alfred Hammersmith.
I like you, Mr. Goodall. And you, Major Hammersmith, though I suspect those are not your right names.
It is of no importance.
Exactly, nor is my name, so I will not divulge it. Although I see no reason why I should deny you my story. It's brief and foolish.
Pray tell us then.
It's an oft-told tale. A modest fortune which I squandered in the usual ways of cards, the horse races, and Paris. Then 2 months ago I met a young lady exactly suited to my taste in mind and body. My heart melted. I was in love. My heart melted. I was in love. Too late. Yesterday my solicitor warned me that I had but £100 left in the world. 40 of these I used last night for a special purpose, and I have agreeably spent the day disposing of the remaining £60 in as foolish a manner as I could devise.
And the future?
The future has been taken care of by the £40.
Is it not odd
that we three should have met by the merest accident in so large a wilderness as London and be so nearly in the same condition.
Yes. Major Hammersmith, I was thinking the very same thing.
Yes, dear. Are you two also ruined? Is this bottle of excellent wine the last folly, like my cream tot?
Very nearly so. I'm perhaps a week behind you. I still have a few banknotes in my wallet, however. Here now, this bill will take care of the bottle of wine, and the others I throw into the fire.
Oh, no. You shouldn't have burned all of them. You should have kept 40 pounds.
40 pounds? Why? Why not 50 or 70? For to my certain knowledge, there were more than 100 in his wallet.
It's only just 40 pounds he needed. Without them, there is no admission. The rule is strict.
What do you mean? I have not yet completely emptied my pocketbook.
You are not fooling me. You are indeed ruined men, like me.
Oh, indeed.
Could you muster 80 pounds between you?
Well, let me look in my wallet. Yes, 80 and a little over.
Then you are indeed most fortunate. 40 pounds each is the initiation fee of the Suicide Club.
The Suicide Club? What the devil is that?
The Suicide Club is death's private door. It's the ultimate convenience in our modern world. It exists for unfortunates like us. Those to whom the painful agony of corrosive poison is distasteful. For those whose courage fails them when the cold muzzle chills the forehead. For those whose fear of drowning is greater than their compulsion to die. For these sensitive misfits, the Suicide Club ranges every detail. If you are truly tired of life, I will introduce you tonight to a meeting, and I can assure you that within the week you will be relieved of the burden of living. What do you say? It's more serious than a cream tart, and I suspect more palatable.
More serious, certainly. So I wonder if you would give Mr. Goodall and me 5 minutes alone to discuss it.
Certainly. I shall wait outside.
Your Highness, this adventure must stop here. Nonsense, Colonel Geraldine. I propose to see this through. See it through to what? Death? You forget your obligations, not only to yourself, but to your country. Prince Florizel of Bohemia cannot risk. Tonight I am plain Mr. Godard, and so I propose to remain. And please remember, Colonel Geraldine, under no circumstances are you to betray my incognito.
But, Your Highness...
We have survived graver adventures than this one promises to be. And now, Colonel Geraldine, let us pay our bill and accompany our young wastrel to death's private door.
Here you are, Governor. Box court. Gentlemen, we have arrived.
Here you are, Caddy. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you, sir. Come on. Well, Mr. Godard, Major Hammersmith, there is still time to change your mind.
Lead on, sir. My mind's made up.
And mine. Follow me, then.
Dark as a tomb. An apt and concise simile.
Here we are, gentlemen. At death's private door. So we enter.
Pray, let's.
You may hang your things in here. Should be good enough to wait. I shall call the president.
Of all our follies, this is the wildest and most dangerous. I'm beginning to believe you're right. Let me beseech your Highness. Do not forget you are my aide-de-camp, not your father. Yet I am responsible to the king for your well-being. Colonel Geraldine, you're not afraid. Certainly not for myself, but for your Highness. Quiet.
The president will see you in his office. I have vouched for you, but you must give him honest answers. The indiscretion of a single member might lead to the dispersion of the society forever. You can't afford to take that risk. Follow me. In here. He's waiting for you.
Good evening. I am told that you wish to speak to me.
We have a desire, sir, to join the Suicide Club.
You've made a mistake.
This is a private house. You must leave it instantly.
We have come here upon the invitation of a friend of yours. He's already told you of our desires. Believe me, sir, when one has come this far along the path, one is not likely to be turned away and certainly will tolerate little rudeness. Permit me to assure you, either you will oblige us in the matter, or you'll regret ever having admitted us to the premises.
Well, now, that's more like it. This is no place for men not yet desperate. I believe you, sir. But what of your friend?
My reasons are even more cogent than Mr. Goodall's. I was cashiered out of my regiment last week.
Why?
Cheating at cards.
I see. And you, sir? What is your reason for being tired of life?
Unadulterated laziness.
Don't trifle with me, sir. You must have a better reason than that.
I have no more money, and I'm much too lazy to come by any.
If I did not have a great deal of experience in these matters, I would turn you down. But I have learned that the most frivolous excuses for a suicide often cover a deep and lifelong desire for self-destruction.
Thank you for your understanding, sir.
Very well. To business. I shall read you the oath of membership, to which you will each subscribe. I swear to obey without question the instructions of the president of this association or any of his appointed deputies. Realizing that desirable death could scarcely be a penalty for violating this oath, I am aware that any violation will be met at the discretion of the president by those means deemed suitable by him. Namely, excommunication from the church, loss of whatever honor still attaches to my name, and or, when necessary, violent reprisals against my bereaved family. In full knowledge of the sacredness of this oath, I subscribe my name. Now, gentlemen,
you are in a position to enforce those penalties.
I am.
Hand me the pen, my friend. The pen, please. Major Hammersmith.
Thank you. That will be 40 pounds apiece, please.
Here you are.
Thank you. And now, would you like to join the members in the smoking room?
Indeed, we would. This way, please.
Just make yourself at home. Everyone's quite informal here. If you'll pardon me, I have some other matters to attend to.
Come along, Major. Let's mingle with the company.
Your Highness. Be quiet.
Oh, there you are.
You got in all right, I see.
Naturally.
You'll never regret it.
I'm sure we shall.
Be careful, game of billiards, perhaps some whist.
No, not immediately, thank you. I should like just to wander around and listen to the conversation.
You'll find it most revealing.
She had always stood in the way of anything I wanted to do. And I don't care if she was my mother. She crossed me one time too often.
You may be sure that I would never have joined this wretched club if I had not read The Origin of the Species by Darwin. I could not bear to be descended from an ape.
Certainly,
Too
I
ghastly to
understand.
bear, you
There
know.
are some men who cannot abide the restrictions of the monastery. And after the abbot discovered me, there was nothing I could do. It's incomprehensible to me.
What is?
By this talk, this boasting, this self-justification. If a man has made up his mind to kill himself, let him do it like a gentleman. Be done with the matter.
As I told you, there are some of us more
Be done with the matter.
As I told you, there are some of us more frightened of the act than of the result.
There's only one man in this room who does not seem to be in a state of hysterics. Who is that, Mr. Godard? Why, the gentleman sitting under the van.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Marcus. Would you like to meet him?
Yes, please. These others are too obvious. There's nothing very special about Mr. Malton. He looks like death himself wearing thick eyeglasses. Let us discover for ourselves the reason for his relaxation.
Mr. Marcus. I should like to present two new members, Mr. Goodall and Major Hammersmith.
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, Mr. President?
Won't you sit down?
Newcomers.
Newcomers. I envy you the novelty of your first visit. You will learn to relish it if you're spared. Why, my dear sir, this club, gentlemen, is the temple of intoxication. If my health would permit it, you may be sure I would be here more often. But this is my last visitation. Believe me, sir, I have tried them all the vices. People trifle with love and ignorantly call it man's most powerful passion. Nonsense, sir, nonsense. Fear is the strongest passion. It is fear that you must trifle with if you wish to taste the intense joys of living. Envy me, sir. Envy me. I am a coward.
How, sir, is the excitement so artfully prolonged?
Oh, Of course. I must tell you how the victim for every evening is selected, as well as the member who is to be Death's high priest for the occasion.
Great heavens. You mean they kill each other?
The guilt of suicide is removed in that way.
Then I, or my friend, or you, any of us, might be selected this evening to murder another man?
Exactly.
But how'd they escape the attentions of the law?
The ingenuity of our president knows no limits. The departures always appear to be accidental.
It's monstrous. On the contrary, my dear Major, it is godlike. Oh, yes, of course. But Mr. Malthus, I'm still in the dark as to how the members are selected for the evening's work.
Oh, of course, I forgot to explain. But I see that the others are filing into the card room now, and the play is about to begin. You shall see for yourself. Will you lend me the help of your arm? I'm quite paralyzed, you know.
Oh, of course.
Thank you. This is the moment for which I live. The quintessence of poignancy. The ultimate of passion. Coming here as infrequently as I do, I've savored this bitter taste of fear longer than the others. But my turn will come. Who knows? Perhaps tonight.
But how is it done? Tell us what to expect.
Oh, it's so simple. The president deals from an ordinary deck playing cards, and each man turns up his card as he receives it. The ace of spades, the card of death, ace of clubs designates the official room of the night.
The murderer,
if you like. Their 3 chairs together. Happy young men. You have good eyes and can follow the cards. I only make out the faces.
Is everyone here?
My friend, we still have a fighting chance to escape. Quiet. Let us play the game.
Attention, gentlemen.
3 of clubs. Jack of hearts. 10 of diamonds. King of clubs. Queen of hearts.
3 of spades. 9 of clubs.
6 of spades. Oh, no!
It's our young man of the Queen Tower. He's drawn the ace of clubs.
I came here to be killed, not to kill. I want to
Gentlemen.
not murder.
I must caution the members against such unseemly outbursts.
I don't want
Since the ace of spades has not yet turned up, I will continue the deal.
Ace of hearts. Heaven of clubs.
King of diamonds.
Jack of spades.
Ace of spades.
Mr. Malthus.
That concludes the play for the night, gentlemen. Will the member who drew the ace of clubs come to my office for his instructions?
Did your Highness read?
Yes. Good morning, Godric.
Good morning, sir.
I shall have my breakfast in bed this morning.
Yes, Your Highness. And Colonel Geraldine has been waiting for you to awaken.
Oh, very well. Show him in.
Thank you, Your Highness. Son, His Highness will see you now.
Good morning, Geraldine. Sleep well?
Not too well.
Did I dream it, or were we initiated into the suicide club last night? Seems like a nightmare.
It was a nightmare, but you didn't dream it. Here, look at this, the morning paper.
Huh? Melancholy accident. This morning, about 2 o'clock, Mr. Bartholomew Malthus of 16 Chepstow Place, Western Grove, on his way home from a party at a friend's house, fell off the upper parapet in Trafalgar Square, fracturing his skull. Death was instantaneous. Mr. Malthus, accompanied by a friend, was engaged in looking for a cab at the time.
If ever a soul went straight to hell, it was that poor paralytic.
Yes, At least he's dead and out of it. But think of our young man of the cream tarts. Last night that lad was as innocent as you and I. This morning he is a murderer.
Thank heavens we're safely out of it.
Are we?
Oh, no. You're not going to return.
I must.
You are infected with a passion of fear just as poor Malthus was.
Perhaps. Whatever it is. Tonight, once more, we take our places at the table of the Suicide Club.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Goodall. Back again to try your luck?
Yes, indeed.
And Major Hammersmith?
Good evening. You ought to be congratulated, sir, on the matter of Mr. Malthus. Very neatly handled. Very neatly handled.
Thank you. But I shall miss poor old Malthus. He was a man I could talk to.
Yes, your bereavement must weigh heavily upon you.
Indeed it does, sir. But then it's all in the game. And now, you will pardon me, we will sit down to play directly.
Fiend. The foul fiend of hell.
Steady, my friend.
Once more, let me plead with you. Leave this evil house before it's too late.
You're very tiresome tonight. Oh, here's our young friend of the cream tarts. Good evening, old chap.
Oh, Mr. Goodall, Mr. Hammersmith. Oh, how I wish I'd never brought you to this infamous place. Oh, leave. Leave while your hands are still clean.
But our oath. We could not go back upon our oath.
Well, renounce it. Forget everything. Let them do their worst, but leave. Leave before it's too late. If you could have heard the old man scream as I pushed him from the parapet. The crunch of his brittle bones as he fluttered to space.
Yes, I perceive the dealing is about to begin. Shall we go in?
Yes. Mr. Goodall, if you have any kindness in your soul, wish the ace of spades from me tonight. There's nothing left for me but to die.
Attention, gentlemen.
3 of hearts.
Queen of spades. Ace of diamonds.
Times around and neither black ace has come up. We are just 13. This at the table. This 4th round. This will tell the tale.
And I am next to last.
Ace of clubs.
Only 4 more cards. King of spades. Oh, pray for me, Mr. Goodall. Pray for me. I have 1 chance in 3. Pray that I get the ace. 6 of diamonds.
And now, I have 1 chance in 2 chance in 2.
My friend, don't.
Silence. Ace of spades.
Very well. That concludes tonight's play, gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Goodall. I'd give $1,000,000 if I had it for your luck.
I would sell you this card for much less if I could.
Well, Mr. Goodall, my congratulations. I am pleased to have met you, sir, and to have been in the position to do you this trifling service. At least you can't complain of delay.
Yes. And now, before I leave forever, I should like to ask a question. A purely hypothetical question, of course, since I am not a man to go back upon my word.
But you wonder what would happen if you did. If upon the turning of the card you had changed your mind and now wish to live?
Precisely. Suppose my friend Major Hammersmith and I elected to ignore our oath. Suppose we began by tearing this place apart.
You wouldn't even get started. The guests themselves are desperate men, but if they did not stop you, the servants, who are even more desperate, would. he would never leave this house alive.
I see. Well, it was purely an academic question.
Naturalist.
Very well then. Very well then. What are my instructions?
You will proceed along the Strand in the direction of the city, on the left-hand pavement, until you come upon a black carriage with drawn curtains. In this carriage will be the member who has tonight drawn the ace of clubs.
My executioner.
Your collaborator in suicide. You will enter the carriage, and he will continue your instructions. Please have the kindness to obey him in every detail. The authority of the club is vested in his person for the night. I wish you a pleasant walk.
Thank you. But first I must say farewell to my friend, Major Hammersmith.
I regret that is strictly against the rules. No farewells. Too disturbing for the still living members. You will leave through this side door to the workroom.
But I must have...
We won't have any trouble now, will we, Mr. Crow?
No. No, of course not.
Your coat? And hat? Your stick.
Thank you.
Again, Mr. Godot. A most pleasant walk.
That's the private door. Why didn't I listen to Geraldine before it was too late?
All right. What is it? My instructions are to meet the coach in the Strand.
You'll take this coach right now. Get in with me. All right. Take this one away.
Your Highness will pardon the violation of his person.
Geraldine. Oh, my friend.
It was quite necessary under the circumstances. As soon as you turned up the ace of spades, I slipped out of the house to prepare for your escape.
But how did you manage it?
When I realized I could not dissuade you from attending the club tonight, I retained the services of a certain capable and reliable private detective.
But
his secrecy has been bought and paid for. His men are now raiding the suicide club. The members will be removed to your townhouse, where it remains for you to pass judgment upon them.
That I will gladly do, and with the utmost respect.
What have they brought us here for? They didn't look like Scotland Yard men to me.
What difference does it make? Perhaps this will be a quicker way out.
Gentlemen.
Why, that's my friend, Major Hammersmith.
His Royal Highness, Prince Florizel of Bohemia.
Why, that's Mr. Godot. Always thought there was something odd about this, too.
Gentlemen, tonight we have removed you from a house of death to a house of life and hope. Those of you who have come to your present condition through lack of fortune will receive employment and remuneration from my treasury. Those who have been driven to this unnatural solution of their problems by the agonies of guilt must find amnesty from a power greater than mine. Power that eternally promises the forgiveness of sins, no matter how grievous. Only one of you is truly evil, and him I shall deal with myself. Where is he? Where is the president of the club?
Colonel Geraldine. Why, he should be here, Your Highness.
Taking your honest thought and...
Who's this man, Geraldine? The chief of the detectives.
Yes?
What is it?
Was you referring to the sallow chap with the sword whiskers and the black suit?
Yes, that's the one. The president of the Suicide Club. Where is he?
The idea.
Why not?
Well, when we broke into the little office down there at the club, we found him sprawled over the desk with a little empty bottle in his hand. He'd committed suicide.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you The Young Man with the Cream Touch by Robert Louis Stevenson, adapted for radio by Robert Louis Stevenson, adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson, with Paul Frees as Prince Florizel, Bill Johnstone as Colonel Geraldine, and Martin Yarborough as the young man. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Pure. Next week,
After you've put in a tough day at the office, leaning over a hot stove, when your four walls seem to be closing in on you, next week when you want to get away from it all, we offer you.
Now let's see what Fibber McGee and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly, with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, Billy Mills Orchestra, and all stuff like that there. The show opens with I Want to Be Happy. Come to Wistful Vista with its usual effect on suburban homeowners. And here in the backyard at 79 Wistful Vista, greeting the first tiny rose of the season.
Hi, Bud.
And industriously digging a ditch to set out a new hedge while his wife reads a book on the porch steps, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, boy, why'd I ever start this job anyway? My back's about busted. Oh, well.
Well, how you doing, dearie?
Oh, swell. Am I ever having the fun, though? This digging makes you feel good all over, Molly. Don't know when I've enjoyed myself so much. You want to try it?
No, dearie. Planting a new hedge was your idea, so you handle it.
Why, Molly, you don't realize the pure joy of working in the soil. Why, just think. This is our land. Our native land. And just planting a hedge like I'm doing now helps to make it a better, a greener, and a lovelier land to live in. Somebody's giving me the bird here. Just try a few spadesful, Molly. It brings you closer to Mother Nature. Ah, Mother Nature.
Sorry, dearie. Tell Mother I can't make it today.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter.
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Want to buy any garden seeds, Johnny? How about a package of dandelion seeds?
Dandelion seeds? What should I want them for? They ruin the lawn.
Sure, but they're going to pop up anyway. You might as well have the best.
No, thanks.
Okay. How about a package of honeysuckle seeds? Great little posy, the honeysuckle. Fast grower, purty looker, and sweet smeller.
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. We don't want any seeds today.
No, and as the newsstand guy says to the Scotchman who dropped in to sneak a peek at the magazines, why don't you get out of my life?
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it. You interested in the way I heard it?
No.
The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, says, I see where Still not interested?
No.
Okay. See, he says, I see where this Molly McGee was voted one of the best dressed women. Does her husband dress well, too? Nope, says t'other feller. Just warm. Well, so long, kids. Get your garden seeds here. Get your Lulu a lily. Get your mommy some poppies. Garden seeds here. Like that. Get it.
Now, that old guy's got a great head on his shoulders, but on him it looks very good.
You better finish digging that trench to plant the hedge in, McGee, before it gets dark.
Okay, but I think I'm taking out too much dirt, Molly. I don't think I can get it all back in there.
Oh.
Better make the trench a little more shallower.
Oh, well, why not plant a nice tall hedge? It'll give us a little more privacy, what with our house so close to Gildersleeve's.
Hey, you got something there. Speak of the devil, and right away he horns in.
Oh, there, McGee. May I ask what you think you're doing?
Why, certainly, Mr. Gildersleeve. McGee's digging a little trench. He's going to plant a hedge along here.
Oh, he is he?
Yes, he is he? And if you'd come along tomorrow about this time, you'd have caught me with my plants down.
Yeah. I have, McGee.
Huh?
You're digging on my property.
What you mean, digging on your property? This is my own property.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh,
my lot runs from that telephone pole out in the alley there, that slippery elm out in front. You're 3 feet over the line.
What? You mean to stand there in your tight-fitting skin and tell me I don't know where my property line is?
I certainly do.
Oh, yeah. If you think for 1 minute, and I doubt if you could.
Now, look here, McGee. I've had enough of your impudence. Take off your coat.
Okay, I'll tell. Oh, I can't. I ain't got on a clean shirt. Want to make an appointment for tomorrow?
No, I'm going to the dentist tomorrow. How about Thursday?
Now, look here. Doesn't it seem more sensible to both of you to get a surveyor and find out exactly where the property line runs?
That's a splendid idea, Mrs. McGee. I'll get a surveyor right away.
Oh, no, you don't, Gildersleeve. I wouldn't trust you with a squirt gun in the Sahara. I'll get the surveyor.
Well, all right.
All right.
In the meantime, leave that ditch alone. If I want a hedge planted on my property, I'll do it myself. You don't know anything about horticulture.
Oh, I don't, eh? Why, I've owned more horses, Gildersleeve, than you ever saw.
No. He said horticulture, dearie. That's flowers, not horses.
Yeah.
Well, shucks, I know flowers, too. Why, even as a mere child, I was a great hand with flowers. I'll never forget the party I gave when my first pot of geraniums bloomed. Party of the first pot McGee, I was known as.
Oh, dear.
Party of the first pot McGee, persistently planting prize-winning petunias, prim roses, precious peonies, proud poppies, and ponderous palm trees, picking up a pretty penny, purveying pink and purple petal perennials for pleated pants playboys to pin on their particular powdered and painted whoopsie-whoopsies, and publicly pronounced the fearless promoter and ping-pong papa pod and pollen from the posy producer's topmost layer. But play something, Mills, while I get a surveyor.
While we're waiting for Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. The other evening, I dropped in on some friends, and they took me right out to the kitchen to admire their new linoleum. Really was an attractive pattern and made the kitchen very cheerful. And do you see that glistening finish, they asked me? That's some of your Johnson self-polishing glow coat. Of course, I congratulated them, not so much on their new linoleum as on their good judgment in protecting it right away with glow coat. They won't have to worry about that linoleum wearing out or becoming dull and faded. Its colors will be preserved for years in all their original freshness. And the linoleum itself will last much longer than if it were left unprotected. Besides, Glow Coat will save hours of work because it's self-polishing. It requires no rubbing or buffing. Simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat does the rest. Whether your linoleum is old or brand new, give it the protection of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
he'll be over shortly. Imagine old Gildersleeve trying to chisel a hunk of our property.
Well, maybe he's right. Maybe we'll have to put the garage over 3 feet.
Yeah, I'll put Gildersleeve under 6 feet. That's what I'll do. Wonder what's delaying that surveyor. He said he'd be right away.
That must be him now. Come in.
Yeah. Say, Bud, I'm...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. What you want?
Oh, I was just on my way to the meat market and going through your house as a shortcut.
Well, you better scram along then, sis. Your mama will be waiting for you to get home with the meat.
Oh, it isn't for my mama. It's for my dog, Margaret.
Oh, she's in again.
Mm-hmm. The doctor just put him on a strict vegetable diet.
Then why are you getting meat for him?
Because I don't like the doctor.
I see.
Hmm?
I said, I see. How come Margaret is indisposed?
Well, gee, she got sick at the dog show. And, gee, mister, he got first prize for best dog of all breeds, I bet you.
Best dog of all breeds, he did?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Margaret was more breeds than any other dog there.
Well, I'll bet he returned to his kennel in a blaze of glory, sis.
Hey?
I says, I'll bet he come home triumphant.
No, he came home sick.
Oh. Just nervousness, probably. Maybe he had a girlfriend in the show and saw some Doberman Pinscher.
No. The first prize was 10 pounds of dog food, and Margaret staggered home with a terrible hamburger hangover. And, gee, we had to call a dog doctor.
Oh, did he give Margaret a thorough examination?
No, Mama said he just dog-nosed him.
Who dog-nosed who?
Well, first the dog doctor dog-nosed our dog, and then our dog dog-nosed the doctor.
What'd he have?
A little beard and glasses and striped pants.
Who, the dog?
No, the doctor.
Look, sis, I'm talking about Margaret. What did you find out he had after the examination?
The doctor's striped pants. Or part of them, anyway. Well, I gotta be going now, I bet you. I just stopped in to say hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You know, Molly, there's something about that kid that kind of reminds me of you.
No.
Yes, there is. I don't know what it is, but sometimes when she speaks...
McGee,
Huh?
listen. What's that noise?
Oh, it's coming from the fireplace.
Sounds like somebody's coming down the chimney.
Can't be Santa Claus because I haven't been a very good boy. Hey, what the...
Heavenly days, McGee, it's Mr. Wilcox.
Now, look here,
Now,
Harlow.
wait a minute. I can explain everything. But first, let me go out in the kitchen and wipe this soot off my face.
All right, but don't track that soot all over me clean linoleum.
Why not? You've got Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on the linoleum out there, haven't you? And you know it can be wiped clean with a damp cloth. So what are you worrying about?
That's all very well, Harlow, but I'd like to know what you're doing climbing down through our chimney. You think because Fred Allen has eagles on his show, we got to have a stork?
Just a minute, Fibber. Now, Molly, don't you find that glow coat saves you hours of house cleaning?
Why, certainly I do. And I particularly like Glow Coat because it requires no rubbing or buffing.
That's what I keep telling them down at the office.
That's right, it, Harlow. Answer my question. What's the idea of sneaking down the chimney?
Well, don't blame me for that. Gee, I've even ruined a good suit of clothes.
Then whose idea was it?
Well, the sponsor said to bring the advertising in differently this week. But if this keeps up, I'm going to ask Mr. Johnson to give me my old job back in the shipping room. That's what I'm going to do.
In the shipping room. Well, that's what I call doing a fireside chat the hard way.
Oh, look, McGee, out the window. There goes a man with a tripod over his shoulder. Is that the surveyor?
Huh? Where? Oh, yeah, that's the guy. Now we'll get this boundary line settled once and for all. You coming, Molly?
No, but I'll be out in a minute, dear.
Okay.
And don't start another fight with Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right, but as the cannibal says when he's seen the skinny missionary, I ain't going to take anything off of that guy. You come out as soon as you can, Molly.
Oh, dear, what a man. He can cause more trouble than a hornet in a hairnet. I only hope he...
Hello, Fisher. Hello, Cupid. Oh, hello, Cupid. Where's Fisher?
Well, he just went out in the backyard, Mr. DePoplis. Did you want him?
Oh, no, I just wanted to tell him I was chasing his advice.
Oh, you mean following it.
Sure. And not only that, Cupid, I'm catching up with it, too. He's saying I'm not getting enough exercise, So I'm learning myself to take lessons in how to play golf.
Oh, that's fine. Nearly all the men I know are enthusiastic golfers.
Sure, they all swear by it. Right out loud, too.
Well, how are you getting along, Nick?
Well, the first thing that this teacher is telling me is keep your head down, Mr. DePopulis.
Well, that's simple enough. Can't you do it?
Oh, I keep my head down all right, but all the times I keep bumping into trees.
Well, you'll catch on to it eventually.
I suppose so. But the worst thing that is happening is when I'm landing a ball into the roughage, and the teacher is saying, Mr. DePopulis, use your spoon. And I'm saying, what do I do? Eat my way out?
Well, all you have to do is keep at it, Mr. DePopulis.
Cupie, I have made a vow that I am going to learn this golfing if it is taking the rest of my natural life. And if you play golf, you can't lead one. Well, so long, Cupie. Tell Fizzer I stopped in, and if I don't see him in a day or so, what difference does it make?
My, what a fuss men make about golf. After all, it's just like kids playing shinny, only they get home later for supper. Ah, well, I suppose I better go out and see how the boys are getting along with the surveyor.
Come on, Gildersleeve. It's my turn to look through the telescope. I don't want to miss any of this.
Yeah, me either. I haven't had so much fun since my Uncle Burlingame went out to the barn in the dark and tried to milk a rubber glove. McGee, look. Look at him now.
Let me see, quick. Uh-oh, they're playing patty cake.
Hey, give me a look, will you, fellas? I'm the surveyor. It's my telescope.
Quit grabbing my arm, Bud. I just got this thing adjusted right. Hey, Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
You know what they're doing now?
Here. What's going on? McGee, what are you doing looking through that telescope?
Oh, hello, Molly. You know what we're doing? We're watching Mrs. Uppington and Billy Mills on her sun porch.
Yeah. They're billing and cooing like a couple of turtles.
You mean turtle doves, Gildersleeve?
Go on, doves aren't that clumsy.
Stop it this minute, both of you. Aren't you ashamed to spy on a beautiful romance like that? The idea.
Well, gee whiz.
We're just having a little fun.
I won't listen to another word.
Oh, well.
Let the surveyor have his telescope and get back to work. I'm disgusted with both of you.
Well,
intruding on the privacy of a couple of nice people like Mrs. Uppington and Billy Mills.
Gee, Molly.
Haven't you any breeding?
Oh, but Molly, if you could only see Billy Mills sitting on Uppy's lap.
What? He is? One side, boys, and let me have a look. Well, heavenly day.
The King's Men sing Jerome Kern's All the Things You Are.
I sought for my ideal. I searched the whole world through. I wanted love far above any love that the world has ever known. Fate sent me back to you. You are the promised kiss of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star. I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are mine. Divine, when all the things you are mine.
surveyor say? Is our garage on Mr. Gildersleeve's property, or isn't it?
Well, he ain't through figuring it yet, Molly. Hey, Cap, how much longer are you going to take?
Just be a few minutes now, Mr. McGee.
Well, hurry up. I haven't got all day to stand.
Uh-oh, McGee. Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Huh? Oh, you don't think she's seen us peeking at her, do you?
I don't think so, but we'll soon find out. Imagine her setting her snood for a young man like Mr. Mills. Why, it's robbing the cradle.
Well, I don't know. That fella hasn't let a lullaby for a long time.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Up close.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do, everybody? Oh, my. Aren't these spring days simply lovely? I'm getting so I spend several hours a day on my sun porch.
Yes, we know. Excuse me for being personal, Mrs. Uppington, but your lipstick is smudged.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Oh, my. Isn't it terrible how one's makeup can be disarranged when one is merely puttering about the house?
Nice putter you got, too, Uppy.
Yeah, I beg your pardon.
Have you seen Billy Mills lately, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, you mean the maestro? No, I don't think I... Oh, yes, I saw him just a short time ago. Imagine me forgetting that.
Yeah, imagine that.
Quiet, Gildersleeve.
Isn't Billy Mills a sweet man, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, yes, indeed, my dear. We have so much in common, both being lovers. Music, I mean. In fact, he came over this afternoon to lead the Boston Symphony in Schubert's Serenade.
Well, you don't get much privacy together with the whole Boston Symphony Orchestra on your sun porch, do you, Uppy?
Oh, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. McGee.
Doesn't he?
The orchestra itself wasn't there in person. I merely put the record on my Victrola, and Dr. Mills stood in front of the speaker, baton in hand, and led the orchestra through a simply flawless rendition. Oh, my, it was such good, clean, healthy fun.
Yeah, I'll bet it was. I've got to look into that sometime.
And tomorrow, the maestro is going to bring over his favorite phonograph record, Cohen on the telephone. And he's going to let me play the part of Mert. Isn't that simple?
Hey, Mr. McGee.
What you want, Bud?
Say, I just finished the survey, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
So I took another look through the telescope, and that dame ain't on the sun porch anymore.
Dad, dread it, Bud. Why did
sun
you have...
porch? Dame? Telescope? Oh, so that's why you were all so inquisitive. Well, goodbye.
Did I say something wrong, Mr. McGee?
Not at all, not at all. You've just lowered our social Crosley about 20 points.
All right, Cap, now that you've done your measuring, what do you say? I was right, wasn't I?
I'm sorry, Mr. McGee, but you were wrong.
Huh?
The property line runs straight through your garage.
What?
And your whole driveway belongs to the other party.
Oh. Well. McGee, I hope this teaches you not to doubt the word of a Gildersleeve.
Heavenly day.
Now, look here, Gildy, old man. You aren't going to want much for that tiny little strip of land, are you?
Why, no, McGee. I don't want a cent.
Oh, you don't?
No. And do you know why?
No.
Because I won't sell.
Oh, now, Gildy.
Don't you Gildy me, McGee.
Oh, but listen, pal.
Take your hand off my shoulder, McGee. And take your ramshackle garage off of my property, too.
Yeah, but look, Gildersleeve.
And quit hanging on to my coat sleeve.
Oh, just a second, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
That ain't all.
Oh?
There's something else funny about this situation.
Is that so? What is it?
Well, according to this deed of yours, you own Lot 29 in the Wistful Vista subdivision, and McGee owns Lot 30.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I just discovered the funniest thing.
Go on. Tell us all about it.
I'm trying to. You've built your house on Lot 30, and McGee's built his house on Lot 29.
You mean to say that I...
What?
You mean to say that I really own the lot that has Gildy's house on it and also 3 feet of my garage?
That's right.
And this shack of McGee's, is that all I have to my name?
Boy, you catch on quick.
Oh, this is terrible. It's awful. What'll I ever tell Mrs. Gildersleeve? I'm a ruined man.
Come on, Molly, let's go back to the house and start packing. I want to move into Gildy's place before it gets dark.
McGee, McGee, don't do that.
Huh?
Don't break up a peaceful, cozy residence. I put a lot of money into that house.
Oh, yeah?
Remember what the poet said, McGee. It takes a heap of plumbing to make a house a home.
Yeah, and I remember what another poet said, too. Home is where the heart is, and I got my heart set on your home.
Please, McGee, I beg you, don't be so cruel.
Oh, get up off your knees, Gildersleeve. I haven't the heart to go through with it. I'll let you keep your home.
You will?
Oh, McGee, that's mighty big-hearted of you, dear.
McGee, you're a gentleman. I'll always be indebted to you.
Oh, that's all right, Gildy. But where's the boundary line between our property?
3 feet the other side of your garage and driveway, McGee.
That's right, and don't forget it.
Ah, you've taken a great load off my mind, Fibber. Going home now and lay down for a little while. Yes, my nerves, you know. Goodbye, Mrs. McGee. So long, Fibber. And a long and prosperous life to you both.
Hey, Mr. McGee, is that all you need me for?
Yeah, that'll be all, Cap. How much do I owe you?
$5 for myself and $2 for the rental of these surveying instruments.
Oh, do you have to rent your surveying instruments every time you get a job?
Oh, Molly, I forgot to introduce you. This is Cap Stivers of the old vaudeville team of Stivers and Stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
an actor.
Yeah.
I thought he was a surveyor.
Yeah. So did Gildersleeve.
Before Fibber and Molly return, may I suggest that you imagine yourself for just a moment as a visitor in your own home. As you enter your own living room, your critical eyes take in quite a few details. Tabletops, chair arms, lampshades, picture frames, windowsills, and, of course, the floors. What's your first honest impression? Do all these things have a rich, wax-polished glow? Do they have that mellow, satiny luster that comes when you protect them regularly with genuine Johnson's wax? If they haven't, then tie a string around your finger this minute to remind you to order some Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, from your dealer tomorrow. Don't put it off another day, because Johnson's wax has so much to offer you. Beauty for your home, protection for your most precious things, and labor saving for yourself. Be sure you get the genuine Johnson's wax, favorite for 50 years.
McGee, aren't you a little ashamed for deceiving Mr. Gildersleeve about that fake surveyor?
Molly, when a man is fighting for his own home, for his loved ones, with the wall against his back, and the...
Come in.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly?
You betcha, Bud. What you want?
Can you give me an interview sometime tomorrow? I want to write a story about how you two achieved such popularity on the radio.
Oh, how nice. Yes, indeed. Call us up anytime.
Yeah. What magazine you work for, Bud?
No magazine. I write mystery stories.
So, he thinks it's a mystery, does he? Oh, well, you can't please all the people all the time.
No. We're lucky to do it for a couple of months in the summer.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, you remember, Flash Gordon reviewed the legions of the Blue Magic Men under his command, and Prince Zarkov blasted the rock which sealed the entrance to the Blue Magic Land and discovered that his spacograph was of no use in learning what happened to Flash and Dale and Khan. He sent a spy named Mar equipped with a portable space phone to obtain the information. Mar gained entrance to the palace of Queen Azura and contacted Khan and Dale, and they informed him of Flash's peculiar behavior. At the same time, Zarkov tries to call Mar the spy by space phone, but neither was able to contact the other. At that moment, the army of Blue Magic Men attacked the Hawkmen, and Zarkov ordered his soldiers into battle. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Big Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now we continue the story. Flash and Queen Azura watch the Hawkmen as they dive toward the army of the Blue Magic Men.
Here come the Hawkmen, my prince.
I see them, Azura. I'm just wondering which battery I shall train on them.
I suggest you use the guns of the combustion ray machine.
What will happen if I do?
Order them used and see.
Very well. All men, bring the combustion ray guns into action.
Ray guns are ready. Fire.
Ready? Then fire.
You may fire.
Now you see, my prince, what the combustion ray machines do.
They cough out flaming death.
Yes, those sputtering Hawkmen can't survive such devastating heat. Look, they're already dropping to the ground like moths with singed wings.
You're right, my queen. Hold, Paul.
Fire.
Let them have it again.
Enemy are dropping like flies, sire, under your attack.
Good work, my prince.
Those men creatures will be easily subdued when we can bring them down to earth, Azura.
Be careful you don't kill them all, Flash. Remember, I'm always able to use a few more slaves.
My beautiful Azura, I shall conquer these gnat-like intruders and turn them over to you to do with as you will.
How brave and strong you are, my prince.
I'm not doing this as proof of my strength or my bravery, Azura. I'm doing it as proof of my devotion.
Ah, you do love me, then.
You do not already realize that, my gorgeous queen. You will when this battle is ended. You will see. Death for the invaders!
Fire again! Fire again!
In the meantime, on the other side of the flaming barrage, Zarkov holds an anxious conference with one of the officers of the remaining Hawkmen.
Signal your men to retreat, Captain. There is nothing to be gained by flying into their fire.
Very well, Prince Zarkov.
Bugler, sound retreat.
What are we to do now, Prince Zarkov?
I do not know yet. What can have happened to Flash? We tried to rescue him, and he seems to give the orders that mow our men down.
Yes, I could swear I saw him raise his arm and give the signal that brought this sea of flame pouring on us, Prince Zarkov.
Can he be... Oh, no.
Can he be what, Your Highness?
I dare not even whisper the thought, Captain. I must know. I must be sure before I breathe a word of my suspicion.
If I may suggest, Your Highness, something must be done about our own safety. These flames are sweeping this way. Soon they'll engulf all of us.
The flames? Oh, yes. Lead the men into that tunnel yonder.
That tunnel? But, Prince Zarkov, there's no way in which to throw up a barricade to close out the flames.
Leave that to me. Order those turbine thermostats rolled just inside the tunnel entrance.
But they will not completely close the opening, Your Highness. Oh, if we only had some stone.
What? Stones to let them become heated and roast us all? Do as I say. I will keep the heat out. You will never feel those flames. I have a way to fight them until they die out.
May I ask you how, Your Highness?
Are you so stupid that I must draw a blueprint of my plan of defense? Oh, very well then, if I must give you every detail. Into those turbine thermostats I will put this chemical powder made from a secret formula of my own invention. When we are all inside, I shall turn on the turbine thermostats and block the tunnel entrance with a wall of solid ice.
While the battle rages, let us go back to the palace of Azura. There we find Dale and Khan and the spy, Mar.
Try him again, Mar. Calling Prince Zarkov. Captain Mar, calling Prince Zarkov.
Tom, Ma, look out! The guard!
Disconnect, Mar. Here comes the guard. What shall we do? Throw yourself across the spaceport so your cloak hides it. That's it. Play up to whatever I say.
What's going on here?
The traveler felt faint. I brought him over to this grilled window for some air. It isn't everyone who can stand this intense heat, guard.
They all can't be as strong as we are.
Weakling. But I thought I heard an odd sound and a voice calling out.
You did.
Oh, Khan.
What was the meaning of it?
In this man's country, they worship a different god from yours or mine.
Well?
In his hour of distress, the traveler was summoning the highest aid he could call upon.
Oh, of course. Who doesn't? But that buzzing noise, what caused that?
The buzzing noise?
Yes, the buzzing noise.
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
I didn't think you'd heard that over where you were.
I can well believe that.
Oh, Dale, take the guard over there and turn him with his back to me. I'll make the noise again, and I'll show him what made it. I'll wager he'll be surprised.
Yes, Con. Yes, of course. Come over here, guard.
No tricks now, or you'll taste my electric whip.
Mar, turn on the space phone. Stop when I tell you. Then when I nudge you, turn it on again.
Very well, Con.
Now. Well, guard, was that what you heard?
Yes, what caused it?
Well, look. In assisting the traveler, my manacle touched the stove. Like this.
By the gods! Watch out from now on, slave. You may accidentally get electrocuted before we can do it ourselves.
Oh, that was quick thinking, Captain Con.
Oh, Con, you are wonderful to get out of that situation. I thought you took an awful risk in admitting the guard heard a noise.
To have denied it would have been foolhardy. If you're going to deceive someone, stay as closely to the truth as you can.
Thanks, I'll remember that.
But there's one situation I can't handle so easily. The one we're in. This space phone isn't going to work. How are we going to get word to Zarkov?
I've got that all taken care of, Captain Con.
You have?
Well, how will you do it?
I myself shall take the information to him.
Oh, my.
You'll never get to Zarkov alive. They won't let you out.
Oh, yes, they will. Who let me in here?
Tal, the chief magician.
Well?
You mean Tal will let you out? But Tal's not here. He's away with the army.
He is? Then that makes things all the easier.
Careful, Mar. These men are devils. They have powers and methods never seen before.
Do not fear, Princess. Tal was the only one I spoke to about getting in here. I saw to it that we had a private conference.
So?
So nobody will doubt my word when I say that I was to join Tal after I'd rested.
It may work. It may.
It may. Oh, it will. It must.
Mar.
Yes, Princess.
See that no harm comes to Flash. If Dr. Zarkov should capture him, he may not understand why Flash acts as he does.
I understand, Princess. I shall explain everything to Zarkov.
And if you should be captured by the Blue Magic Men, find out what hold the Witch Queen has over Flash and try to break the spell.
If that is to be my fate, Princess, you may rest assured I will carry out your mission.
When are you planning on leaving, Ma?
Well, if I try to leave now, it might be difficult. Yes. I shall wait and take my departure tonight.
Leaving our friends for the moment, let us return to the tunnel where Prince Zarkov and his Hawkmen have withdrawn to escape the terrific heat of the combustion ray machines. As the Hawkmen fled into the tunnel, Flash and his officers pursue them, only to be brought up short at the entrance by a wall of solid ice, which Zarkov had miraculously formed with his secret chemical formula. While Flash and his companions reconnoiter outside the entrance to the tunnel, Tal and Azura remain behind the lines.
Of course, if your Majesty knows best, but is my advice for us?
I am not asking your advice, Tal.
Oh, of that I am well aware, your Majesty. But must I take the liberties of an old and faithful retainer? Mighty Queen, do not let your personal feelings entrap you.
My personal feelings? What do you mean?
Your Majesty has taken a fancy to this young unknown.
Tal.
Oh, I mean no offense, your Majesty. As a consort and companion, the youth is without criticism. But is he the best thing for our fair land?
You mean, will he make a good king?
If your Majesty thinks of him in terms of king, I mean, will he make a good king?
I am very sure he will make a good king, Tal.
Your Majesty was also sure of Locke and Gome.
Those two.
How can you be sure of one who is not even sure of himself?
Flash has protected his love for me day after day. Why, even when the attack began, you heard him say he was repelling it, not to show his bravery or his strength, but to prove his devotion to me.
I was not speaking of his personal assurances, your Majesty.
Well, of what then?
Of his ability to handle the legions at his disposal. When the attack began, did he not confess himself to be in a quandary as to which battery he should train on them?
A careful general always surveys his position.
But he makes up his own mind. Your new commander-in-chief relied on your advice, your Majesty.
And wasn't it good advice?
Oh, there is no better judgment in our fair land, your Majesty.
Then what is your point, Tal? What is it you are trying to say?
Why have a figurehead in charge of our legions?
Figurehead?
You can't have a commander who can handle situations as they arise. Why don't you take charge yourself?
Ah, I see it now. You want me to demote Flash and appoint you in his place.
If your Majesty feels that perhaps an older and more experienced man, and especially one of our own people, could serve better, why, I should be delighted to accept the honor, Your Majesty.
There is some reason for this diplomatic move on your part. What is it? Are the men rebellious because I appointed Flash instead of one of their own number?
I am no bearer of gossip, Your Majesty. What others may think is their own business. If they wish to let you know their feelings, they have ways and means to do it. I speak only in your own interest and with the liberty of your major domo.
I do not doubt your word, Tall, but I think you speak one word for me and two for yourself. You honestly think Flash is incapable of making decisions for himself?
I do, Your Majesty, I do. You have a chance to witness that for yourself. Our enemy has taken refuge in a tunnel and blockaded themselves with a wall of ice. Your commander has gone to look over the situation.
When you would have
charged with full forces and gone in after the enemy.
I see.
Your Majesty, I am not trying to go behind your commander's back unfairly. No, I have given you my plan of action. Here he comes now. Hear what he has to say and choose for yourself which ought to be at the head of the Blue Magic Army.
Well, my prince, what have you to report?
My beautiful queen, we found the enemy barricaded behind a wall of solid ice. There is only one thing we can do.
And that is?
Charge with full forces and go in after the enemy.
You hear, Tall? You hear what Flash proposes?
Yes, I hear, Your Majesty.
Come, Azora. Together we shall lead the charge. All men, to the attack! Follow me!
See these amazing characters in full-color pictures next Sunday in the Comic Weekly, which is an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Here is some news for you. Next Sunday, the famous full-page Comic Weekly will replace the tabloid with better and larger pictures and more easily read captions. What a treat is in store for you next Sunday, with Skippy bringing up Father, the Little King, Barney Google, and all those other funny fellows just twice as large. You have enjoyed them in the tabloid size. How much better you will like them in the full-page Comic Weekly. Be sure to get the new full-page Comic Weekly with your Hearst Sunday newspaper next Sunday, and enjoy a half-hour's good, clean fun with the foremost merrymakers in the world of pictures. And don't forget our date next week at this same time for another thrilling chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
The reason for such high public and professional regard can be summed up in the two following short sentences.
First, Ipana toothpaste is unsurpassed for cleaning teeth. Second, and even more important, when used with massage, Ipana helps give your gums the toning and stimulation they need for firmness and health.
Those extra advantages are yours for the asking. Simply ask your druggist for a tube of the toothpaste that is recommended and used by so many dentists themselves. Ipana toothpaste.
Thank you. And now, before the little man with the jingle bells plays his nocturnal obligato, may I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that next week we bring you skiing advice.
When I'm coming down a hill and one ski flies off, what shall I do?
Don't worry, brother. You'll do it.
Your song of the week.
Hairless, and now that you've left me hairless, oh, dear.
No, watch it, Lawrence. That's careless, not hairless, isn't it?
The finance company just grabbed me toupee, brother. I'm hairless.
You're telling us. And our guest will be...
Mr. David Ludmire, a guide at the Statue of Liberty. Is Miss Liberty's right arm tired? Who is she carrying the torch for? Tune in next week and save a trip down New York Harbor. Or take a trip down New York Harbor and save tuning in.
You have a
To prove the truth of this old maxim, a man who foisted a 60-minute peccadillo on America last Wednesday night returns to the scene of his crime tonight. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And now, before we start, Harry, I wish you wouldn't indulge in that oral exhibitionism you seem to be so given to lately. In the future, kindly dispense with that Park Avenue Billingsgate in my introduction, if you will.
Who, me?
Yes,
Fred?
you, Harry. The man who foisted a 60-minute peccadillo. What is that peccadillo?
Peccadillo?
Yeah.
Oh, Fred, any schoolboy knows what peccadillo means.
Don't start dragging the national youth movement into this. I am asking you, what does the word mean?
Peccadillo?
Yes, peccadillo, all of it.
Well, it's a verb. It's a verb, Fred. To peccadillo. I peccadillo, you peccadillo, he peccadillo, we peccadillo,
No,
they
wait,
peccadillo.
Look, you know what? No, don't pad the parts. You stopped in the middle. You know what Mr. Wells said to his son, Harry?
No, what did Mr. Wells say?
Quit horsing around.
Okay, now you went and done it. I'll tell you. I was only kidding
all right, now
anyway.
explain
Peccadillo is from the Greek. Peck meaning to peck, as a woodpecker pecks.
Yeah.
Or 4 pecks make a bushel. Or it's sometimes used as in that song, peck up your troubles in your old kid peck and
All
peck.
right. Up to now, you're 100%. That's peck. Now, what about a dillo?
Oh. Well, A is just A, as in...
Vitamin A?
Vitamin A, that's right. Or A as in one of some.
A as in one of some?
Yeah, A is the singular. For instance, you have a lot of apples, you have some apples.
Some apples.
You have one apple, you have a apple.
You have an apple.
Yeah, it doesn't come out with apples, does it?
No. No, you'd better dig up another fruit, chum.
Oh, don't tell me. I'll work it out. Oh, I've got it, Fred. I can do it with prunes.
No kidding.
Yeah, look, you
so
have...
really that it can be done with prunes.
Well,
I can do
this.
Prunes are an ornament on a 40-cent dinner. I mean, they're rarely eaten.
Somebody told me that prunes were raisins with inflammatory rheumatism. But that is out of the question.
You will bring... Wait a minute. You bring another joke in here from the Bernie show. I won't let Bernie in here. Now, I don't want his jokes in here.
I got $2 from the maestro for that.
Okay. Well, you came in like a horse. He probably paid off on you.
Well, Fred, all I want to do is get
all right,
this
now get it
my
straight.
mind.
A dillo.
Peccadillo. I've got up to this.
A.
I can do it with prunes.
Sound your A.
All right. You have a lot of prunes.
Yeah.
You have some prunes.
Yeah.
You have one prune. You have a prune.
All right. Now,
prune.
you've got peck and A. Now, what about dillo?
Well, dillo is easy. That's what you do to pickles. You dillo the pickles.
Then, according to you, Mr. Funk, peccadillo... I'm leaving Wagnalls out of this. According to you, peccadillo is pecking at a prune and doing it to a pickle.
Well, Well, that's the way it seems to come out.
I'm going to look
Hey,
it
how
up.
about starting the program, fellas? What's holding you guys up?
This program, Gravity, for one thing, this program is not starting until Mr. Von Zell, Mr. Van Steeden, until Mr. Von Zell quits using words on this program that he obviously doesn't understand.
What word did you use, Harry?
Peccadillo, Pete.
Oh, you mean like in that song, when Peccadillo Pete goes tweet, tweet, tweet.
No. And he leads the orchestra, yeah. You can imagine what's going on mentally behind those instruments. He's the leader. Van Steeden, I would like to see you and Phil Harris match wits. That would be the depth of nothing. A Witzkrieg, as it were.
Oh, Phil Harris is a moron.
A moran, yet. He calls it a maroon. There are two schools of thought on... You should know. You're closer to it than any of us. You have the audacity to call Phil Harris a moran, and you don't even know what the word peccadillo means?
Oh, yeah? Get this, stupid. Peccadillo is a noun. It's from the Latin peccatum, meaning sin.
Yeah.
A peccadillo is a small sin, a slight offense, a petty fault. Can you handle it, Alan?
Not with no gloves. No, I haven't got one. That finishes me. I give up.
How about a fanfare, Alan?
Anything but a peccadillo as we turn to the latest news of the week. Ipana News presents The World in Review. Philadelphia, PA. United States District Court judge rules that workers can sue their employers in federal courts for wages due under the wage hour law. In first decision of its kind rendered in this country, judge further rules that workers have a legal right to inspect the books of the employer. Should employees be allowed to inspect employers' books? Ipana News questions legal minds and white-collar workers. First, a disbarred ex-judicial power, Judge Tort says...
The status quo of the employer in this ruling is non-obstante veredicto. A writ of mandamus might nissy up his prius, but prossing his null could only result in a flagrant licti. Or, as the Supreme Court recently ruled, vol vistu gaily a star.
That explains everything, and thanks a lot, sir. Oh, Judge, by the way, what bench are you sitting on today?
The second as you enter Central Park.
I'll join you with the client later in the evening. A factory girl who doubts that girl employees will derive benefits through recent court ruling is Miss Pansy Turp. Now, do you think examining the boss's books is going to help the women workers, Miss Turp?
Nah. To me, it looks like only another pitfall for their waiting girl. I'm on my guard.
You're on your guard, are you? You haven't been embarrassed personally, have you?
Well, yeah. If you want to pin me down, I gotta say yeah.
Sorry to hear that. Where do you work?
In an ice cream factory. I'm a tutti frutti evener.
A tutti frutti evener?
Yeah. When they make a brick of tutti frutti ice cream, sometimes there's more tutti than fruity in it.
Oh, I didn't know.
Other times there's more fruity than tutti.
Oh, and then you go...
Yeah, I gotta go around making it 50-50, half tutti and half fruity.
Imagine it's nice work if you can get it. Now, what about the boss's books?
Well, every night by the time I even me tutties and me fruities and lick off me fingers, the other girls is gone.
Oh, and you are the last one out of the factory?
Except the boss.
Oh.
He's always in the office shaking out his toupee, getting ready to go home.
He says good night, of course.
For 2 years, he's been giving me the banjo eye.
The Viga cornea, he's been giving it to me.
Yeah. But I just give him one of them frustrated fawn looks and keep right on going.
He has never invited you into his office?
He ain't never had no excuse. Then this ruling is passed.
Giving the employee the right to look over the employer's books.
Yeah. The very next night, I see the boss has got his toupee on early.
Yeah?
He's waiting for me at the office door.
Yeah?
I don't say nothing. I evened me last Tutti Frutti.
Yeah?
I licked me fingers down to the last pinky.
Yeah?
I put on me Princess Eugenie hat with the convertible snood.
Yes?
I'm just starting for the door, and the boss says, Miss Type, would you like to come in and inspect my books? I wheels on him.
And?
And I says, you take care of your figures, Mr. Belcher. I'll take care of mine. With that, I stumped out the door.
Well, that's the worst of having short legs. Thank you, Miss Pansy Turk. An employer who is able to thwart employees who might want to inspect his books, Mr. Newton Kelp. How do you work it, Mr. Kelp?
Well, I got a system.
Well, that explains everything. The interview's practically over, isn't it? Well, what is your enterprise?
I got a clam shucking business. The Acme Clam Shucking Accepted High Tide Incorporated.
And how many men do you employ?
I got 10 men shucking inside and 40 picketing outside.
More going on outside, really, than there is in, isn't there? You've been having a little trouble, have you?
Yeah, Clam Shuckers Local Number 2 has been making it pretty hot for me.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, first they wanted a closed shop. Now, how can I open clams in a closed shop?
It's impossible.
Yeah, then the assistant clam shuckers want more money. Well, that's the last straw.
A calamity, as it were. What happened?
Well, the man says, we want to look through your books, Kelp. I says, I ain't got no books. I got all the figures in me head.
You're doing a small business, but about a 6th and a 7th, 8th business. And what did the man do?
They went out and come back with a mind reader.
Determined to get at your books, huh?
Yeah. The mind reader picks up me head and starts reading it.
Yes?
He takes one look, puts me head back down and says, men, this guy is unbalanced, and that goes for his books, too. With that, they all goes out.
And then what happened?
Well, the mind reader comes back in, and I give him the $10.
What $10?
Well, when the mind reader was reading me mind, I threw him a thought.
Yeah? What was the thought?
It was, keep your mouth shut, brother, and I'll give you $10.
He got your message?
And $10.
Well, thank you, Mr. Newton Kelp. If employees in some businesses demand to examine employers' books, they may soon change their attitudes. Ipana News shows what may happen when an employee gets a look at his boss's books. The scene, the office of the Timken Toothpick Company. An employee is talking to Mr. Timken, the president. The employee says,
I've been working for you for 20 years, Mr. Timken, and I gotta have a raise.
I'm sorry, Jones. The business won't stand it.
Well, I got my legal rights, Mr. Timken. Let me see your books.
Oh, very well. Here's my statement for the past year, Jones. Gross income, $82,000.
Oh, boy.
My gross expenses, wages, taxes, etc., $137,000.
And your net profit?
You and I are swapping jobs.
What?
From now on, I will have no headaches. I'll get your $22 a week.
And am I president of the company?
Yes, Jones, I'm giving you the business.
The business?
Right, and when I say I'm giving you the business, I'm giving you the business.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs assemble to sing for us, Wait Till the Sun Shines, Nellie. Don't look now, but I think spring is really here. Hedgehogs, robins, and other flora and fauna are giddy harbingers of spring at best. But it takes the circus to make it official. And that great American institution opens here in New York day after tomorrow.
Yeah, are you going, Fred?
Oh, am I going? Say, I've got to feed all those elephants, Harry. I've got to eat up all that popcorn. And I have got to get another look at the vanishing Americans.
Oh, you mean the Indians?
No, Harry. Those fellas who say, hurry, 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 hurry. Before the big show starts, step up closer to the platform and feast your eyes on the most awe-inspiring, spectacular, gigantic pygmy in the world.
You mean the Barkers?
Correct, Harry. That is a style of elocution that always gets me. Say, even when I used to hear fellas selling stuff on the street. Remember, Harry? Now step up, folks, and get your whipple wax. The Wonder Worker. Remove spots from rugs, walls, and high silk hats. Softens harnesses and repairs surcingles. There is nothing in the home, barn, or chicken coop that can't be fixed with whipple wax. The Wonder Worker. Get away, boys. You bother me. I tell you, Harry, I am certainly sorry to see those fellows disappearing.
Yes, well, they were colorful enough, Fred, but I think the day of exaggerated claims is past. People nowadays are smarter about those things than they used to be. They want facts, evidence, truth. And that's why more and more people every day are turning to sparkling Sal Hepatica.
Thank you. What was that last sound, Peter? Somebody fall on their head in the band? What was that dull, sickening, rawhide thud there? Peter and the boys have just played Limehouse Blues. Now, before presenting our guest, hello. Portland. Hello, Portland.
Hello. I just came up to invite you downstairs.
No kidding. What's going on downstairs?
A big party.
Really?
They finally finished building Rockefeller Center, and they're having a housewarming.
A housewarming? How can they have a housewarming in 14 buildings at the same time? What are they doing? Setting fire to a vice president and letting him run through the hall?
Well, I don't know.
But tell me, now that it's finished, what do you think of Rockefeller Center?
Oh, it's all right if you like buildings.
Yes, that's it. Take away the buildings, and what have you got? Another parking space. Rockefeller Center is really a triumph of mind over mortar. I had it in. They made me take it out this afternoon. Would have been a terrific laugh on the end.
Have you seen the trees they're planting on 6th Avenue?
The trees, yes. They took down the L to put up the L. Mm-hmm. You know, half of the people don't bother. It's a little line. We don't bother with that. We have an entertaining line on the next page. Half, you know, if talk about the trees on 6th Avenue, half of the people who use 6th Avenue don't even know what trees are. They think the lampposts are blooming.
Yes, most New Yorkers don't know much about nature.
Well, how do you know?
Well, a policeman showed me a robin in a tree today. He thought it was a bloodshot sparrow.
I saw a little dog running along 6th Avenue. He came to one of those new trees. The dog sat down and rubbed his eyes. He thought it was a mirage. From a picture of the same name.
Gee, with all these changes, Jack Benny won't know New York when he gets here.
That's right. He'll be here in a couple of weeks, too. Well, that's good news for the mayor. Benny's all wet. He'll help the water shortage.
Isn't Jack's picture opening at the Paramount pretty soon?
I imagine so. I saw the Daily News picture critic splitting a star this morning. But enough about the Waukegan wastrel. Who is our guest?
Well, yesterday, I passed the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
I saw all those windows and got to wondering who washed them all.
Portland, don't tell me that our guest tonight...
Yes, he's the head window cleaner at the Empire State Building.
Good. Do you think he'll go over my glasses while he's here?
Well, you'll have to ask him. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Richard Hart.
Well, good evening, Mr. Hart.
Good evening, Fred.
You are the head window cleaner or casement masseur at the Empire State Building, Mr. Hart?
Yes, Fred.
And how long have you been associated with the world's tallest building in your perilous capacity?
Ever since it was built 9 years ago.
The Empire State Building is only 9 years old, huh? It's large for its age, isn't it?
You'd think so, Fred, if you had to wash the windows.
Tell me, how long does a... That's a little courtesy we extend to guests, Mr. Hart. Their line may get a laugh. We always wait. We have a But tell me, how does a person get into your profession, Mr. Hart? How did you start, for example? Were you just allergic to the ground? Or did someone die and leave you a squeegee?
No, Fred, I used to be a coal miner. Things got bad and I had to find another job. I finally got into window washing.
Well, do you prefer it to mining?
Yes, Fred, I like it better outdoors.
That's fine. Still, you never can tell. If you fall off of the Empire State Building, you'll be back mining again. But tell me, how many skyscraper primpers do you have on your staff down there?
There are 8 men besides myself, Fred. They work in teams of 2.
And how many windows can each man clean a day?
About 75.
That's 150 for each team. With 4 teams going, that's around 600 windows being cleaned a day. And how many windows are there in the Empire State?
6,500. They're all cleaned about once every 10 days.
The same as a horse player. A man who plays horses gets cleaned about every 10 days, too. Although they tell me with a parlay you can make it in 4 days. But tell me, isn't bathing those room monocles a risky business, Mr. Hart?
There's very little risk today, Fred, with the safety belts we use.
Well, what is your routine on a window job? Now, let us say you get a call from the 81st or 81st floor. That's a number I made up. The 81st floor, someone in an airplane shakes out his fountain pen, and it smudges Mr. Raskov's window, which isn't being done down there. You report for action. What is the first thing you do, Mr. Hart?
First, I examine my safety belt carefully. The window ledges are less than 2 inches wide.
2 inches wide? Well, you'd have more room to work on a Ubangi's lift. Well, now you've examined the belt. Now what happens?
I hook one end of the belt to the window while I'm still inside the room.
Yeah?
Then I step out on the ledge and quickly fasten the other end.
Ah, that quickly is the secret of your profession. Quickly, I see it all now. If a gust of wind comes up in the middle of quickly, what then?
I can't blow off. One end of the belt is strong enough to hold a man until he can get back up.
Gad, it must take nerve to attempt your work, Mr. Hart.
It's nothing, Fred. You could learn to do it in no time.
Oh, not me. Oh, you're just saying that, Mr. Hart. Why, altitude is only a word to me. I get airsick getting a piggyback. My fear of altitude is really what keeps me from going up on the Crossley. Tell me, Mr. Hart, when a window washer is perched 1,000 feet up there in the air with his spine resting on a zephyr, what does he think about?
Nothing in particular, Fred.
Well, as you contemplate the scene below, don't you ever fall into a philosophical reverie and despair the futile hurly-burly of modern existence and the ironic insignificance of man's futile functions?
No, I just washed my window.
Well, when you're hanging outside like I hope you don't mind Uncle Jim holding on to you, Mr. Hart. No, we had an eagle here 2 weeks ago, and he got away. And since then, Uncle Jim has been holding on to all of the guest stars. Don't mind it. His hand feels like a skin epaulet, but just don't pay any attention. Now, when you're hanging outside... When you're hanging outside... Order, please. We've got work to do here. Mr. Hart, when you're hanging outside like a barnacle on that Empire State Building, do you generally attract a crowd?
Yes, sometimes I have quite a mob standing around looking up at me.
Well, those are probably the same people who look down at excavations in the morning and then look up at you during the afternoon to get their necks back in play. A studio audience doesn't bother you working, does it?
No, I just keep on washing, Fred.
You do, really? I heard you clean up regardless of the audience, which is a rare thing. I heard about an actor years ago who got a job washing windows before the safety belts were invented. And this actor saw a crowd as he was washing the window. He saw a crowd watching him below. And when he finished washing the window, from force of habit, he turned around to take a bow. Well, he took 2 more bows while he was falling.
Wasn't he hurt when he hit the ground, Fred?
This actor never hit the ground, Mr. Hart. When he reached the 4th floor, the Lambs Club suspended him. But we stray, brother. Have you had any unusual experiences working around the world's tallest building?
No, Fred, but I have seen some freak weather up around the top floors.
You mean some air got out of Ripley's auditorium? They do say, though, that the building is so high it creates a potent upward draft.
Yes, I stepped out on the ledge with an open pail of water one day.
Uh-huh.
The draft sucked the water out of the pail in the water spout, 7 stories high.
If you are not telling the truth, Mr. Hart, that is the wettest tall story I have ever heard. You know, we've been talking about Al Smith's townhouse here, and I haven't even asked you how the Happy Warrior is these days. Do you ever see Mr. Smith while you're working around the building?
Yes, I see him nearly every day.
Is he still wearing that henna derby?
Not around the office, Fred.
Well, I wonder where it is. It isn't in the ring this year. Well, this has been a pleasant glimpse into your window washing profession, Mr. Hart. That's not a very good blend. I hope you'll excuse it. We just go from Al Smith's hat into your finish here. It's a little crudely done. Cutting it was. We had it nicely before. Well, this has been a pleasant glimpse into your window washing profession, Mr. Hart. I certainly do appreciate this little visit.
I've enjoyed it, Fred.
And I hope you're keeping in good condition for next summer.
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, you may get plenty of exercise this coming summer, Mr. Hart. I hear if, decides to run for a 3rd term, that Al Smith is going... Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Winnie.
Fred, I'll thank you if you'll let me tell about my new play.
Your new what, Harry?
My new play I've just finished writing, based on an actual, true experience. Would you like to hear the plot?
No, but I'm afraid that won't stop you, Harry.
No.
No.
Well, this play's about a young man who was very much in love with his wife and son. Every morning before he went to work, he always spent a lot of time playing with the youngster.
Yeah?
But one morning, he scarcely noticed him at all.
Boy, sounds like a mystery play.
Well, sort of, yeah, until we discover the reason. Yeah. The young man woke up feeling so headachy, so logy and sluggish that nothing seemed worth the effort.
Boy, now it sounds like a tragedy.
Up to a point, yes, it was, Fred, but it has a happy ending. Because his wife just put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and gave it to him to drink. And it wasn't long before he felt brighter and happier and more like his old normal self again.
Well, Harry, as an author, you probably have a footnote or 2 tucked away somewhere in the manuscript, haven't you?
Well, just one, Fred. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on the question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred has taken his place at the round table where he meets his fellow
I'm here,
debaters.
Harry. I'm here already.
You're all set? Well,
yes,
you go
I
ahead,
fell
Fred.
into a chair, Harry, from fatigue and nervous exhaustion. Are we properly introduced, Harry?
Yes, you're on.
Oh, thank you. But for how long, nobody knows. Well, thank you, Harry, and I declare the forum here and now to be officially open if Portland would kindly introduce the first member of our little board tonight.
Yes, Mr. George Hepner from Brooklyn, New York.
Well, good evening,
Fred.
Oh, he beat me to it. I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Hepner. I hope this meeting finds you in the same fine physical fettle.
It sure will.
Well... You're beginning to sound like Quinn and Cavalier at the office. But only Uncle Jim remembers that act. But I couldn't think of anyone quicker. Well, tell me, you're from Brooklyn, Mr. Hepner?
I am.
I imagine the first question a person from Brooklyn expects to... Gee, I've got 15 tickets here for this show I forgot to give to people. Could you go out and get some more people to come into the show? Could you? Sure. Excuse me, Mr. Hepner. He may be able to dig up or throw 15 people out is all right. Do either with the ticket. I imagine the first question a man from Brooklyn expects to be asked at this time of the year is, how do the Dodgers look?
They'll be hard to beat, Fred.
They'll be hard to beat. Well, of course, that's what we hear every year, and then the season opens. But, do you work over in Brooklyn, do you, Mr. Hepner?
Do.
May I ask...
For the government right now, Fred, taking the census.
Oh, you're taking up the census, are you?
I am, yes, sir.
Well, how are you having any trouble with the income tax question or some of the others there was so much talk about?
Not at all, Fred.
Not at all. The people are cooperating 100%, huh? You don't have a chance to, you're not permitted to have a sideline on that job, are you?
Not that I know of.
I mean, after you take a person's census, you can't whip out a neck beater or something.
Very well, I guess, Fred.
I just wanted to make sure. I was interested in it, but if it's just one job, I won't bother with it. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Hepner. And now,
Thank you, Fred.
Kindly welcome.
Miss Ruth Young from New York City.
Good evening, Miss Young.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You work here in New York, do you?
Yes, I work for the group theater.
Oh, for the group theater, do you really?
Yes.
I heard that the group it's not true that the group theater is disbanding, is it?
It absolutely is not.
That's what I thought. I heard someplace that it was, and I had hoped that it wasn't. They've done so many wonderful things and brought Mr. Odets and so many other clever people to the attention of the theater-going public that I was hoping they'd continue to carry on in the same vein for a long time to come.
Well, next year will be our 10th year, and I think it's going to be our very best.
Well, I certainly hope it is. Tell me, have you, Miss Young, have you had your census taken yet?
No, not yet.
You
I'm
haven't?
not home very often.
Well, Mr. Hepner is here tonight. If you would like to kill two birds with one stone, as Confucius said some years ago when in a mortar-throwing mood, I think I could prevail upon Mr. Hepner to take your census.
Well, I think we better wait until I get home.
Put it off until you get home. Well, it's perfectly all right with me. You weren't worried about the danger of a subway strike, were you, a few days ago?
No, I wasn't worried at all. I had a feeling it would all come out all right.
Well, it certainly did. Even as the Flatbush Express, it always comes out all right. Well, thank you a lot, Miss Young. And now, Portland?
Mr. Charles D. Euro from the Bronx, New York.
Good evening, Mr. Euro. May I ask what you do up in the Bronx? Or do you work up there? Pardon me.
Yes, I'm in the real estate profession.
Oh, are you really?
Management and renting.
Well, that's fine. In other words, you go around to houses the same as Mr. Hepner with the census, but you have a different motive. I mean, you're inspired through the profit motive to go through the same work that Mr. Hepner does for love and for Uncle Sam. Well, thank you, Mr. Euro. I guess that brings... I'll go berserk one of these nights. Uncle Jim has got to get a butterfly net. I am just... Well, I guess that brings us to our question, folks. Tonight we take up a matter that's been kicked around by parents and authorities on child behavior for some time. Random psychologists have sponsored new theories to guide parents in the proper raising of children, and some psychologists claim that spanking is responsible for phobias developed in later life. Now, many parents say that discipline cannot be taught the child unless spanking is practiced. Want me to wait till you clear your throat?
Okay, Fred, go ahead, right ahead.
I'm going to ask you first. I might as well clear it while I'm talking. Rather than clear it while you're talking. It would be less confusing. You all right now, your throat?
I'm okay, Fred.
All right, thank you, Mr.
How are you?
If you can't tell by looking at me, you need glasses. Well, our question tonight is, do you think children should be spanked, or do you think that more modern methods should be applied to influence a child's behavior? Now, wait till I finish, Mr. Hepner. Now, you're coming up. Now is your cue. How do you feel about spanking, Mr. Hepner?
Not at all, Fred.
You don't?
No.
You think that spanking went out with the Indian and the antimacassar, huh?
Sure did.
It's an old-fashioned practice that should not be indulged in.
That's right.
You're against it strongly.
I sure am.
Thank you, Mr. Hepner. Now, Miss Young, how do you... were you ever spanked as a baby, Mr.?
I sure was, Fred. I sure was, very often.
You didn't feel any ill effects in later life?
Well, I don't know, not as yet.
You seem to be sitting comfortably right now.
I am, Fred.
Well, that's fine. Now, Miss Young, what is your attitude on spanking?
I think children should definitely not be spanked, particularly in New York City.
Why? Well, it seems to me the city is the important thing. Why? only hamlets and smaller towns should engage in the practice?
Well, as far as I know, hamlets and smaller towns don't have anti-noise ordinances. We have a very strict one in New York.
Oh, and that's why you think on account of the noise rather than through any worry about the after effects on the child.
Yes.
Well, that's a good attitude, too. If you're allergic to decibels, that's one way to look at it. Well, thank you, Miss Young. And now, Mr. Euro, how do you feel about spanking?
I don't believe children should be spanked.
You don't?
If a parent were to take something away from the child that really interested the child, I think that particular type of punishment would be sufficient.
You mean if the mother took Mickey Rooney away from the child, that the child would suffer?
That's the idea.
You think that... Well, all children like Mickey Rooney. I was just thinking offhand. Well, you think that, in other words, if there was less spanking in the country, there would also be fewer dead-end children roaming. Well, it seems quiet now. We're late. You saw the man waving. We're very late. We've all got to put together and rush now. Our forum stands 3-0 against spanking, which is sure to die out as a result of this talk tonight. I can only say I don't know anything about it myself. I can only say, repeat as advice to parents, I can only repeat the words of that famous card player, Mr. Hoyle, who said, if your child is holding 3 aces, never try to raise it. And in this note of utter despair, the meeting is adjourned, and thank you all. That's a little thing I had left over from a week I played in the Roxy. That circle in the finale. And now, the Merrimacs to sing Cecilia.
Does your mother know you're out, Cecilia? Does she know that I'm about to steal ya? Oh, my, when I look in your eyes, something tells me you and I should get together. How's about a little kiss, Cecilia? Just in case you'll never miss Cecilia.
Thank you. And now our own Uncle Jim, who gets around a lot, brings us a young lady who has just won a beauty contest. That's right, isn't it, miss?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Well, I don't wonder. If you don't mind if I ask you a few questions, do you?
No, indeed, Mr. Allen.
Well, tell me, was this beauty contest held here in New York?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Well, I'm not one to sulk, but I do think someone might have thought of me when they were looking for competent judges. Tell me, how many girls were in this contest?
Just 2.
Just 2?
Yes, sir. You see, when I used to look in my mirror, I always saw a girl whose eyes and hair were pretty nice. The complexion was all right, but somehow her smile spoiled the picture.
Sounds pretty discouraging.
It was. But then I heard what Mr. Von Zell said about iPana toothpaste, so I started using it. Now when I look in my mirror and compare myself with that other girl, I just figure I won that beauty contest hands down.
Well, with a smile like you have now, you couldn't lose, could she, Harry?
Certainly not, Fred.
And now the Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they present a slice of Ozark life, medium rare. It's called The Laziest Man in the World. Oh, they said the hillbilly had insomnia because he woke up twice that year. Pass the corn, Professor.
In a tiny cabin in the Ozarks, the famous hillbilly Zeke Allen first ignored the light of day. Destined to become the laziest man in the world, little Zeke displayed at birth the qualities that were to bring him sluggard fame. The day little Zeke was born, the veterinarian picked him up by the heels and spanked him. Did little Zeke go? No, the lazy little sprat went. And so he continued throughout adolescence. When Zeke was 21, his family tried to wake him up to get him married. The ceremony started. The bride said,
I do.
And Zeke said, and so they were married. Then came the war. Zeke Allen answered his country's call with a resounding...
I can't budge.
And so he snored on through the years. As our story starts, it is April 1940. Zeke Allen, the laziest man in the world, marches on, but horizontally. As the scene opens, Zeke's wife is trying to awaken him.
Zeke! Land's sake, Zeke, wake up!
What's up, Ma? Judgment Day, is it?
No, 'tain't Judgment Day. It's spring.
Spring? What year?
1940.
I told you not to rouse me, Ma, except for two things. If Gabriel blows his horn, or if my name comes up in the pot of gold.
Lord, look at them cobwebs on your toes.
Yeah?
Why don't you keep your big feet covered?
Ain't fly time, is it, Ma?
And pull your beard in off on the floor. Your head looks like it's growing on a vine.
Jeepers, I'm hot. Who shut this zipper in my windbreaker here?
A field mouse got his leg caught in it yesterday. I scattered him, and he run up your stomach and closed your zipper.
You ought to put a ferret in bed with me once a month, Ma, and keep me from getting so gamey.
Lord, you ought to get Frank Bach for your chambermaid. I never seen a body so lazy.
Well, all us Allens was lazy, Ma. My pa was too lazy to breathe. Every time Pa lay down, somebody'd bury him. Pa always carried a pound of raw meat in his pocket, so's when he was buried, some dog would dig him up.
What finally happened to your pa?
One day, Pa went out, forgot to take his meat. Amen.
What about your ma?
Ma was lazy in a paw. I often wonder what become of Ma.
Lost your ma, did you?
Well, we uns didn't allow Ma was lost. If when you look for something you can't find, well, you can say it's lost. We didn't look for Ma.
Your family was going places compared to you. When are you getting up?
Oh, let me be, Ma. I'll get up next year.
That's what you said last year.
Well, I'm saying it again this year.
Look at you, all curled up like a beckoning finger.
Who's tapping, Ma? That woodpeckers or someone to the door?
I'll find out.
Do that.
Good day, constituents. I'm Senator Gov, Lysander J. Gov. I'm running in today's primaries for re-election. Have a cigar, brother.
Thank you, Senator. Reckon prosperity's just around the corona.
What this country needs is a good 5-cent cigar. You got one there. I trust you'll remember me at the polls today, my loyal supporter.
I'm for you, Senator, but I can't vote.
Why not, my esteemed friend?
Well, reckon I'm just too lazy to get down register.
What? I've been wasting my time. Give me back my cigar, bum. I'll have to warn Vandenberg about this renegade.
By that Indian giver, I should have given what for, Ma.
You better figure what to give to Banker Hatfield. The mortgage is due today.
If this is Banker Hatfield, I'll give him what for, too.
Come in.
Good day, madam. This the residence of Zeke Allen?
Yeah?
Who be you, Fancy Pants?
I'm a government agent here to take the census. Have you two any children?
No.
Cattle?
No.
Automobile?
No.
Your bathtub inside or outside?
What's a bathtub?
What do you wash in?
What's wash?
What? Why, it's having water on you.
What would I be doing getting christened at my age?
You mean to tell me that you two don't bathe?
If you mean let each other down, Zeke and me does it once a year.
Let each other down. Is that bathing?
Sure is. Once a year, Zeke and me meet at the well.
Yes.
I let Ma down.
Then I let Zeke down.
I see. Well, I'll get on to the next question.
Now, hold on, stranger. I'm getting right tired of you coming to Paul Pry around here.
But the government...
I ain't asking the government no riddles, am I?
No, but...
All I want to know about the government, I can read in my day. And according to my day, everything is peachy.
Now, you've got to answer these census questions.
Who says I got it?
It's the law. As long as I keep asking questions, you got to answer them.
If I'm getting back to sleep this year, looks like I got to stop the asking.
Here, what are you doing with that rifle, Rube?
That's your last question, Bub.
Vote every star.
Well, twa'n't be so lonesome now with three of us round the cabin.
No. Put the body behind the door, Ma.
Sakes alive, who's this?
Well, open the door, see.
Okay.
Hey, Good afternoon, folks.
Slim Hatfield, Paul.
Banking Hatfield.
Yes, and your creditor, Zeke Allen.
Well, reckon you're here to throw us out, Mr. Hatfield.
Well, your mortgage is due today, Zeke Allen, but I'm granting extension if...
If what?
My best friend, Lysander J. Guff, is running for senator today. If you vote for Lysander, you can stay on your land.
Senator Goff was here this morning, Mr. Hatfield.
I told him I couldn't vote because I want registered.
What? Well, that's fried your fat, Zeke. If you can't vote for Guff, you're getting off at the bank's limit.
Come in.
Door be worn
Well,
out.
that's that rube, Zeke Allen. Senator Guff, what are you doing back here?
It's an emergency, Lamb.
You mean the primary ballots is all in?
Yes, and a very embarrassing situation has arisen.
Lemke get elected?
No, the result is a tie.
Tie, Lysander?
Yes, 48 votes for me and 48 votes from a scoreless, unworthy, backbiting, mud-flinging opponent.
Tie. It's got to be broken, Lysander.
It's a must, Lamb. And there is only one man in Possum County who can break it.
Who's that, Senator?
It is you, my dear friend Allen. You are the only constituent in Possum County, Allen. You are the only constituent in Possum County, Allen. You are the only constituent in Possum County, Allen. You are the only constituent in Possum County, Allen. You are the only constituent in Possum County, Allen. You are the only...
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester. Bissell's in the barber shop, Mr. Dillon. There's 3 of his boys waiting outside and a couple more in with him.
All right.
You think we might better take care of them separate than all together, Mr. Dillon?
Can't take care of them at all, Chester, unless they do something. I'd as soon not wait for it to happen. Have they seen you?
No, sir, I don't think so. I've been mostly around the corner here, out of sight.
That's good. All right, keep me covered, will you?
Now, here, you ain't going in there alone.
Yeah.
Now, you can't do that. They take one look at your badge and they'll draw.
I don't think there'll be any shooting, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I started across the street to Stapley's barber shop, and I saw 3 gunmen lounging outside. They didn't directly look at me, but they knew I was coming over because their hands slipped down and hung an easy distance from their guns. One of them I recognized as Buffalo Mason, a cowboy who found more money working for Frank Bissell as a gunman than driving cattle up from Texas. The other 2 I'd never seen, but I knew the kind. By the time I'd crossed the street, they'd moved. Stood on either side of the door.
You want something, Marshal?
I hear your friend Frank Bissell's inside.
He might be.
Seems to me I told you weren't to show your nose around here again, Mason. You remember?
Not rightly, Marshal. Did you say that?
Yeah, I said that. Get away from the door. I got a word or 2 to say to Bissell.
Well, how's about you tell me the word, Marshal? I'll pass it along. Frank is kind of busy right now.
If I wanted to tell you, I wouldn't be needing to tell him, would I?
Well, that's so, Marshal.
How come you to take all this talk, Buffalo? Why don't you just kick him out in the street?
What's your name?
Hey, Matt. Joe.
All right, you two. Take your pal over to the water barrel there and cool him off. Move. Come on, get his shot, Buffalo.
Howdy, Marshal Dillon. Be with you in just a few minutes. Have a chair.
Thanks, Mr. Stapley.
Yes, sir. I tell you, friend, styles is changing. I seen in a New York magazine a center parting that'd knock your eye out. Sister of mine sent the picture out to me. Now, you sure you wouldn't like me to try it?
Just cut it like I told you.
Yes, sir. You're the customer.
Tom,
Yes, Frank?
tell Mr. Dillon to step around here where I can see him.
You hear what Frank says, mister?
I heard him.
Take it easy, Barber. You're pulling my hair in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
You know what I can see in the mirror, Mr. Dillon?
A lot of things, I guess.
I can see outside the door. I saw a friend of mine out there a minute ago, and I saw a fella whip him on the head with his 6-gun.
That's funny. I saw the same thing.
My friends don't like being buffaloed.
Well, they should have done something about it.
They should. Maybe they will.
Maybe. Now, I got something to say, Bissell.
Bissell? Frank Bissell?
Keep on cutting, Barber.
I ain't cut no killer's hair. No, sir. If I'd known who you was, I never...
You heard him. Finish.
It's all right, Mr. Stapley. You go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I know your reputation, Bissell, but right now I got no cause to arrest you. So far as I know, you're clean in this territory.
Yeah?
But you're not staying here. As soon as you're through in that chair, you and your pals are getting out of Dodge.
Well, we just got here, Mr. Dillon. We thought we'd put over for a spell. Here you got mighty fine entertainment here.
It doesn't start till after nightfall. And you're going to be gone by then.
Funny thing, Mr. Dillon, I've heard a lot of talk about you. Buffalo Mason says he had a run-in with you a few months back. I thought you were a different man to what I see.
So?
So, you're not much. Kind of windy, but not much. Tom, give the marshal a $5 piece and show him the door. That's for your duty, Mr. Dillon.
Are you all through with him, Mr. Stapley?
Yes, sir. I'm all through.
Okay. Now get up out of that chair, Bissell. I knew what they meant about Frank Bissell when I saw him smile as he got out of his chair. It was the smile of a man who says one thing with his lips and another with his eyes. He reached down to his holster and then around to his pocket, pulled out a bill and passed it to the barber. He'd made his move like he wanted to get me to draw. And when I didn't bite, he pulled his hat off the peg and came over to me. The two boys with him went past us and waited by the door.
It's like I say, Mr. Dillon, my boys and I are here for some resting and playing. Now, if you want a private little war, you can start gunning for us any time you want. But you'll have to start it.
You've got until sundown to leave town, Bissell.
Marshal, you didn't hear what I said at all.
Sundown. If you're still around after that, you'll all go to jail.
We don't want any trouble. We want to take it nice and easy. You take it easy, too, huh? I'll be seeing you.
That was him, wasn't it, Marshal? That was Frank Bissell. The Frank Bissell. Oh, Mr. Dillon, if you shot him in here, I could have put up a sign. Yes, sir. I sure could. Frank Bissell, shot and killed here by
I'm
Marshal...
sorry I couldn't oblige you, Mr. Stapley. Good day.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
They're getting out, huh? I didn't think it'd be as easy
It
as
isn't.
that. Yes, sir, but look, they're riding right
I gave
on
him until sundown.
Oh, that's about 2 hours.
Hey, you know, Mr. Dillon, in 2 hours, them boys can do an awful lot of trouble.
They try and there's going to be trouble.
Yes, sir. You want me to follow her and see where they go?
No. Now we'll wait back at the office. On the way back, I stopped at the saloons and told the boys to send out word if Bissell and his gang came in after sundown. I told them I'd be waiting in the office. When I got to the Texas Trail, Kitty was leaning against the bar, singing. A half a dozen cowboys were standing around, drinking, but listening quietly. It was a kind of a sad song.
Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Hi, Matt. Chester.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Kitty? Well, never heard that song before.
Well, I haven't either. Fellow was in a while back, brought it by. He wrote out the words for me. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. Say, Kitty, there might be a little trouble tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, Frank Bissell and his boys are in town.
I heard. It's all over town.
I know. Let me know if they come in, will you?
Sure, Matt.
Okay. I'll see you. So long.
So long.
Mighty tuneful, Mr. Dillon.
You feel like stopping by Delmonico's for supper, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'm kind of low this week. You see, I sent east for one of them new suits Mr. Hightower was telling about. You know, the ones that's got the vest and all? The thing cut away here and then fine and tight up here?
I'm sure you'll look fine in it, Chester. Come on, let's get supper. I got money. It was about sundown when we got through supper. I'd gone in Delmonico's mostly with the idea that Bissell would head there himself. That way I could get the thing over before it got really started. But he didn't oblige. Not until Chester and I were getting up from the table.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon. I feel swole up like an overfed puppy dog.
You look like one.
Mr. Dillon, look. Coming in.
Yeah, I see him. All right, let's go.
Man, I'm hungry. I could eat me one of...
Well, hello, Mr. Dillon. Say, how's the food in here?
It's sundown, Mr. Bissell.
Yeah, it's late for me to be eating. The boys, too. We're hungry.
Come outside.
Mr. Dillon, we just came in for a nice, quiet meal.
You don't want trouble with all these people in here, Mr. Bissell. Now, you do as I say. Outside, come on, huh?
You want to start trouble, Marshal?
Buffalo, where are your manners? There's women folk in here that might get hurt if shooting started.
Frank, you heard...
You heard what I said. Besides, Mr. Dillon isn't going to do anything. He's just got to make noise like he does. So those people will think he's doing his job. Well, Mr. Dillon, I sure would like to stay and talk, but...
All right. All right, go ahead and eat, Bissell. I'll be waiting for you outside.
Sure. You do that, Mr. Dillon. You wait for me outside.
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, America's best-dressed woman wears the uniform of a nurse. This uniform is a symbol of service to humanity and of an honored and respected profession. The nurse's uniform is an open sesame to many fascinating fields aiding the medical profession: research, rehabilitation, work with the men in service, to name only a few. Young woman, if you are a high school graduate, you can enroll now as a student nurse at your nearest hospital. Consult the Nurses Registry Desk or Collegiate School of Nursing. You can become one of America's best-dressed women and wear the uniform of a nurse. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
I knew there'd be a lot of talk in Dodge. Some would say that I should have drawn on Frank Bissell and his gang right then in Delmonico's. Well, I had my own opinion about that. Chester and I waited outside for Bissell to get through and come out. By that time, the word was out, and it sounded like every cowboy, bullwhacker, and buffalo hunter in Dodge was hanging around waiting to see the fun. It was dark then, and the moon was rising.
A lot of them boys has come up from the other side of the tracks, Mr. Dillon.
I know. You got any tobacco on you, Chester?
Yes, sir, right here in my... You want I should tell them to get on back? Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Now, I tell you, Chester, most of those men have come to a show. They want to see some shooting, some blood and killing. Well, seeing how long that's what they came for, I don't figure they'll want to be any part of that show.
Yes, sir. What are you aiming to do when Bissell comes out?
Arrest him, fine Bissell $100 and the others $25 apiece. Then lock him up for the night.
Yes, sir.
The crowd got bigger, and it got quieter, too. Standing on both sides of the street with a respectable distance between themselves and the entrance to Delmonico's, where Chester and I waited. It was going on 8:30 when the door opened, and Frank Bissell stepped out, his boys following after him.
You still waiting, Mr. Dillon? I thought you'd be somewhere rolling drunk by now.
You're under arrest, Bissell. And all of you.
What have we done? We're real peaceful, you can see that.
Come on, Frank. Let's get down to the Opera House.
Hand over your guns.
Mr. Dillon, I never done that yet. I don't expect I'm going to do it now for you.
We're calling your bluff, Dillon. 6 of us. Go ahead and start it. Go ahead.
I don't want any killing, Bissell. Now you come in quietly.
No, Mr. Dillon.
I'd made up my mind even before he answered because I knew he wouldn't back down. And the crowd was watching. And in that same second, through the window of the restaurant, I saw the figures of 2 women and a child making for the door. They were right in line with any shooting I might do. Bissell and the others were directly in front of them. And now they had their guns drawn. And mine was still in its holster.
Oh, now, I've heard you're pretty fast, Marshal.
We'll talk, Frank. Lots of talk, that's all.
Sure. Now, you be a good fellow and go about your business. We're going down to the Opera House. Don't come looking around because next time we might have to be real painful with you.
Hey, look at that.
Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'd made 2 mistakes. First going to Delmonico's and figuring I could bluff him out of town without any shooting. And then not getting Bissell away from the restaurant door before calling him. And it wasn't good. A lot of drifters in Dodge were going to take advantage of the situation before the night was out. Law officers don't live long when they make mistakes. Chester and I headed for the Texas Trail.
You going to let them get away with that, Mr. Dillon?
For a while.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, they spit right in your eye, every one of them. You ain't going to take it, are you?
I made a mistake, Chester. Now I got to make it right.
Yes, sir, I know, but this will be all over town. Mr. Dillon, will you tell me why you didn't draw and get it done?
I had my reasons, Chester.
Where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Matt, I heard you were waiting for Bissell over at Delmonico's. I was worried.
Everything's fine, Kitty.
No, it ain't fine, Miss Kitty. That Frank Bissell drawed on Mr. Dillon and...
And what, Chester?
You said you had your reasons, Mr. Dillon.
Join us for a beer, Kitty?
Sure, Matt. You didn't get him out of town?
No, not yet.
Oh. They liked the song. Did you hear?
We sat in the Texas Trail. Chester nervous and looking to the door every minute or so. And as a cowboy drifted in, and then another, and a couple more, I could tell that news of what had happened outside Delmonico's had spread. That's the trouble with a reputation. You build it or you get it built for you. It's like a trap. You gotta stay a step ahead of it. If you don't, there's always the question, even with the people you think you know real well. Like Chester and Kitty. And I knew they were wondering why I'd backed down. About a half hour go by, which I calculated was enough time for Dodge to make a hero out of Bissell. Then it was time to go.
Where are we going, Mr. Dillon?
The Opera House.
The Opera House. That's where they've gone, ain't it?
That's right.
Well, good.
I want you to stay out of this, Chester.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon...
You heard what I said.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Now remember what I said, Chester. Keep out of it until you're told.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I will.
It was between shows at the Opera House, and most all the customers were in the saloon next door. Bissell was at the bar, and his pals around him, and a dozen or more newfound friends standing him drinks. Yeah, the news had got around all right. And the gunman was a hero. He'd made the law back down.
Look who's here, boys. Hey, Frank. Looky.
Marshal Dillon. Didn't I get through telling you a while back?
Are you drunk, Bissell?
I never get drunk, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. All right, you other men, get away from the bar, quick. You six stay where you are. I'm telling you. Now, anybody who wants to stay with Bissell and his gang's going to get hurt. Now, you move.
He sure is tough, Frank.
Okay. Mr. Bissell, draw.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, you don't want me to do that.
Hey, leave me do it, Frank. I need the practice.
No. No, wait a minute. No, I think he means it. Sure, Mr. Dillon. I guess I have been riding you pretty hard. Sure. Anytime you...
Well, when are you going to draw, mister? I'm going to tell you something. I could have hit you in the belly as easy as making a hole in the wall. But I don't like killing. Now, you're under arrest, all of you. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Keep them with their arms up.
Yes, sir.
Now, you. Take off your guns, Bissell. I said take off your guns and do it now. All right, put them on the bar. Now, I'm putting my gun on the table here. If I'm not on my feet to get it when you and I are finished, it's yours. And I'm through as marshal here.
Yeah. Oh! Here! Hold that. Come on. Get him. Stop. Hit it, Frank.
Mason, you pick him up. You help him. We're all going down to the jail. Carry him with you. So I made a show for the town. And a lot of big words to go with it, and they swallowed it. And Bissell and his gang lost everything, including their conceit. We put them in jail overnight, and the next morning each man was fined $25, Bissell $100. And they rode out of Dodge. I'd be a liar if I didn't admit I did a little more than my job when I threw my gun away and worked Bissell over with my fists. He was a hard man, and I might have lost. Except that I had my reputation to think about.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, Jack Crucian, and Howard McNear. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Mrs. Lou Gehrig, wife of baseball's immortal, joins Lionel Barrymore on the Hall of Fame Playhouse. As a tribute to the great national pastime, your Hall of Fame Playhouse dramatizes the story of Henry Chadwick, the father of baseball. Learn about the origin of baseball. Hear of a man's vision that blossomed forth as America's most popular sport. Tomorrow night on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents Lionel Barrymore's Hall of Fame Playhouse. George Walsh speaking. And remember, every Sunday evening, the Theater of Stars invite you to the best in drama with your favorite stars on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
This is Jack Benny talking. And I want to say, folks, it's a pleasure spending a week here in Baltimore. It certainly is. I don't know, everybody's so nice here, aren't they, Don?
Oh, they certainly are, Jack.
Really lovely people. You know, Don, I got on a streetcar this morning, and the conductor took my fare and actually apologized for not saving me a seat.
No kidding.
Yes, sir. You may not believe this, but I walked into a restaurant yesterday, ordered 2 eggs, and the chicken came out and thanked me.
Oh, what do you know?
Really, the hospitality here is overwhelming, you know. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
I hope I'm not intruding, but is that your car parked downstairs?
Why, yes, officer, yes.
Well, I regret to inform you the thing right next to it is a fire plug.
Oh, you don't say. Well, I really didn't see it. Huh?
Well, that's all right. I believe you. Here, take this summons. Will you please be in court Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock?
You just know I will.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Now, wasn't he a lovely fellow, Don?
Oh, just ducky.
Now, why can't all mankind be like that?
Oh, say, Jack, there are a lot of distinguished people sitting in our audience. There's the governor of Maryland in the front row.
That's nice. Nice is the governor's name, folks.
Oh, Jack, here's someone else to see you.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Greetings, my friend. I'm glad you're here in Baltimore.
Thank you. And whom have I the pleasure of speaking to?
I'm the mayor of Philadelphia.
Of course, Don, courtesy, like all other things, can be overdone. You know. Let's go ahead with the program.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. You look sad. What's the trouble?
Well, I feel terrible. I wrote a poem about Baltimore and I lost it.
Hooray! God, that's too bad, thank heaven. What was the idea of the poem?
Oh, about Baltimore. The people are so friendly here.
That's just what I was telling Don. How are they treating you, Mary?
Swell. I loaned a girl $5 this morning, and she didn't even ask my name.
Well, did you know her?
No.
That's fine. You never would loan me $5, and you know me.
That's it.
Don't get personal. They think I'm a swell guy around here.
That's all right. I won't talk.
Now, let's drop it. What kind of a time did you have in Washington last week, Mary?
Do you want the truth, or must it be funny?
We'll make it funny. After all, this is a comedy program.
Well, I went fishing in Washington. Democratic fish.
Sounds interesting. What's a democratic fish?
A nude eel.
A nude eel. Say, that's good. Where's Kenny Baker? I want to pull it on him. Huh?
He won't get it.
Quiet, Mary. There's Kenny now. Huh?
Here I am, Jack. Feeling fine, but dumb as an oyster.
Kenny, you're just the guy I'm looking for. Listen, while I was in Washington last week, I caught some democratic fish.
What's a democratic fish?
A nude eel. Good, isn't it, Kenny?
Yeah, imagine an eel without clothes on.
Oh, I should have known better.
Gee, he's so dumb, I'll bet he thinks fish cakes are a dessert.
Yeah, well, what are they, Mary?
I don't know. That's what I get for butting in.
Say, Jack, I'm getting tired of Mary saying I'm dumb. She does it every week. We should cut it out.
He's right, Mary. You're always picking on him. You're always calling him dumb. Tell him you're sorry.
Kenny.
Yeah?
I'm sorry you're dumb.
You're welcome.
Well, I did the best I could, Kenny. And now, folks, tonight we are having...
Oh, wait just a minute, Jack. I've been listening to your conversation, and I don't get the joke about the New Deal.
You don't, Johnny?
No, when it comes to jokes, I'm green.
When it comes to plunge, you're all right. Get this, Johnny. Mary said she caught a Democratic fish, and the answer is nude eel. Now, it sounds like New Deal, but it's nude eel, see?
Oh, now I get it. It's just like the word coconut.
What's coconut got to do with it?
Oh, nothing. I just thought it might get a laugh.
Oh. That takes the prize. That's the dumbest crack yet. Huh?
Gee, do I have to apologize to him, too?
No, Mary. It takes one to know one. Say, Wilson, which do you like better, the coconut or the New Deal?
Jell-O, because it has the New Deal-icious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
That's what I thought. Now, Johnny, we'll appreciate your work. A garden in the front, a garage in the back, and 2 letters from the landlord on the stoop. Places, everybody. Curtain. Music, Johnny.
The telephone is ringing, Lemuel.
Well, let it ring. Always does at the start of our plays, and I'm getting sick of it.
Oh, Lemuel, do you know what day this is?
Yes, Alicia. It's our 20th anniversary. I think I'll go out and kill a chicken.
Why blame the poor chicken?
That's a foul joke. You know, I was just thinking our daughter Nell is getting nigh on to 18, and she's still hanging around the old homestead. Why don't she get out like other gals do and forget us old folks?
Nell is very happy here and don't want to leave home.
That's because she don't know why gals leave home. She's getting to the age now where we got to tell her. Here she comes now. I'll speak to her.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Be it ever
Oh,
so...
Nell.
Yes, Daddy?
What you been doing?
I just chopped some wood, and I'm going to scrub the floors, then go out and paint the old barn. Gee, I love this place.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, I guess it's our fault. Sit down, Nell. We'll have a bite of dinner. Then I want to talk to you.
What are we going to have for dinner, Ma? Hash.
Well, if you find a pair of glasses in it, they're mine.
I just love hash.
Hello? Yes. It's for you, Nell. It's that Zeke Green. He's been calling you twice a year. I think he's stuck on you.
Hello? Oh, hello, Zeke. What's that? No, Zeke. I can never marry you. Never. Besides, I'll have to ask Father. Oh, Daddy, Zeke wants me to marry him.
Well, it's all right with me, gal. He's a fine boy.
Father said no, Zeke. What's that? You're coming right over. All right. Goodbye.
Nell, what's the matter with you anyway? Why don't you marry Zeke?
Because I love this home and I'll never leave.
You might as well. We'll all be thrown out next month. The audience seemed to be glad of that. Come in.
Hi there, folks.
Hello, Zeke. You got here quick. Sit down and have a bite of dinner with us.
No, siree. I ate here once, got sick as a dog.
I noticed the resemblance. What's on your mind, Zeke?
Well, Mr. Weathersby, I came here to ask for your daughter's hand. I love Nell, and I want to marry her. Now, do I get her or not?
Take her, Zeke, and good luck to you.
Oh, so you're going to stand in the way, eh? Well, I'm going to fight till I get her.
Say, Johnny, aren't you reading the wrong lines?
Lines or no lines, I love Nell.
But Zeke.
Now, listen, Nell, we'll have to elope. Be ready at 9 o'clock tonight, and I'll come to your window with a ladder.
You better make that 10. I go to bed at 9.
Okay. Goodbye, Nell.
Huh. I'd rather marry Dracula than that Zeke Green.
Well, you can't expect to get one of those movie stars. Better go to bed, Nell.
We now go into scene 2 at the window of Nell's room. It is 10 o'clock at night and pitch dark.
Oh, no! Now!
Is that you, Zeke?
No, it's me, Kenny Baker. Zeke couldn't come tonight.
Where are you?
Well, I'm up here on the ladder. Hurry up. We gotta elope.
I can't leave home. I won't leave. Besides, you'll have to ask Father.
Where is Father?
I'm down here holding the ladder. Better hurry up, Nell, before Kenny changes his mind. You know, Zeke did.
Yes, Nell. Come with me, and I'll make you happy.
No, 1,000 times no.
Better make that 200. It's getting late.
I can never marry you, Kenny.
Looks like I'll never get rid of that daughter of mine. Who's that?
It's me, Pete Wilson.
Hello, Pete. What are you doing here this time of night?
I love your daughter and I want to marry her.
You too? Hey, Kenny, get off that ladder and make room for Pete. Be careful there, Pete. Don't fall.
Oh, Nell! Nell!
Who is it this time?
It's me, Pete Wilson. I've come to take you away from here.
No, Pete. I shall never leave home unless I have a good reason.
For heaven's sake, Pete, give her a reason.
I love you, Nell. Ain't that enough?
No, love isn't everything.
Give her another reason, Pete. Here it comes, folks.
I have Jell-O, boxes and boxes of it, which makes me twice as rich as ever before.
Jell-O, eh? Well, she'll never desert you now.
Jell-O, that's what I've been waiting to hear. Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Ma. I'm a-going with Pete.
Hooray, another victory for our product. Goodbye, Nell. So long, Pete. That was why Nell left home. And immediately after the next number, we will show you why Nell came back.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 21st. The Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy in Monsieur Beaucaire. Lux presents Hollywood. This program tonight is your program. Since your purchases of Lux Toilet Soap make the Lux Radio Theater possible. We are happy to bring you Monsieur Beaucaire and its celebrated performers, Leslie Howard, Alyssa Landy, Pedro de Cordova, and Dennis Green. Also our guests, Ray Jones, ace portrait photographer of Universal Studios, and Evelyn Keyes, latest discovery of our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. On behalf of our stars, our guests, and sponsors, welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. Before we hear Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy and Monsieur Beaucaire, may I tell you what a famous and beautiful woman has to say about feminine charm? Loretta Young. Men say of her, she has what it takes, all right. Women try to be like her, the biggest compliment of all. Here's what she says. No girl who isn't dainty can hope to be attractive to men. I'll tell you what I've discovered. My own complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, is the perfect bath soap. The active lather leaves skin smooth and really fresh, fragrant with a delicate perfume that clings. There couldn't be an easier, more delightful way to protect daintiness. Now, there's a tip we're sure thousands of women are going to follow. You couldn't buy a finer soap than Lux Toilet Soap if you paid $1 a cake. Yet, because so many of you buy it, its price is modest enough for the most careful budget. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight presents what almost any member of the diplomatic corps might call an international situation, relating the romantic adventures of a Frenchman in England. It stars two gentlemen born in London, a native New Yorker, and a lovely lady who first saw the light of day reflected in the canals of Venice. Monsieur Beaucaire brought recognition to Booth Tarkington after 8 years of literary endeavor had earned him exactly $22.50. Last month, the play figured in the news on the passing of Mrs. Ovid Jameson, sister of the author. Mrs. Jameson it was who took the manuscript of Monsieur Beaucaire to Samuel McClure and persuaded him to publish it. She also convinced Richard Mansfield to star in the play version. Bringing new honors to the title role made famous by Mansfield is Leslie Howard, who, when the World War broke out, left his job as a bank clerk in London to join the British Army. Theatrical entertainments behind the lines gave him the urge to act. He scored with American audiences in a series of play hits on Broadway, climaxed with Berkeley Square, Animal Kingdom, and Petrified Forest. On the screen, he's duplicated his record of success and is currently starring in Warner Brothers' production, It's Love I'm After. Writer, singer, pianist, linguist, Alyssa Landy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios is among our most versatile performers. Born in Italy of noble blood, she draws upon her background of nobility for her characterization tonight of Lady Mary. Our native New Yorker is Pedro de Cordoba, who makes his third appearance on our stage as Major Molyneux, while Dennis Green, the English actor, recently seen with Mr. Howard in Hamlet, plays Lord Winterset. Now in Hollywood, the sun of this first day of summer drops behind the hills of Santa Monica into the cooling waters of the Pacific. And with its fading light, fade the lights of our theater. Curtain time is here, and our stars make their entrance as the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy in Monsieur Beaucaire with Pedro de Cordoba and Dennis Green. In the early part of the 18th century. Off the coast of England, a full-rigged brigantine bound for Dover makes slow progress through the heavy seas. On the spray-lashed quarterdeck, Captain Badger, in command of the ship, raps out his orders.
All the royals and topgallants! Aye, aye, sir. All the royals and topgallants! Those reef the topsails! Aye, aye, sir.
Captain Badger? That'll be all. Keep it out of close sail until the blow lets up.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'm going below. Tell the watch to keep me informed.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, monsieur. Devil take us. What do you mean by vaulting round corners like that? You near threw me off my feet.
1,000 pardons, monsieur.
Who are you, and what are you doing on this deck?
I was merely taking a breath of air, but I find it rather damp.
Come over here in the light. I've never seen you on deck before.
No, monsieur. I've been keeping rather close to my cabin.
You're a lackey, aren't you?
A servant would be more correct, monsieur.
Well, get below where you belong. Oh, he's your master. He shall hear of your impudence at once.
Monsieur, there's some misunderstanding?
There certainly is. This impudent scoundrel near knocked me off my feet. Is he your lackey?
Why, he is my hairdresser.
Hairdresser? Then you should know better than to let him come on this deck. Your name, sir?
Monsieur, you do not know...
Your name, sir?
Most unfortunate, monsieur, as I do not want my presence aboard to be known. But since you make it imperative, I am the Marquis de Mirepoix.
The Marquis de Mirepoix? Ambassador from France?
I trust you will let this remain a secret between us, as I am on a special mission to England. Captain,
Badger, sir. Captain Badger, and, I humbly beg your pardon, Excellency. I had no idea that you were on board. If I had...
That is more than enough, Captain Badger.
Yes, Your Excellency. Good evening to you, sir.
You have made quite an impression on the captain, Monsieur le Marquis.
Your Highness, please.
Not here. I'm your hairdresser, not your Highness. Don't forget that. You'd better go back to the cabin.
I tell you, Your Highness, by the time our Captain Badger lands, it will be known all through England that I am traveling incognito.
But is that so terrible?
But they know that I am your friend.
No. They know you are a friend to the Duke d'Orléans. But I am not the Duke d'Orléans here. He is securely locked in his cell in Vincennes. Let him stay there, my friend. No one in England will know of my escape. Francois.
Your Highness.
Some wine, please.
Yes, Your Highness.
However, my dear Marquis, I cannot travel further with you. We must part at the end of this crossing. I must travel my way alone.
But you cannot do that. I will not hear of it.
But you are hearing of it. I shall not be known as your hairdresser, of course. I shall become a man in my own right. A Frenchman seeking, what? A cure in the waters at Bath. That will do. They say that Bath is a gay place at this season.
Oh, Your Highness. Will you ever become sane again?
Never. I shall change my name, of course. I shall be known as Monsieur Beaucaire. Mark the name, friend. Beaucaire. You may hear of it in your travels in England.
Your Highness, please give up this mad scheme and return to France.
To be shut up in prison again? No. The Duke d'Orléans is dead. Long live Monsieur Beaucaire.
been imprisoned by the king's order. Hear ye, hear ye.
So, did you hear that, Francois? I'm still in prison in Vincennes.
Yes, monsieur. It is very interesting.
Oh, very.
Shall we continue our walk, monsieur?
Yes, yes. I'm delighted with Bath, Francois. I find you're a certain... Francois.
Monsieur.
That lady who is just getting into the carriage. Who is she, do you know?
If I'm not mistaken, monsieur, she is Lady Mary Carlisle. And if the boy who polishes your boot at the lodging house is not mistaken, she is followed here in Bath by a crowd of suitors.
Oh, she's beautiful. Beautiful. Look, she dropped something. Wait here, Francois.
Yes, monsieur.
You may drive on, Thomas. Be careful.
Very good, my lady. Mademoiselle, wait, please.
One moment, Thomas.
Mademoiselle.
What is it, please?
You dropped something, mademoiselle.
I did?
Yeah, a rose. It fell from your bouquet.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
It's nothing, mademoiselle. I'd willingly pick them up one by one if you would drop them that way.
You're very kind. Drive on, Thomas.
No, wait. You wouldn't consider it, I suppose.
Consider what?
Dropping them one by one.
Hardly. The Bonashes, Thomas.
Yes, my lady. Bonashes.
Monsieur.
Huh? Oh, yes, Francois.
I neglected to tell you, the Duke of Winterset is Lady Mary's most favored admirer. He is very influential in Bath, and not a man to have as an antagonist.
Francois, you are not only a splendid valet, you are a diplomat as well. Tell me, Francois, what is Bonashes?
Oh, very fashionable, Your Highness. One goes there to drink the healing waters and to meet one's friends. They're said to be gambling also if one is interested.
Oh, I am very interested. But in more than the gambling.
But really, sir, since you've returned to Bath this season, you've told us nothing about the Duke d'Orléans. Why was he imprisoned? You must have heard some news when you were in Versailles, Captain Berger.
I don't know more anything about it than you do, Miss Lucy. The story has it that King Louis of France arranged a marriage between his cousin, the Duke d'Orléans, and the Princess Henrietta.
Well, we know all that, but what happened, Captain Badger?
Well, Miss Charlotte, the princess, it seems, was willing enough. But the young Duke refused the match.
Oh, but why?
Oh, there was some nonsense about not marrying unless there was true love on both sides.
Oh, how romantic. And the king cast him into prison for that?
That's what they say. Of course, the Duke is, stupid, to say the least.
Miss Lucy.
Oh, here is Major Molyneux. Perhaps he'll know something about the Duke.
Miss Lucy, I've been looking for you.
We want some information about the Duke d'Orléans. Tell us what he's like, Major Molyneux.
I've never seen him, but they say he's the best actor in Versailles. He speaks English well, loves cards and the dice, and fortune favors him in both. He's the finest swordsman in France, is gay, debonair, and that's all I know.
Ah, but what does he look like?
Why not ask a Frenchman?
I will. There's a Frenchman stopping here at Bath, Monsieur Beaucaire. We'll find out from him. He's sure to know.
Monsieur Beaucaire?
Yes, who is this Monsieur Beaucaire? I've heard nothing but Monsieur Beaucaire ever since I've come from France. He seems to have completely captivated the ladies.
He's been coming here to Bonashes every evening for a week. I do believe he's looking for someone. And he's asked about my cousin twice.
What's that, Miss Lucy? You mean he's asked after Lady Mary?
Yes, it is strange. She assures me that she doesn't know him.
The Duke of Winterset said she'll hear of this. He's jealous of her even now. And if this Frenchman is trying to...
Yeah, he is now, Captain. Good evening, Monsieur Beaucaire.
Ah, Miss Lucy, Miss Charlotte.
May I present these gentlemen, Major Molyneux?
Your servant, sir.
Your servant?
And Captain Berger, Monsieur Beaucaire.
Monsieur, haven't we met before?
I don't believe so, Captain Badger. I'm sure I would have remembered it.
But there's something about you that, perhaps I'm mistaken.
Yes, perhaps.
Monsieur Beaucaire, have you ever seen the Duke d'Orléans?
What is it you say?
Have you ever seen the Duke d'Orléans?
I beg you to forgive me, but that gentleman, the Duke d'Orléans, he has made a great deal of trouble for me in my life.
Is it possible? You mean he's your enemy?
My very worst enemy. I ask you to forgive me, but I'd rather not speak of him.
Just tell us that he's very handsome, monsieur.
Now, I've heard he behaves very badly. I can tell you nothing, mademoiselle. If you will excuse me, please. I was about to take a stroll in the garden.
Well, of course, monsieur. Really, I'm all equipment.
Monsieur Beaucaire. Monsieur Beaucaire.
Yes, Major Molyneux.
Forgive me for following you out here, but I must speak to you at once.
If I can serve you?
You can, monsieur. You are a Frenchman.
Well?
You may know, monsieur, that I serve the English king, and that I've recently come from the court of France.
Aha.
I take you to be a man of honor, and I'm trusting you. To be frank, we have private information that the Duc d'Orléans has escaped from prison in Vincennes.
No, the miserable wretch. Why did he run away? I've heard the food is excellent in that prison.
The French ambassador happened to be a good friend of the Duke, and the young man persuaded him to take him to England in his suite. I believe as a hairdresser.
Oh, the Duc d'Orléans, a hairdresser? Not really. How many people know this?
In France, the king, the governor of Vincennes, and the English ambassador. In England, Monsieur de Mirepoix, you and I.
And you want to arrest the poor little Duke for the King of France?
No, monsieur. He has left Monsieur de Mirepoix, and it is my business to find him and protect him. If any harm befell him here, it might bring about serious consequences between England and France. You can see that.
Oh, he is important, this young man.
I appeal to you in despair, monsieur. If you know of him, if you can give me an idea of him, I beg that you will.
Yes. Yes, I think it is time for another glass of the waters, monsieur.
Then you're determined not to help me.
I do not meddle in important secret matters.
Your caution is commendable. There's nothing more dangerous than to possess a secret.
Ah, yes, monsieur, there is. There is one thing more dangerous. A woman.
True. They go together.
No, they do not. You cannot have them both at the same time.
Some women...
Monsieur, there's but one woman in all the world... There she is over there by the fountain, the lady with the roses.
You mean Lady Mary?
The Lady Mary, yes. You will present me, monsieur.
What?
I shall consider it a great favor.
I shall ask her permission to present you.
But why should she refuse?
Because she is a great lady, monsieur. And if you'll forgive me...
I am not a great gentleman. Very well, monsieur. I shall have to present myself. Adieu. Lady Mary.
I'm afraid we've not met, monsieur.
But we have. Have you forgotten the rose?
Rose?
I've come to ask a favor of you tonight. Once I returned your rose to you. Now I beg that you will give me one. One that has not just fallen from your hand unnoticed.
I'm sorry, monsieur, but...
Mademoiselle, may I tell you something? Something just as it is in my heart.
Is there room for anything there with all the pictures it must carry?
Pictures?
Of all the ladies of the French court. We've never been introduced, Monsieur Beaucaire, but I have heard something of you.
There was in my heart till this night the picture of one woman. I've carried it with me for years. Now it is no longer a picture, but a reality. You.
Monsieur.
You laugh at my prayers, mademoiselle. But better the laughter of a goddess than the smile of a mere woman.
Possibly you prefer the laughter of a goddess to
what, mademoiselle?
To a mere rose from the hand of a woman.
I'm your captive, Lady Mary.
If I give it to you, it will mean nothing.
To you, nothing. To me... Well, give it to me and tell the King of England to send all his great army to get it back again.
And what then?
Then I'll run away. But the King's army, it will not get the flower.
Monsieur Beaucaire, if I give you a rose...
You shall take for an answering gift all a man's soul.
Monsieur, I'm afraid I must imitate you. You shall represent the armies of the English king, and I shall run away.
Mademoiselle.
Lady Mary.
Good evening, Winterset.
I've been looking for you.
This is Monsieur Beaucaire. Monsieur, the Duke of Winterset.
Your servant, monsieur.
I was not aware that you were acquainted with Lady Mary.
I took the liberty of making myself known to her.
It was a liberty.
Oh?
Please. Monsieur Beaucaire was once kind enough to pick up a rose I had dropped.
That is hardly sufficient reason for his forcing himself upon you. Or is the standard of good manners slightly lower at the French court?
Our manners at the French court, monsieur, are governed by one simple rule. Be always courteous, for you never know whom you might be insulting.
Perhaps I know more than you think.
You know what, monsieur?
Captain Badger. Badger. You'll know very soon, Monsieur Beaucaire.
Did you call me, my lord?
Badger, you told me you recognized this man.
I did, my lord. I couldn't place him at first, but I'm quite sure now.
Hey, what's going on?
I've taken it upon myself to inform the rest of the company.
What's the matter here? One moment, Major Molyneux.
Perhaps you'll tell me what this is all about, Winterset.
I will. As you know, my lady, these rooms are for ladies and gentlemen only. I desire you to look carefully at this person who calls himself Monsieur Beaucaire.
This is a strange request.
There is an explanation. I have come to expel this fellow from the rooms publicly.
May I ask the stupid question? Why, monsieur?
You come here and thrust yourself among people of fashion and birth, do you? And what were you born that you do this? Were you born a gentleman?
No, monsieur. I was born a baby. In all my life, I have never seen one baby who was a gentleman.
Have your jokes while you may, monsieur, for hereafter this place will be locked to you. Ladies and gentlemen, this man sailed from France with Captain Badger. He's nothing but a hairdresser for the Marquis de Mirepoix.
A hairdresser? You, monsieur, you?
I'm a hairdresser, Monsieur Major Molyneux.
Is this true, monsieur?
Quite true, mademoiselle. Do you stand against me, too?
There is little else I can do. Excuse me, please.
Of course.
Now, get out. And if you ever show your face here again, you'll be thrown into jail and lashed by a fellow groom.
Why not make the degradation perfect and say lashed by you, my dear Duke?
You will leave Bath before night, you hear?
No, I shall not leave Bath. But if one must be a gentleman to gamble in these rooms, then I shall bow to your higher birth. But all gentlemen are welcome to my apartment, where I will be pleased to engage them with the dice or the cards, and always fair, monsieur, night or day for any stake. For a shilling, £1,000, or 10,000, with the cards or the dice. Or, if the Duke of Winterset prefers, with the small sword. Good evening, gentlemen.
Now we're going to take you for just a moment over to Universal Studios, where a party of visitors is being shown around. They've walked down real streets lined with stores and tenements, with chateaus and brownstone houses. They've gasped at a big moored ferry boat that turns out, when you walk a little farther, to be only half a ferry boat standing on dry land. Water and wave effects to be artificially produced when the need arises. Now our visitors are in one of the huge studio buildings. The official guide is speaking.
And this is the Star's dressing room. At present, being used by Diana Durbin.
Oh, it's thrilling to actually see this room. Look at the dressing table. Lights all around it. What a test for complexion. Well, James, everybody knows that movie stars have to be especially careful of their complexion. And here's the Lux toilet soap she uses. Big as life.
Movie stars have learned through long experience that Lux toilet soap is an ideal protection against the choked pores that cause cosmetic skin. If you're bothered by tiny blemishes, dullness, enlarged pores, better begin today to follow this simple rule. Before you put on fresh makeup, always before you go to bed, use Lux toilet soap. When you begin to use this soap, you'll say to yourself, I understand now why 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
We continue the story of Monsieur Beaucaire, starring Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy. 2 weeks have passed since Beaucaire was exposed as a hairdresser before the Society of Bath. But still he's not given up hope of winning Lady Mary's attentions. He's remained at the watering place, where he's opened a gaming house. It's morning, and in the reception room, we find Beaucaire with Major Molyneux, who has just entered.
Your Highness.
Ah, my friend, my very good friend.
I come to serve you, if I must, but first to remonstrate.
Remonstrate?
To beg that you declare yourself as the Duc d'Orléans.
My friend, there is no use. You alone have found me out. But still, I make my little plan.
Ah, your plans will break your heart if someone doesn't kill you before that. You're throwing your heart away upon a coronet, a book of heraldry. I tell you, Lady Mary is a stone. Stone to any but a duke.
Well, I'm going to be a duke. Perhaps even tonight.
What?
Listen, my friend. You say I throw my heart away upon a stone. You say she is a coronet and a book of heraldry. But I say she is a woman, and a woman with a heart. Someday you will know I speak the truth. I will prove it to you and to myself.
If you would only tell her who you really are.
No. I've told you that I still make my little plans. Tonight, some of the high-born gentlemen of the town come to try their luck with the cards. Among them, Milord Winterset.
Winterset? Coming here?
Well, he's been coming for a week. As much as he despises me, he loves the money I have permitted him to win. Tonight he comes again. To cheat, as usual.
Cheat?
He always cheats. But this time I plan to catch him at it. He'll be very angry, my friend, but so will I. There will be words. Perhaps even a fight.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, a fight.
Oh, Your Highness, you must.
My friend, listen. In all my years, they have never allowed me to have a fight. Think of that. Not one little fight. Of course, I don't wish to hurt anybody, and I haven't any bad feeling, but I don't think all the money I paid out for fencing lessons should be thrown away. Look, my friend, is it so terrible of me to want just one little fight?
But, Your Highness, what is this to do with your plan? You said...
Yes, we shall come to that. The Duke of Winterset and I shall play in the private room upstairs, alone, of course. You will wait in the anteroom until you hear me cough. Like this. Then you will send Francois to interrupt the game.
But why, Your Highness?
You will see, my friend. Tonight you help me to catch Milord the Duke cheating at cards. Well, you win again, Milord Winterset. Almost £500.
Shuffle the cards. You talk as though £500 were a fortune. It's hardly worth the trouble of sneaking to this dirty thieves' den.
Then why do you come, Milord?
Why do any of us come here? Certainly not for the joy of being in your company, Beaucaire.
Oh, no, not for that. You would like to be rid of my company, but you would also like to win my money. You have won much, monsieur. But tonight, I think we play for something else.
What are you talking about?
For a little red rose, monsieur.
What?
Will monsieur be seated? Come in. Well, Francois.
Monsieur, there's a gentleman here to see you.
Ah, yes. If Milord will excuse me, I will see him in the entrance. I'll return in a few minutes.
Well, don't be long. I'm going to Lady Rellison's party later, and I haven't any time to wait.
I know, monsieur. Major Molyneux.
Yeah, Your Highness.
I've given the Duke time enough to set the cards. Go out on the balcony and enter the card room through the window. Stay behind the curtains there. I want a witness. He has worn wide sleeves so he may keep a card or so in readiness. Well, we shall see.
This is foolish, Your Highness.
Will you please to stop saying that? Go along now. I'll return to the room. Well, is Monsieur the Duke ready?
Quite ready. And I think, since you were talking of stakes a while ago, that we should raise the stakes tonight.
Raise the stakes? You want to ruin me?
I say 3 cuts of the cards and triple the stakes. Are you afraid?
I think I'm always afraid, monsieur. I'm afraid of the dark, but that is what makes it fun. Life would be dull if one were not a coward.
Then what do you say if we triple the stakes again?
What? Triple what we have already tripled?
You said that was the fun of life. You go back on your word?
No, monsieur.
Then draw a card.
Of course. Very bad.
Well, what is it?
The 10. Your draw, monsieur. And what did I do with my snuff box?
The ace. The ace, by gad, I drew the ace.
That's fortunate, monsieur, except that you drew it from your sleeve instead of the deck.
What?
May I see the other cards you have concealed there?
What are you talking? Take your hands off me.
Here they are. Thank you, monsieur.
Why, you dirty...
Only the king and the other ace. I fear you lack ambition, monsieur. I'm very disappointed in you. Everyone will be.
Why, do you dream that anyone in Bath would take your word against mine?
Major.
Your word is not important now, Your Grace. Major Molyneux. Well, Beaucaire, what's your price?
This is my price, monsieur. You're going to take me to the Lady Rellison's tonight. You're going to present me there and introduce me to the Lady Mary.
Why, you impudent...
Nobody will question monsieur's guest, so we will go together. And to other balls later.
I won't do it.
Monsieur, you must do it.
They won't accept you there. You forget that the Lady Mary knows who you are. A hairdresser. A barber.
The barber's throat shall be cut with his own razor. I must choose some new disguise and rank, so no one shall know me. Shall I be a marquis with goatee, vicomte with whiskers at the side? No. Out of deference to monsieur, I, too, will be a duke. Say, the Duc de Chateaubriand. I shall assassinate my mustache, and with my hair done à la mode, even you will not know me, milord.
And do you fancy...
I fancy, monsieur, that I shall meet my dream. Well, what is your answer?
Well, there's nothing for me to do but accept your terms.
That is too good of you.
Major, have I your word that this will be carried no farther? You have my word. Very well. You shall go to the ball with me tonight. But let me warn you, I shall not be saddled with you any longer.
All I require... Mille pardons. All I beg of monsieur is one night's introduction. After that, I shall not need monsieur.
But you may need a steady hand and sword, Barber.
My friend. Perhaps I shall have my fight after all, my one little fight. Well, Major, you think I look like a duke?
It's a miracle, Your Highness. You're as different as night from day.
Not like Monsieur Beaucaire?
No more than I am.
Good. The barber has shaved himself, Major. My poor mustachio is gone for good, I fear. What a man will not do for love.
I've often wondered at it, monsieur. Has His Grace introduced you to the Lady Mary?
No, not yet. He delays as long as possible, I think. But she's here. I've seen her.
He has little taste for the job, I warrant.
I'm impatient for the delay, and yet thankful, too. Think, my friend, what if she should recognize me?
Have no fear of that. I'd hardly know you myself. Those clothes, your hair, there's a whole new bearing about you. I don't wonder they call you the best actor in Paris, monsieur.
Oh, my friend, you give me strength. Aha! The Duke of Winterset.
Well, Barber?
I've been waiting, monsieur. I've just been reassured by the Major. And I'm prepared now to meet the lady.
She isn't here.
Your eyes grow weak, monsieur. She sits over there by the door.
I promised you an introduction. No more.
I cannot well be satisfied with less. Shall we go? Your pardon, monsieur.
Certainly, monsieur. Well, come along, Barber. My only hope is that you'll know you for what you are.
That is my risk, monsieur.
Oh, Lady Mary.
Yes, Winterset?
May I have leave, milady, to present a friend of mine?
A very old friend, milady. Oh, I should never have asked to be presented.
Yes?
He has recently come from France, and he is the Duc de Chateaubriand.
I'm honored, monsieur.
Thank you, milady. The honor is mine.
May I escort you to the balcony, Lady Mary?
Monsieur, have you forgotten? You were on your way to see Lady Relaton.
What?
Distinctly, I heard you say so, monsieur. Very distinctly.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, excuse me, milady. I shall return in just a few minutes.
Well, may I escort you to the balcony, Lady Mary?
Thank you, monsieur. The Duc de Chateaubriand?
Yes, milady, yes. You have heard of me, perhaps?
I'm sorry, monsieur, but I have not.
But you will, milady. You will.
There he is. That is Duc de Chateaubriand. We met at Lady Relaton. Isn't he fascinating? I wonder who he is.
Yes, I have.
Chateaubriand. And they say Lady Mary is completely captivated by him.
But they met only a week ago at Lady Relaton.
Yes, I know. That's what I caught up.
The Duke of Winterset was the one who presented him last week.
And now he's burning with jealousy. It's so amusing.
There he goes, out into the garden with her. See him, Badger?
Aye, and a favor, my Lord Winterset. I don't like that Frenchman.
Like him.
Your Grace.
Blackie, another glass here.
Yes, Your Grace. Is that the way you feel toward him?
I hate him.
Then why did you introduce him at Lady Relaton?
Why? No fault of mine. The knave did me a scurvy turn once. But I've done paying for it. I've done, I say.
Your Grace. People are looking.
Let them look.
Where are you going?
Into the garden.
Your Grace, come back. Come back, Your Grace.
Shall we sit here, Lady Mary?
You asked if I would like to walk in the garden, monsieur.
And you said yes. Well, we have walked. Now I make another request. May we stop walking, please?
If you wish.
Lady Mary, this whole week have I known you, and only once have I seen you alone.
Has there been any reason to see me alone?
The very best of reasons. The first time to tell you that you are the most charming, the most gracious, the most beautiful of all ladies.
And now?
And now to repeat it all over again.
Not with the very same words, monsieur.
With the same words, yes. Well, that is stupid, is it not? But men cannot all be poets, nor all poets suitors. And even if I were the best of bards, my tongue would still slip and my rhymes sound out of key when I try to speak of you, milady.
Your tongue does not slip, monsieur. It hints rather that you're adept at making pretty speeches.
That only proves the inspiration.
We English women have come to believe that too great smoothness of speech indicates the artist rather than your true...
Your true lover? Mademoiselle, your name in France, we say it Marie. The English way, I think, is so much sweeter. They say Mary.
Monsieur.
Yes, the English way is so much better. Mary.
Monsieur, you say my name
As if it were a prayer. It is a prayer to me. A prayer that I may call you by that name often.
I think we should go in. We're forgetting the guests.
Must we go in?
It would be better.
Do you doubt me, milady? Do you doubt my love for you? Is that why you turn from me? That which is so near heaven must ever wear the snow. It is so high. But I'd rather the snow were not so cold toward me. Look at me, Mary.
No, please.
Why, Mary?
I'm afraid that you would see that toward you all the chill has gone from the snow. Long, long ago.
Oh, Mary, my beautiful.
What was that?
I heard nothing.
There's a man there. A man hidden in the shrubbery.
You overhear a Frenchman making love.
The Duke of Winterset.
A neat lesson, Frenchman. You are adept at fancy speeches.
Winterset, please.
It is nothing, mademoiselle. His lordship has lingered too long over the bottle. It has given him false courage.
Draw your sword.
I wear no sword here.
Then a worse luck for you.
No.
The wine has unsteadied your hand, milord.
Are you hurt, monsieur?
It's just a scratch on the shoulder.
Oh.
Stand away and let me run him through.
You can't murder the Duke in cold blood.
The Duke.
My Lord Winterset, what has happened?
The Duke of Winterset has wounded an unarmed man.
Lady Mary, I would tell you, this so-called Duke is a silence. You saw, gentlemen. If he dies under your whip, you saw the villain struck me. Do your duty and be quick. Come with me.
One moment, please. Lady Mary, 1,000 pardons to be the cause of such a melee in your presence.
You are hurt, monsieur.
Lady Mary.
You coward.
I will but avenge you, ma'am.
Avenge me?
Who is this man?
The Duc de Chateaubriand.
Look at him. That's all I ask. Look closely. And remember the day he was expelled from Beaunashes.
Yes, look, mademoiselle. Look at me and remember Monsieur Beaucaire. I was about to tell you, mademoiselle.
Wait.
You believe me?
It seems you waited too long.
Let me through. Let me through here.
Major Molyneux, my friend, your arm, please.
What has happened?
The Duke of Winterset has pricked my shoulder. It is nothing. He lingered in the shrubbery until...
Enough of this. Take him away. You fool.
My friend, this is for me. 1 week from tonight, I shall meet these gentlemen in the assembly rooms. You shall be my second.
Monsieur, you're hurt. Take him away.
I shall leave myself. But I promise you, Lord Winterset, that when we meet 1 week from tonight, you will again be found in the shrubbery.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue shortly with Monsieur Beaucaire. A few weeks ago, a member of my staff brought a young girl to my office who had recently come to Hollywood from her home in Georgia. Her name is Evelyn Keyes. Like thousands before her, she came without knowing anyone in the films, without any experience as an actress, but I thought I saw in her the essentials of a sensational new star. Though she's never faced a picture camera, she'll have an important part in my next film, The Buccaneer. And she's the first actress in more than 10 years whom I've placed under personal contract. In 25 years, I've made 3 mistakes in choosing star material. She may be my fourth. I can't predict. I can only guide her. Her success from now on rests with her and with picture audiences. For the present, let's hear from Miss Keyes.
I'm just beginning to realize the tremendous opportunity you're giving me, Mr. DeMille. And the more I realize it, the more frightened I become.
Frightened of me?
You and everyone else in Hollywood. Your name has been magic to me since I was 6 years old. I know that I have a great deal to learn. It's so much, in fact, that I can't understand what made you give me a chance. Maybe you'll tell me now.
Well, some of the reasons may amuse you. You impressed me because your voice wasn't squeaky. You dressed simply, acted like a lady, and because I saw in your face a good screen on which to watch the emotions of life pass by.
When you gave me that lesson in diction the time I was introduced to you, I thought at first you were just making fun of me.
Why? Because I asked you to recite Peter Piper the Pepper Picker?
Yes, I guess so.
Well, that little piece of literature, Evelyn, is one of the finest tests of diction I know.
I can see that now, and I've learned it by heart. Would you like to hear me?
I would if you do it well.
Peter Piper the pepper picker picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers did Peter Piper the pepper picker pick. If Peter Piper the pepper picker picked a peck of pickled peppers, where is the peck of pickled peppers that Peter Piper the pepper picker picked?
Not bad, Ella, not bad. As a beginner, I think the audience would be interested in your daily routine.
Well, I live at the Studio Club. That's a residence club for about 100 girls like me who are connected with pictures but don't make much money. A lot of the famous stars helped organize it, and Mrs. DeMille is one of the directors. It's near Paramount, so I can walk to work. Stars like Zazie Pitts and Maureen O'Sullivan used to live there, too. I go to the gymnasium every day, and every other day I study with Oliver Hinsdale at Paramount, learning acting and diction. Mr. Hinsdale is teaching me a wide variety of characterizations. These are excerpts from different plays. Then I act them out for him with one or two other actors who are also beginners. I still have a Georgia drawl that I'm trying to overcome. Right now, Mr. Hinsdale is teaching me proper vowel sounds. It may sound a little silly, but I have to repeat such lines for him as, "How now, brown cow?" and "Mumbo jumbo, god of the Congo." I'm also learning to recite the Raven.
What in Hollywood has impressed you most? The huge studios, the handsome actors, the climate, or what?
I'm afraid what's impressed me most of all are the little houses sitting up all over the hills that surround Hollywood. I haven't met any big stars. I've never been to the Trocadero, and I haven't any boyfriends yet. Of course, the biggest thrill I had was getting that contract from you. Next to that, though, is my being here in the Lux Radio Theater, and a program that I used to listen to back home when Hollywood was just a dream. But I didn't have to be told how good Lux Toilet Soap is. I've used it ever since I was a little girl. I was delighted to find that it's the official soap at Paramount Studios, too, and to hear that it's preferred by practically every star in pictures. I knew that someday I'd get to Hollywood, and I knew that complexion would mean a lot. So I've given mine the best care in the world, and that's Lux Toilet Soap.
Lux complexions do help, Evelyn. But what would you have done if you'd had to keep going from one casting office to another, and never the sign of a job?
Well, that was something I just refused to think about, Mr. DeMille. My greatest hope is that I'll justify the confidence you've placed in me, and I've never meant it more than in saying thank you to you now.
Good night, Starlet. Back to Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy and Monsieur Beaucaire. It's the night of the promised meeting between Monsieur Beaucaire and the Duke of Winterset. Beaucaire, fully recovered from his wound, is in his room, dressing for the occasion. Francois assists him.
Our very best waistcoat, Francois. We must make a good impression at the assembly rooms tonight.
Yes, Your Highness. I have had it widened at the shoulder. It will be more comfortable over the bandage.
Splendid. My arm must be free tonight, Francois. Free for the sword, or to hold me lady.
You are really going to see it through, Your Highness?
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
They say the Duke of Winterset is the finest swordsman in the Three Kingdoms.
Perhaps, but not in the four. No, you can't dissuade me, Francois. Tonight I have my little fight. The first fight of my life.
Praise God, it may not be your last.
Not a sign of him here. Past 9 o'clock, and Monsieur the Barber doesn't dare to show his face.
I've heard that the Marquis de Mirepoix has just arrived in Bath. No doubt Monsieur Beaucaire has resumed his former position to His Excellency and can't get the evening off.
Lady Mary has just come in. Your pardon, gentlemen. Lady Mary.
My dear Duke.
May I have the honor of accompanying you to the assembly room?
Please, not yet. There's so many people in there.
Are you faint, ma'am?
I'm tired, Winterset. Tired of being stared at. Ever since that night, I see them looking at me, watching, laughing.
There is one way of stopping their idle tongues, ma'am.
And that is?
Allow me to announce that you will shortly become the Duchess of Winterset. It will save appearances.
Appearances. We waste our souls for appearances. We sell our realities for them. We paint pictures of ourselves, smiling always, and use our heart's blood for the pigments.
Ma'am?
I'm sorry. I am tired.
It may be unbecoming to remind you, but you owe me at least some slight consideration.
For saving me from the impostor? Yes. I owe you all that gratitude can give. And I won't shrink from payment of my debt.
Then I may announce it?
If you wish it.
Mary.
Your pardon, ma'am?
Yes, Major Molyneux. Yes, Major Molyneux.
Your cousin, Miss Lucy, asks if she may see you in the West Room at once, please.
My cousin Lucy. Is there something wrong?
Oh, I think not, ma'am. But she wishes to see you alone.
Thank you, Major. Excuse me, sir. Lucy, where are you?
May I lock the door, Lady Mary?
You?
I'd rather no one interrupted us for a while.
Major Molyneux said my cousin was here.
Yes, a shameful ruse, Lady Mary. But I'm the one responsible for it. I had to see you alone. I had to speak to you.
I'm not interested in what you have to say, monsieur. We heard it all a week ago.
I said nothing then, mademoiselle. I had not the strength.
No shoulder.
Yes, I'd been stung by a wasp. It was nothing, but the sky went round and the moon danced on the earth. I didn't wish the wasp to see that he had stung me, so I said only what I had the strength to say.
Then you're not an impostor.
Mademoiselle, I am. But is that the end of everything? Have you no faith in romance?
You talk of romance now.
Mademoiselle, if you had known that I was just an impostor, if I had told you that just Monsieur Beaucaire, with the heart of a lackey, was asking for one rose, would you have let me walk by your side there in the moonlight? Mademoiselle, if you had known that this Beaucaire was honest, though of peasant birth, would you...
This is intolerable.
But live men are just names.
You put me on the defensive when it's really you who should be.
Aye, mademoiselle.
Names, what are they to me? I've lived for them all my life.
Names, they are shadows. They are not real.
Do you need to tell me that? This week has taught me that names are only toys. Do you suppose I cared for you because you were rich or noble?
Mademoiselle.
No. Hear me now. I was proud of it. Proud because I thought you an honorable gentleman. And it was to that gentleman that I gave my heart. Not to the Duc de Chateaubriand.
There in the moonlight, we were so close.
Please don't speak of it now.
Mademoiselle, one day you dropped a rose. I gave that rose back to you. I am that man to whom you gave your heart. I'm not just names and shadows. I gave you back your rose. Now, are you going to ask me that I give you back your heart? Look at me, Mary. Will you come back to France with me and prove that I am not a mere name, but a man? The man you love?
All my life, I've smothered every feeling heaven ever sent me. And at last there comes one emotion that will not be smothered and kept down. I thought I could go on hating you. I might have if you hadn't come to see me here, when they're hunting you now through the park and everywhere. But I have seen you again. I've seen your soul. I don't care what you've done. I love you.
You love an impostor. Tell me, Mary, say it.
You're not an impostor. I love you.
Then I can tell my secret. I am an impostor.
No.
But...
No, you're not. You're you. My love.
Oh, curse all intruders.
Let me in. Let me in.
It's Major Molyneux.
Mister, close the door.
What is it, my friend?
Lock it quickly. They know you are here. Someone saw you. They're coming this way now.
We can escape. The side door. There's your carriage there.
A carriage that will take us to the boat and then to France.
Oh, quickly, please, while there's still time.
Mademoiselle, have you reckoned all the costs?
I love you.
He will go to France with me.
To the ends of the earth.
Oh, Mary.
I can't keep them out much longer.
Hurry then, my lady. Through the other door and into the garden. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes.
But you...
Do as I say quickly.
The side door. I'll have the carriage.
There, my friend. Didn't I tell you she was pure gold?
I can't hold them. Go on.
And miss my appointment with Lord Winterset? Oh, no.
You're going to face them?
My friend, face them. Now I can face the army of the English king.
There he is.
But of course, I'm sorry to be late, Captain Badger.
Lord Winterset is waiting for you, Monsieur Barber. Will you come out into the garden, or must we drag you?
Oh, I'll come gladly.
This way, then.
Major Molyneux, you are my second.
Monsieur.
You will see that fair play is done. It may be rather trying.
Give up this mad scheme. Tell them who you are.
Not a word, Major.
No dueling, gentlemen. I beg you. Not here.
That's to be settled, sir.
But not here. There will be a scandal. The French ambassador is on his way. Stand aside.
Aha! Milord Winterset. And his second. Good evening, gentlemen.
Are you ready, Barber?
I've been looking forward to this meeting for a week. We are to use swords, of course.
You expect me to fight a cutthroat barber with my bare hands?
One doesn't expect Lord Winterset to fight at all, only to talk.
Stand aside. Let me through.
Lady Mary.
Go back to the carriage, milady. This is no place for you.
No.
Gad, ma'am, do you remember who this man is?
Quite well. Monsieur Beaucaire.
You see, my lord, there are times when even I have cards up my sleeve.
On guard.
At your service, monsieur.
No.
Gentlemen, put up your swords. The ambassador of His Most Christian Majesty King Louis of France, the Marquis de Mirepoix.
a time like this.
Your master, Barber.
Monsieur, you saved... My dear Marquis, you come to spoil a very good fight. Couldn't you have waited a little while?
Monsieur, you need wear your disguise no longer.
I know. I have been forgiven again.
Oui, His Majesty King Louis...
His Majesty King Louis has spoiled the only fight I ever had in my life. I shall never forgive him. Lord Winterset challenged me because I have been your hairdresser.
My honored gentleman, I frowned against his mad humor, but he insisted. But who is he?
One moment. Gentlemen, there is one thing I must ask of you. There is a man here who has forfeited his honor. He played cards with me and cheated. Then, on condition that I would not expose him, he introduced me at Lady Rellerton's ball. He introduced me at the cost of his honor, then betrayed me to redeem it. That liar, that card cheat, that coward. He stands there, Monsieur le Duc de Winterset.
By heaven, I'll know the real name of the man who dares bring such a charge. May I?
I suppose you must.
Gentlemen, permit me to have the honor to present to you His Royal Highness, Prince Louis-Philippe de Valois, le Duc d'Orléans, Duc de Chartres, Duc de Nemours, Duc de Montcorbier, Comte de Beaujolais, First Prince of the Blood Royal, First Peer of France, Lieutenant General of French Infantry, Governor of Dauphiné, Knight of the Golden Fleece, Grand Master of the Order of Notre Dame, of Mount Carmel, of St. Lazarus in Jerusalem, and cousin of His Most Christian Majesty, the King of France.
Mon Dieu, what a memory he has.
His Royal Highness, the Duc d'Orléans?
The Duke of Orleans will hear from me within the hour.
Monsieur. And whoever carries your message will receive a sound beating from my servant.
Withdraw, please, gentlemen. This way. Withdraw,
Lady Mary.
Monseigneur, it's a terrible mistake I've made. Forgive me.
Forgive? I? No, mademoiselle, it is you who must do the forgiving. I was an impostor. But if you could love an impostor, could you not love a prince?
But you... It's impossible.
Look at me, Mary.
Your Highness, the ladies of the Assembly are asking for a presentation to His Royal Highness, the Duc d'Orléans.
The honor is his. But first I must introduce to all these people the lady who is to be his duchess.
Duchess? That's only a name, Monseigneur. And I'm done with names. Read one. Monseigneur, present me by that name.
The most beautiful in all the world. Mary. My Mary.
Before Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy join us again, we'll have a word with Ray Jones of the new Universal Studios. Every motion picture requires three types of photographers. The cameraman and crew who film the story, the still man who takes a still picture of every individual scene, and the portrait photographer who shoots those off-screen photographs of your favorites that you see in the newspapers and magazines. Mr. Jones is one of the latter. An expert who, during almost a quarter of a century in Hollywood, has photographed the stars at 6 major studios.
Yes, including Paramount, where I recall making 600 pictures for you and Cleopatra. I remember it particularly because 600 is about twice the number we usually take. Mr. DeMille is one of Hollywood's most ardent believers in still and portrait photography.
The title of portrait photographer explains itself. But as an ex-still man, Ray, find out a few details on that phase of picture taking. For instance, why are so many still pictures never seen by the public?
Many still pictures I made solely to help the director. Every set where a scene is shot, every costume, makeup, and hairdress of important players is photographed. This is to make certain that we'll know tomorrow exactly what the scene and actors look like today. It eliminates movie boners. For instance, in the road back at Universal, pictures were made of even the haircuts of all the leading male players. We turned these pictures over to the barber who cut their hair every 3 days to keep it at the same length.
And what about the 10-acre set Universal built for that picture?
Well, it's the largest standing set in Hollywood. It has 38 buildings, a public square, a battlefield, cathedral, and railroad station. Some of the other figures might also interest you. There are 10 miles of barbed wire out there and 80 cases of authentic furniture imported from Germany. There were 7 weeks of night work, and the lighting was so powerful that airplanes reported seeing it 113 miles away. During the day, one man was kept at work doing nothing but watching clouds, so the shooting wouldn't be interrupted at a crucial point by the passing of a cloud before the sun.
Now, getting back to portraits, Ray, what type of girl photographs best?
A girl who has a smooth, soft complexion and a nice coat of suntan. Neither makeup nor photographic skill can take the place of a fine skin. A poor complexion calls for lots of makeup, and lots of makeup takes away the fine effects that we create through lighting. This is known by everyone in Hollywood, particularly the stars whom I know use Lux toilet soap constantly to keep their complexions in perfect condition. I think I can speak for all the photographers in Hollywood in saying Lux soap has made our jobs a great deal easier and our results a lot finer. Women fall into 4 general complexion types.
The very dark girl, the very light girl, the red-headed girl, and the suntan girl. She, as I said, is my favorite. She's the only type who can be photographed well without makeup. The best pictures you see will always be the ones that look the most natural. And now, my thanks to you all. Fine fade out, Mr. Jones. Our stars shine again as we come now to a brief session with Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy.
Thank you, C.B. You know, Elisa, Mr. DeMille and I beg your pardon. That's quite wrong. Mr. DeMille and I used to be neighbors. I rather miss being away. The DeMilles had a very nice tennis court, usually occupied by the Howards when the DeMilles wanted to play.
And taking it by and large, you're a pretty good neighbor, Leslie. In spite of the temptations, you never once exercised your polo ponies on my front lawn.
Oh, but I might have if I ever had a chance to play polo over here. That's something I usually must wait for till I get back to England.
Keeping you busy, are they?
Well, I'm too busy for polo. I've just finished a picture for Warner Brothers, and I'm just going to begin another for Walter Wanger. That one's called Stand-In. In that, I play the vice president of a bank. You know, I used to be a clerk in a bank once. That shows you what perseverance will do.
And reminds me of a charming Lewis Carroll verse about a banker's clerk. He thought he saw a banker's clerk descending from the bus. He looked again and found it was a hippopotamus. If this should stay to dine, he said, there won't be much for us.
And I remind you of that, eh? That's very flattering.
And very touching. But I think Leslie's poetry in The Scarlet Pimpernel was much better. I'd heard you talk about you doing a sequel to that picture.
Well, it's possible, Alyssa. I'm going back to England this summer to try my luck at being an actor-producer. We'll do either the sequel to The Pimpernel or a picture called Bonnie Prince Charlie.
You know, playing in Monsieur Beaucaire tonight makes me think of England, too. I was just a little girl when I first saw the play in London and danced the minuet. That was long before I ever thought of becoming an actress. But I distinctly remember hoping that if I ever did become an actress, I'd have the chance to play Lady Mary. I always thought it was a charming part. So you see, wishes can come true, and once again, I'm indebted to that excellent Lux toilet soap.
The last time you were here, Alyssa, you were hard at work on a play. Have you finished it?
Yes, and I finished another novel, too. The play is set in Hollywood. Now all I have to do is to find a publisher for the novel. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Yeah, and if you find any publishers or an odd hippopotamus or two, just think of us. Goodbye.
To you, Mr. Howard and Miss Landy, our thanks. Mr. Howard appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Miss Landy, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Mr. DeMille, Paramount. And Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he is in charge of music for the new film, Wee Willie Winkie. And here is Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater presents what is probably the greatest, certainly the most exciting newspaper play ever written. The Front Page by Charles MacArthur and Ben Hecht. The play brings to our stage one of the most remarkable gentlemen of our generation, a newspaper man who has brought a new style to journalism, a new idiom to the English language, and a new star to Hollywood, Walter Winchell. And starring with Mr. Winchell, Joan Bennett and James Gleason. One of the great news stories of the week, and one of the great enterprises of the age, is the round-the-world flight of Amelia Earhart. Tonight, Miss Earhart is in Java. And next Monday night, if she continues her flight on scheduled time, she will be here as our special guest in the Lux Radio Theater to tell you in person for the first time since her return something of her adventures on the trip. However, if Miss Earhart is delayed en route, she has graciously consented to keep her date with us here on July 5th. Sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Winchell and Joan Bennett in The Front Page with James Gleason. And if possible, as special guest, Miss Amelia Earhart. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Well, it hasn't snowed too much around Knotty Pine, but there's still plenty of snow on the ground for winter sports. And that's what we're doing right now. For Grey Wolf, Henry, and Stumpy and I are out on the steep mountain slopes skiing. Now, this is a slippery sport, if I do say so myself. In fact, you may burn out a brake lining trying to stop. Want to join us? And, oh yes, the name of this story is The Hunted.
How's it coming, fellas? Your barrel staves slick as a greased pig?
I'll give you barrel staves. I want you to know I paid good money for these skis, and they're not doing bad.
You must be using some of that non-skid wax from the way I passed you up.
Just because you beat us down the last slope doesn't cut any ice, pal. There are lots of other slopes that may tell a different story, old boy.
Henry got off quicker start, so he beat us down slope. But we beat you on long run with many big trees and rocks in way.
Maybe this young whippersnapper is sort of looking for a race, huh? I know a good ski run that'll take the breath out of any man.
What are you talking about? There isn't a slope in these parts that I can't maneuver.
Well, how about it, fellers? Should we send Henry down this special slope I'm talking about?
I don't know, old-timer. It's kind of risky.
Come on. You know of an extra fine hill? Let me in on it.
Okay, Henry. You'll be careful, not take any unnecessary chances.
I promise. Now let's get to that hill fast.
Now, wait a minute. It'll have to be tomorrow. Tonight we camp and rest and get ready for the climb. Okay?
Okay. Boy, this'll be something special. Let's go.
You won't be so smart when you start taking the fastest ride of your life, young feller. Why, you'll make Grease Lightning look like it's got the rheumatiz.
It didn't take us long to make camp, scare up some food, and turn in. I stacked the wood close to the fire, then crawled into my sleeping bag. We had chosen a sheltered place, using a large corner of rock as a reflector for the heat from the campfire. Soon we were all sleeping the deep slumber of outdoor men. I don't know how long we slept until...
What was that?
I wish I knew, Henry. I'd hate to tell you what it sounds like.
That strange animal for this part of the country.
At first, I thought it was a wildcat. That there critter ain't no wildcat.
No, friend. That's not a wildcat. It's not deep enough for a cougar.
Yeah, mountain lions have deeper voices than that.
But it cat just the same.
Whew. That there sound put the shivers up and down my spine. And I ain't scared to admit it.
You and the rest of us, Stumpy.
I got duck bumps all over me. What in the world do you suppose that was?
I wish I could answer your question for sure, Henry.
Not hear a sound like that before. This strange.
It's more than strange. It's weird. There it is again. Say, fellers, is my hair standing straight up on my head? If it ain't, it should be.
Yeah. Whatever it is, it seems to be gone now.
I know one thing, fellas.
What's that?
We'd better get back to town in the morning and forget about any private skiing we were going to have. And then we're coming back to this area and find out what animal made those horrible screams.
Hey, Jake. What's the matter with them there cattle?
I don't know. Something's spooking them, that's all.
That's for sure. Can't imagine what it is, though. Not much to spook cattle in the wintertime.
Oh, it's probably some crazy notion they've gotten into their heads.
Yeah, just the same. I'm going to take a look around the corrals.
Okay, I'll go with you. Wait till I load my smoke pole.
I left my rifle back at the house. One's enough, I guess.
Yeah, let's take a gander and see what's spooking these critters. That's strange. We didn't see or hear a thing, and yet the tenseness is gone.
Yeah. Quieting down now. I wonder what frightened them.
I don't know. It's mighty strange.
Almost like a ghost, wouldn't you say? Well, whatever it was moved away when we came along.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the house and have some coffee. I'll get some of the boys out and we'll post guards, just in case this spooker ain't no ghost.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Puzzle to me what scared those critters. Had to be something. Or was it really a ghost?
And so that's what happened, Tom.
Well, how about that? Wonder what kind of an animal it could have been.
It weren't no mountain lion, that's for sure. I've heard too many of them to be fooled.
Well, I agree with you, Stumpy. This very strange.
But it sure was a pussycat of some kind, eh?
Yes, pal, it was a kitty, all right. But what kind and how big?
What do you intend to do about it, Bill?
I don't know, Tom. Not yet, anyway. Anything coming here on the teletype or radio?
Not a thing out of the way, Bill. For all I know, everything's snug as a bug in a rug.
Where could we find out if anything's going on that's unusual?
Well, it seems to me that there's always a lot of palavering around the post office. Hey, that's a good idea, Stumpy. Let's walk down to the post office and see what we can hear.
All of us, Bill?
Tell you what, let's do this. Henry and Stumpy, you fellas go over to the drugstore, and Grey Wolf and I'll go down to the post office. I thought people were supposed to get their mail in the post office. On the size of this crowd, you'd think it was a fire sale.
If that's right, Bill, then post office go broke. Say, what two fellows over there on the other side of the lobby you're so excited about? They wave arms like crazy.
I don't know. Let's amble over and find out.
Sure.
You guys, this is the fourth straight night that our cattle have been acted spooky.
Yeah, and we can't figure out what's the matter with them.
Every time we make the rounds, whatever it is that's spooking them seems to disappear.
Well, I never believed in ghosts, but I'm sure hankering after that idea now.
Maybe it's a ghost of some mountain lions you shot while he was sleeping or something.
Go on and make fun, you guys. I just hope this ghost pays a visit to your corrals one of these nights.
Yeah, and you can spend half the night chasing...
Who are these fellows, Bill?
They're the Black Brothers, Grey Wolf. They own a small spread about 10 miles west of town.
What you do now, Bill?
I've got an idea that maybe we ought to take a little trip out to the Black Brothers Ranch.
You go talk to them?
No, not yet. I don't want to scare them. Maybe we can pick up something on this working by ourselves.
Come on, Skipper, old boy. It won't be long until we're home now. We've had a bad day with all this ice and snow. Easy now, Skipper. We'll cross the creek and go through the thicket. Then we'll only be a short way from home. And I'm going to put on your ice shoes first thing in the morning. Easy, Skipper. Easy, boy. What's the matter? Smell something? Oh, Skipper. Easy, big boy. Take it careful. No, you can't run on the slippery ground. Quit trying to take your head. All right, Skipper, let's get out of here if that's the way you want it. But don't fall.
I'm sure glad that moon is out so strong tonight. It's almost like working in daylight with the reflection from the snow.
How come you're not letting the ranchers know we're out here?
Oh, they get so excited. They think this is some threat to their cattle. That's right, old-timer.
Since the cattle are corralled and not grazing, well, we don't have too much to worry about as far as actual stock loss is concerned.
Hey, Bill. Look, tracks.
Where, Henry?
Right over here. Come on over, Grey Wolf. Stumpy.
I don't see anything, Henry.
Down. See? Right here. They're kind of faint. Wind's blowing snow over them.
Oh, I see. That mean track is old.
Maybe not too old to help, though, Grey Wolf.
Henry, you've made a good find here. Those are good tracks. How old do you think they are, fellas?
Well, I recollect they're nine bit over a day old. Maybe just a day.
I think so, too. Made last night. Ain't hard tell when fine snow blow in on frozen tracks.
But you're sure they're recent enough for us to work on, huh?
Yep. I should say so, young feller.
That's what I want to know. Now, the next question is, what kind of tracks are they?
They're definitely not cougar tracks.
They're not wildcat or lynx tracks. Too big.
I not know. They're bigger than cougar tracks.
Fellas, do you remember when we were down in the southern part of Mexico on a survey for the government? We were advising the Mexicans in conservation of their natural forests and rangelands.
Oh, I remember. I think of another thing.
What's that, Grey Wolf?
We have little experience down there that we never forget for a long time.
Hey, that must be getting ancient. That's right. And these tracks look just like those did, only bigger.
That's what's bothering me, fellas. I think that we're looking for a jaguar. All right, Sid, we're doing the best we can. That cat's fast. One night he's here, next night he's 12 miles away.
So what? My son was almost attacked riding his horse yesterday. How long is it going to take you fellas to get this killer?
It'll take just as long as it takes us to get the cooperation of all the ranchers. I'm not going to run my man bow-legged just on the strength of a lot of spooking stories.
Yeah? Well, seems to me you're not doing your job. Maybe you ought to call Colonel Anders on this.
There's the phone, Sid. Won't cost you a cent either. Call Colonel Anders. He'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you.
Ah, sure. One ranger tell a story, and the other'd back it up.
I think you've overstayed your welcome, Sid.
Okay, I'm gone. But you fellas had better get that cat or else.
Yeah? Or else what?
Or else maybe we'll get some new rangers.
Boy, that's pretty hard to take.
Forget it, Henry. He'll cool off after a while, realize how ridiculous he sounded. We've got more important things to do.
You got ideas, Bill?
Yes, Grey Wolf. We've got to let people know about this jaguar. Then, if anyone sees the cat, they can call us, and we'll get a pattern of his operation. We'll use the map on the wall.
Now, that sounds good, Bill. If enough people see him. When do we start?
Right away. Grey Wolf, you and Stumpy sort of circulate around the areas we think he's operating in right now and see if you can pick up any fresh trails. Henry and I have another job to do. A job Paul Revere would have liked very much. Hello, Inky. Where's the boss?
Oh, he's out in a story. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'd like you to run this story in pictures in your next edition of the paper.
Sure, I'll be glad to. Hey, a jaguar on the loose, huh? Boy, this is one time I wish that I was a ranger.
Maybe you'd better stick to printing, Inky. You'll live longer that way. See you later.
Okay. Anytime that we can help you.
Thanks a lot.
Where are we going now, Bill?
Radio station, pal.
Sure, we'll be glad to spot this on the air for you, Bill.
That's fine. I'll appreciate it.
How often do you want us to air it, Bill?
Just as often as you can. This big cat is dangerous, and people have got to know. Well, that ought to hold this old map up on the wall. A couple more of these brads ought to do it.
You know, I think this is a terrific idea, Bill.
Well, we'll soon find out, pal. There we are. We'll use these colored pins to mark the location of the phone calls. And mark the time the cat was seen right alongside. Let's see if we can spot this old boy.
Oh, hiya, Grey Wolf. Stumpy.
Hey! How are you?
What'd you find out, fellas?
Not much. One cold trail. Maybe 1 day old. Maybe half day.
It was too old to help us any.
Yeah, with a half a day's start, that cat wouldn't be anywhere near there.
Well, we're all set to put our plan into action. All we need now are some telephone calls. Well, Bill, it's getting late afternoon. Nobody's phoned us yet.
Yeah. Well, about all we can do is wait.
Bill,
Yes, pal. What's on your mind?
how come that jaguar hasn't made a killing yet? Animal, I mean.
That's a good question, Henry. Probably because he hasn't figured out how to negotiate the corral fences.
What do you mean?
I mean, the jaguar is a jungle cat. Used to stalking his prey close in, then jumping it from concealment.
You mean under cover of the jungle?
Uh-huh. Until he figures out whether the fences are something to be feared or to be jumped, he won't make a killing in a corral. When he gets over that psychological barrier and makes a killing, his goose is cooked.
Then we get him.
Got him is right.
But why?
Well, it's this way, pal.
I get phone. Hello, Forest Service. Yes?
That's mine. Forest Service, yes?
Don't you dare, Stumpy. This is mine.
Hello, Forest Service.
Yes, sir. Thank you for calling. We will. Whew, I'm getting preacher's sore throat. Never did so much yakking in my life. Now let's take a good look at this map and see what we've got.
Well, we've got a lot more pins than I thought we'd have there for a while.
Yeah. The picture's beginning to shape up.
He's somewhere in Blue Canyon Valley country.
Mm-hmm. Now to go out and look for him.
We're going to sit on the ridges and try to see this pussycat?
Yes, pal. May sound unworkable, but it's the only thing we can do right now. He shouldn't be too hard to find if he shows himself at all. We'll move slowly along the ridges, and perhaps we can pick him up with our field glasses. Getting cold, pal?
No. We're just thinking about that jaguar. Almost like meeting up with a real tiger.
I'd say it's worse. We can't let down for a minute.
I should say not.
Well, let's move along, fellas. Maybe we'll get better results up a ways.
Hold it, youngsters.
You got something in your glass, old-timer?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, tell better in a minute.
What do you see?
Yep, it's him all right. It's the big cat.
Here, let me have him. Great Scott, Stumpy, you're right. There he is, as big as life.
And almost big as tiger.
Boy, I wouldn't want that guy around the kitchen. Look at the size of his paws.
Yeah. These high-powered glasses really bring them close up, don't they?
Well, here's where I finish off that there cat.
Hold it, Stumpy. That's almost a mile. I don't think you'd score a good hit with the wind funneling down the canyon like it is.
Well, maybe you're right, Bill. Although it's a great temptation.
What are we going to do, Bill?
There's only one thing to do now, pal. We're going to stalk that jaguar till we get him. Slowly, we make our way down the slippery canyon wall and head into the depths of the canyon floor, moving quietly, carefully. I'm taking the lead, with Henry following, and Stumpy with his sharpshooting rifle, finally Grey Wolf, who keeps watching the back trail to be sure we're not being stalked in turn by this treacherous jaguar.
Hey,
guy's close.
He's moved. Now he's picked up our scent. He's mad.
Not good. He looked for a fight.
Would he attack a group of men like us, Bill?
If a jaguar thinks he's cornered, he'll fight like a dozen grizzlies. Ordinarily, they try to stay away from human beings, but not this boy. I have a feeling he's aching for a scrap.
That warning to us to get out. He maybe not tell us again.
That's right, Grey Wolf. He probably won't make another sound. Now it's Hunter stalking Hunter. And I wasn't kidding. The big cat is hunting us at the same time we're hunting him. We're climbing upward toward the jaguar. At the same time, the jaguar is looking down on us. He has the advantage, knows it. But we can't see him. But we sense that he's close by. Hold it here, fellas. He's right ahead of us.
Not right.
How are we going to find out where?
I'll go first. You fellas cover me.
That's risky business, young feller. You might have that kitty right on top of you in a minute.
Well, we can't turn back now. Let's take it slow. Be careful when you walk.
Okay, let's move out.
Henry, look out. You fall.
The cat! It's a mouse! The cat! Get him, somebody! We missed him!
Awful hard to hit a streak of greased lightning. Okay, friend. You won the first round. Maybe you won't be so fortunate in the second.
I sure am sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to kick that gravel loose.
Forget it, pal, as long as nobody was hurt.
Anyway, I'm sure glad to get back to headquarters and rest my nerves a bit.
That's why we came back, Henry. I felt we all needed a rest. But we'll get that fella yet.
We get good rest in own bed and be ready for a fresh start in morning.
That's the best idea I've heard all day. Yeah, boy, this chair is mighty comfortable. The feller could sure saw wood in this old...
Stumpy. He looks sleepy, huh?
Well, let's all do the same thing, fellas, and see what a new day brings us. Huh? Oh, telephone. What time it is? The sun's out. I'll get the phone. Ranger Bill speaking. Yeah? Yes. Yes. All right, thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, what time is it? It must be the middle of the night. Oh, no. Can't be with the sun shining.
It's 8 o'clock, Henry.
8 o'clock? Man, I slept half the day away.
I'll say so. Now hit the deck, young fella. We got work to do.
What was that phone call about? The jaguar?
Yeah. The big cat's finally cooked his goose.
What do you mean? Has he made a kill?
Got a yearling steer. And we'll trap him with it.
I sure hope we catch him this time.
So do I, pal. Let me warn you, this isn't going to be any pushover. This cat knows we're after him, and he's in the mood for a fight.
Not right. We be careful when we get close. Jaguar might strike.
Keep your finger on the trigger, too. This fella's going to be extra dangerous because he's hungry.
Better keep our voices down. Let's try to stay downwind of his kill.
Look, there, carcass of steer ahead of us.
Yep. The jaguar's not there now, but he must be right close by somewhere.
Shh. Let's be careful now. We can't afford to miss this time.
Now, if we do, that big cat will head back to Mexico and we'll never see him.
That's what I was hoping he'd do, Henry. I hate to destroy him, but we've got to protect the rancher's cattle and his family.
Look, he come out of cave now. Over on right.
Boy, is he handsome. Look at that beautiful coat of fur he's got.
Yeah. He's really winterized, all right. Wonder how long he's been up here. Hope the wind doesn't change. We're so close to him, he'd pick up our scent to see it.
What'd he do that for?
I think now he's the one who's spooky.
Yep, I think you're right, young feller. He's got 4 rangers on his mind. He's not feeling too happy about it.
He got big grouch on.
Are we close enough to shoot?
Yes, Henry. Hey, watch it, fellas. The wind's changed.
He's got our scent.
Let's get him, fellas, before he gets away.
Boy, did you see that? Talk about speed.
That kitty's got a jet beat a mile.
Yeah, and I think he's wounded. He jumped aside with our rifle shots, but not enough. Let's go after him.
He must be in there.
He and Barn, all right.
Yeah. This is the end of the trail, all right. Look at those blood marks.
He's wounded pretty bad, youngster. Don't think he's got long for this world.
That's right, Stumpy. So, let's go inside the barn and get him. This is a tough spot. What's waiting us on the inside? Is it a weak animal, gasping his strength away because of his wounds? Or is he still strong and ready to do battle with all comers? I carefully ease myself into the barn, stand just inside the door. I'm waiting for my eyes to get adjusted to the dimmer light inside the building. Now Henry slips in beside me. Grey Wolf and Stumpy slide in the other side of the door. We're now divided 2 and 2. Our fingers tighten down on our triggers. Every shadow, every stall is a dangerous spot.
This is no joke. Where is that cat?
Take it easy, pal. Don't let your nerves get the best of you. Just keep watching and waiting. It'll happen soon enough. Yes, it'll happen soon enough. But when? When will this bundle of muscle and claw burst out on us like a cyclone? Grey Wolf and Stumpy edge along the opposite wall, while we move too, and watch, and wait. Where is that cat?
There he is in a stall by the corner. Get him! Get him out of it!
Well, it's all over, fellas. There he is. He fought a good fight to the end. And I'm not a bit happy about killing him. Yes, there are some things we have to do that aren't enjoyable at all. Not everything in life is pleasant, that's for sure. But what a scrap. That jaguar sure gave us a battle. Well, we'll see you next week for more adventure with Hi there, boys and girls. This is Ranger Bill back again for just a third of a minute with an extra word of thanks to you for joining us today. Hope you'll team up with the Rangers every week at this time when your local station gives us this chance to get together. See you then.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Elliot Lewis, Hans Conried, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we look in at the Burns home today, we find George glancing through the afternoon newspaper.
Say, look at this. Meat prices are still dropping. Pork is down, beef is down.
Oh, yeah, but you don't have to worry, darling. You're married to a pretty smart little girl.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw this thing coming 10 days ago, so I stocked up before it happened.
Gracie, you didn't.
Yes, I did. They don't catch me napping. Let the meat keep on going down. We're set. I've got enough in our icebox to last us a month. Now, I got it right at the peak.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, sir. You gotta get up early in the morning to stop little Gracie.
Now she tells me. Look, Gracie.
And you know something
What?
I found out, George? Businessmen respect a shrewd buyer. Now, this morning, Mr. Jones, the butcher, took me aside and he said, look, Mrs. Burns, steak is still dropping, but any time you want it at the old price, it's okay.
This is murder.
Well,
Murder.
George, you don't sound very appreciative after all the money I saved you.
How do you figure you saved me money?
Oh, now, really, dear, surely you can add and subtract. Now, look, I spent $50 on meat.
Yeah.
I put it in our icebox.
Yeah.
Today, that meat is worth $30. Now, how much is 30 from 50?
20.
Well, what's that, hey?
But you didn't save 20. You lost 20.
Oh, George, pay attention. Now I'll explain it
I'll
again.
explain it to you. Now, listen. 10 days ago, you spent $50 for meat. Today, you could buy the same meat for $30. Now, did you make money or lose it?
Oh, my, you're handsome today.
Don't change the subject.
I've never seen you look better.
Now, Gracie.
Compared to you, I'm a dog.
Don't think you could flatter your way out of this, young lady. Now, listen to me. I put up with your
Oh,
silly...
no, George, please. You mustn't get excited. Remember your appendix.
Appendix? Had my appendix out 10 years ago.
I know. Remember?
Well, there's no use talking to you. I'll see you later. Can't you do something for her, Dr. Miller? She'll drive me crazy.
Well, George, I started to psychoanalyze Gracie, but she called it off. Said she was afraid people might think there was something wrong with her.
I see.
Too bad, too. She told me some absolutely fascinating stories about her childhood. Did you know that at the age of 4, she played Haydn and Chopin?
Haydn and Chopin? That's amazing.
That's what I said until she explained it. That's a game where if you caught Haydn and show your pan, you're it.
Haydn and Chopin. Might have known.
You know, George, this buying meat at high prices might have been influenced by her father. She told me how he failed in the meat business.
What happened?
Well, you know how some butchers put their thumb on the scale?
Yeah.
Gracie's father used to sit on the scale and hold the meat in his lap.
What a family.
Some very peculiar things happened to her parents.
I know. I married one of them. Do you think you can help her, Doctor?
Well, I can, George, if you can get her over here. Let's see. Does Gracie dream much?
Quite a bit.
That'll be the excuse. Tell her to come over and have me interpret her dreams. When I get through interpreting them, she'll be all straightened out.
Wonderful. And above all, tell her that she must never make a decision.
Leave it to me.
Doc, I don't know how to thank you. Here, let me pay you something.
Oh, George, please put away that checkbook. I'm your neighbor. I know you too well to accept a check.
Well... Well, thanks, Doc.
You'll pay me in cash.
I thought so.
Where did you go, dear?
Oh, just out for a little fresh air. Say, Gracie, been having any dreams lately?
Oh, yes, I have, George, and such silly ones. I worry about what happens to my mind at night.
And I'm on the day shift.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh.
Tell me about the dreams you had.
Well, last night I had a real nightmare. I dreamt I was walking down Hollywood Boulevard with no clothes on. All I was wearing was a hat. Oh, was I embarrassed.
Well, I'll bet you were.
Sure, it was last year's hat.
Why don't you run over and tell your dream to Dr. Miller?
Oh, George.
That man will interpret it for you.
Nah, I wouldn't tell him a dream like that.
Well, you don't have to tell him you had it. Tell him it was someone else's.
Oh, but it's such a silly dream.
We all have silly dreams. Look at me. Last night I dreamt that I won a golf match with a one-legged kangaroo.
Oh, that is silly.
Oh, sure.
Oh, imagine you winning a golf match.
Yeah. Now, run over and talk to Dr. Miller.
Well, all right. It would be fun to know what dreams mean.
Sure, I'll see you later. Hello, Doctor. This is George. It worked. Gracie is on her way over to tell you her dreams. Yeah. Now, she'll pretend it isn't hers, but it is. Anyway, you know what to tell her. And pour it on.
That's right, Gracie. Just relax and tell me your dream.
Oh, this isn't my dream, Doctor.
Oh, sure. I understand. We'll just say it's the dream of a certain party, huh? Now, what was the dream?
Well, this certain party was playing golf with a one-legged kangaroo.
Golf with a one-legged kangaroo. Very revealing.
Really?
Oh, definitely. Gracie, the person who had that dream has the mind of a child.
Oh, Doctor, you're wrong.
No, wait. The person who had that dream also looks as young as a child.
Oh, boy, are you wrong.
But the person who had that dream is married to someone who is very wise and clever.
Well, that's funny. Now you're right.
And I'm right in the other things, too, Gracie. The person who had that dream should never make a decision.
Really, Doctor?
Absolutely. Any decision that person makes is sure to be wrong.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I promise you that person will never make another decision.
Come in.
Howdy, little man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Say, I just got back from a ranch in Texas, and I'm a mite dusty. Could I run your vacuum cleaner over my suit?
Vacuum cleaner? Wouldn't it be easier to brush it off?
This is Texas dust. I want to save it.
I see.
Yeah, I like to put it on my face after shaving.
Like talcum powder?
Yeah, only this is softer.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it smells better,
It smells
too.
better,
yeah.
too. Okay, I'll get out the Hoover.
Wait a minute. Your vacuum cleaner is a Hoover?
Yeah.
Then let it go. Texas is a Democratic state.
Suit yourself, Mr. Judson.
Yeah. Now, the reason I hurried over here direct from the train was to give you a chance to make some money.
How?
Well, I got a few cattle down home, and right now they're selling at bottom price, $50 a head. Now, you buy them today, and tomorrow you'll double your money.
Well, I said...
Well, naturally, I couldn't sell you my whole herd, but I could let you have a couple of million head.
Well, I might take 100 head. How do I buy the cattle?
Well, you just pick up the telephone and call Dallas, Texas. The number is Ecstasy 2400. That's my office.
Yes.
If it don't answer, call my ranch, Paradise 2400. Tell them who you are, and I said to let you have 100 head at bottom price.
Well, thanks a million.
Yeah, well, now you do it right away. Tomorrow, them steers will be put on the train for Chicago.
To the slaughterhouse, huh?
Yeah. They don't slaughter Texas cattle, though. They don't have to.
Why not?
Well, when them steers step off the train and see they ain't in Texas, they die of a broken heart. Well, so long, little man.
Thanks again, Mr. Judson, and goodbye.
Mr. Judson.
Yeah? Why, little lady, what you doing hiding here behind this bush?
Well, I have to keep an eye on my husband.
At his age?
Oh, absolutely. He's got the mind of a child. Tell me, while you were talking to him, did he make any decisions?
What? Yeah. As a matter of fact, he did. He decided to call Dallas and buy 100 head of steers at $50 a head.
$50 for one head? Oh, that's ridiculous.
What? But, ma'am, that's the bottom price.
Well, it's all right for a bottom price. That's the end with the meat on it.
That's the end with the...
Oh, I like your sense of humor, man.
You know, Meredith, those grand songs carry me back to my high school proms.
Well, Toby, they first hit the music racks 20 years ago. Today, they're still going strong.
And what do you think explains this great popularity year after year?
It hangs on many things all combined, not just one. I'll show you, Toby. Here's another big hit of 20 years ago. But what does it mean to you when we play only the mellow harmony? Or now, when we add a rich counter melody.
Well, it means fine music, Meredith, but is that really a hit tune?
Well, listen while we add the vigorous rhythm section. Okay, and now we'll round out this number with the melody. And you'll recognize one of the most popular American songs ever written.
Well, of course, Moonlight and Roses. And friends, just as America's favorite songs require the careful blending of many orchestral parts, so too with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. The satisfying, good to the last drop flavor of Maxwell House demands the blending of not one, but many varieties of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With great care and skill, our Maxwell House experts examine, test, and select Manizales for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellins. For vigor, they select other choice coffees. And for fine, full body, they add Bucaramangas. All blended in one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection. And brought to you roaster fresh 2 ways, either in the familiar blue tin or in the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar. So friends, are you now enjoying America's favorite coffee? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffees sold. Insist on Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Imagine buying 100 steer heads and paying for the bottoms. Well, Dr. Miller was right. Poor George doesn't know which end is which. Well, I've got to stop him. It may take drastic measures, but I've got to stop him.
Hi, Gracie. Hey, I'm going to make $5,000. All I have to do is call Dallas.
Put down that telephone, you philanderer.
Huh?
How dare you call another woman?
What other woman?
Stella Dallas.
I'm calling Dallas,
No,
Texas.
no, George, please, don't use that phone.
Why not?
Why not? Well, it must be left open for emergency calls, like calling the doctor.
but no one is sick. Gracie, what's gotten into you?
Virus X. Then call a doctor.
Oh, stop.
Well, then call the fire department.
The house isn't on fire.
Hand me those matches.
Gracie, cut that out. I'm going to place my call.
Oh, you can't, George. The phone's out of order.
Phone's out of order?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Hello? I can't talk to you now, Meredith. The phone's out of order. That silly Meredith Wilson calling up on a broken telephone.
Gracie, let go of the phone.
No.
I don't like to use my superior strength against a woman, but you force me to tear that telephone out of your hands. Now give me that phone. Please, Gracie, give me the phone.
No.
I said give it here, and I mean it. Oh. Now, you see, I dropped it. I just hope nothing happened to it. Oh, holy smoke. The phone is dead.
Oh, you murderer. You killed it.
This is too much. I'm going to take a cold shower. Then I'll go across the street to Jack Benny's and use his phone.
Well, I'll fix him so he can't use Jack Benny's phone. While he's in the shower, I'll take all the change out of his pocket.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Burns. I'm from the telephone company. Your phone has been reported out of order, and I'm here to fix it.
Wonderful. I can make $5,000 if I call Dallas before the... Oh, no. Oh, no. It's you again. The guy with the terrible temper. You'll wreck my phone.
Oh, have no fear, Mr. Burns. Now that I'm with the telephone company, I'm no longer a mad thing. I found myself.
If only you hadn't found me.
I'm so happy with this job.
Please, put the phone down. I'll use carrier pigeon.
Why, this isn't serious. I'll have it fixed in a jiffy.
Don't bother. I'll wigwag. I'll send smoke signals. Don't touch the phone.
I'll just tighten this screw.
I'll walk to Dallas. Forget it.
There. It's fixed. I have placed at your disposal the greatest miracle of science, the telephone.
Good. Now go.
I'm so happy with this job. Now, if you get a hot tip on a racehorse, you can telephone and place $2 on its nose.
But I never
The favorite is Bangtail, but you bet on a long shot. Apple Blossom at 50-1. You turn on your radio and listen to the race.
But I never...
They're off. It's a Bangtail out in front, and Apple Blossom second by a nose.
But I never...
At the quarter, it's Bangtail by 2 lengths, and Apple Blossom third by a nose.
But I never...
At the half, it's Bangtail by 5 lengths, and Apple Blossom fourth by a nose.
But I never...
Coming into the stretch, it's Bangtail by 10 lengths, and Apple Blossom 10th by a nose.
But I never...
The winner is Bangtail by 17 lengths. You laugh, you cheer, you dance around the room, all because I fixed your telephone. I'm so happy with this job.
All right, now go.
You count your money.
Yes.
You're so... Wait.
Something happened.
Wait a minute.
Something. I know.
You bet on the other horse.
Oh.
You lost your $2, and it's my fault.
No, I didn't.
Well, I won't fix telephone.
No.
I'll quit this lousy job.
Now go.
Not before I remove temptation from your path.
No.
I'll wreck this telephone.
No.
I'll smash it. I'll rip it to pieces. There. I saved you $2.
Bill.
Yeah?
Can I call Dallas, Texas on your phone? If I hurry, I can make $5,000.
Oh, well, of course, George. My phone is right here, and you're welcome to use... Oh, excuse me. I'll answer that.
Oh, hurry, please.
Just a minute. Hello? Well, yes, this is Dimples. Why, sure, I love you, honey. I love you dearly. Who is it? Oh, Mabel? Hiya, Mabel. A date? Well, let me look at my date book and see what I have available.
Order, man. Hurry up, Bill, please.
Mabel, the first night I have open is the 27th. Is that okay? Swell. That's November 27th.
Wow.
I'll see you then, honey. Bye. Now, George, I'll get that Dallas number for you right away. Oh, excuse me. It's ringing again. Hello? Yes, this is Dimples. Oh, hello, Gladys. A date? Well, I'm booked up till November 28th, but you can have that. Okay, it's a date. Oh, no, honey, that's November 28th, 1949.
This guy is the mail on a Turner.
Goodbye, Gladys.
Now, look, lover boy. Get long-distance operator, quick.
Okay, George.
Hurry up.
Hello? Long-distance operator? I want to call Dallas, Texas, and I want to... Yeah, this is Dimples. Well, Myrtle, how are you?
This is Myrtle.
No, it's Myrtle.
Oh, it's my friend.
Yeah, Myrtle, get me Dallas, Texas right away. It's very important. Hurry up. You won't? Well, why not? No, Myrtle, I'm not calling another girl. Well, honest, honey, I swear I'm not.
I should have used Errol Flynn's phone.
Myrtle, if I'm not telling the truth, may they come and take my Maxwell House coffee. And you know Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. Oh, you believe me now, huh? Sure. Hey, George, she's getting a Dallas operator.
Good. If I don't get those...
Hello? Hello, Dallas operator? Right. Look, I wanted to... Yeah, this is Dimples. Well, hello, Linda Sue.
Oh, no.
How's every little thing, honey child?
Please, Bill, get the number. It's Ecstasy 2400.
Linda Sue, get me Maxwell House 2400.
Bill, it's Ecstasy.
Same thing. That's why with more than 1,000 brands to choose from, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. You're ringing it, Linda Sue? Okay.
Mr. Judson's secretary will probably answer. Then I'll talk.
Hello, is this Mr. Judson's secretary? Well, just a moment. I want to put Mr. Burn... Yeah, this is Dimples.
No. May, how are you?
Yeah, I'm still with Maxwell House Coffee, and you know something, Ella May? Maxwell House comes to you roaster fresh 2 ways now. In the familiar blue vacuum tin or in the new ultra vacuum glass jar.
Give me the phone. Hello. Hello. This is George Burns. Mr. Judson said I could buy 100 head of cattle at $50 a head. So get the order in right away.
But Meredith, by the time I followed him to Bill Goodwin's house, he'd already called Texas. That's why I rushed over here to use your phone.
Well, I have Dallas on the phone for you now, Gracie. Here's Mr. Judson's secretary.
Oh, thank you. Hello, this is Mrs. Burns. Cancel that order my husband just made. Goodbye. I saved him again. I just can't let George make any decisions, Meredith. Dr. Miller says he has the mind of a child.
By Jove, now that you mention it, George has tried to interest me in his childish pastime. He has frequently said, Meredith, why don't you go fly a kite?
If you think that's childish, wait till you hear this. George has been cutting out paper dolls.
Paper dolls?
Yep, out of Esquire magazine.
Gracie, I've seen those dolls in Esquire, but the publishers made quite a mistake. They didn't print any paper dresses to put on them.
Oh, well, I guess George is too dumb to realize that. But that's nothing compared to the decision about Mr. Judson's cattle. All he wanted to buy was the heads.
No.
Yes. And he was going to pay the same price that Bottom Spring.
Well, that's ridiculous. Heads aren't even half the size.
I wonder what he wanted with them anyway.
Well, perhaps he wanted to hang them on your walls.
Oh, well, if that's it, I guess the heads would have looked better.
Poor George.
Yeah, we must be kind to him and try to make his second childhood a happy one.
Well, he's welcome to come over and play with my electric train.
Oh, that would be a treat. During his first childhood, they didn't have electricity. Come to think of it, they didn't even have trains.
Say, here comes George up the walk now.
Uh-oh. Now, Meredith, don't tell him I canceled his order for those cattle heads. It would break his childish heart.
Have no fear, Gracie. My lips are sealed. Enter.
Meredith, have you seen... Oh. Well, there you are, Gracie. What are you doing here?
Just visiting, dear.
That's right. Just visiting, dear.
You both sound awfully guilty. I've got a hunch you're hiding something from me. Now, what is it?
That threatening tone will avail you nothing, George. My lips are sealed.
Yes. Don't let him scare you, Meredith.
No form of torture will persuade me to betray our secret.
Stout heart, Meredith.
You may boil me in oil, but I'll never reveal that Gracie called Dallas and canceled your order.
Attaboy, Meredith.
So that's it, huh?
What's it?
Gracie canceled my order.
Oh, you were eavesdropping outside, eh?
Yeah, I'm sneaky. Gracie, why did you do such a thing?
I did it to protect you, George. You see, you have the mind of a child and the body of a man.
I have not.
Well, it's practically the body of a man.
I didn't mean that.
Well, anyway, I told Dr. Miller your dream, and he said you should never make a decision.
You told him my dream? Holy smoke, I see it all now. Gracie, you're the one with the mind of a child and the body of a man.
George, you need new glasses.
Gracie, what?
Say, excuse me for busting in like this, but I've been looking all over for you. Did you buy them cattle, little man?
No, I didn't, Mr. Judson. You see, Gracie...
Well, let me shake your hand. You're a smarter man than I am.
Huh?
Cattle prices has went down again. You saved yourself a passel of money.
I did?
Yeah. How come you was so shrewd?
Well, I merely anticipated the market fluctuation.
Say, you're a financial genius.
Well, I wouldn't limit it to finances. I have an intelligent grasp of all complex situations.
Wait. Boy, you got a smart husband, little lady. Thanks to him, you ain't stuck with all that beef.
Well, I may not have any beef, but look at the ham I'm stuck with.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now...
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop.
Good night.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. The national broadcasting company. The national broadcasting company. The national broadcasting company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Here's where we smash a tax racket.
Hold everything, Casey. Where's Reed?
Oh, Gunnigan, you're acting like a jittery reporter. Remember, you're the news editor of the Daily Sentinel.
Never mind that. Get him.
From what Lowry and Jenks and the other reporters say about you, Gunnigan, you're deaf on secretaries. You belong in the newsroom. Why don't you get
Death
back there?
took a holiday, Casey.
What? Bring me the answer to that one.
I'm a news editor. You say I'm deaf, and, well, I took a holiday from editing. I covered a story for the Sentinel.
That's your holiday, Gosh, you sure reached way into the sack to make that gag.
Okay, skip it. Where's Reed?
On the phone. Here. I guess he's through. Yes, Mr. Reed.
Who's holding down the news desk now that Gunnigan's taking a couple of days off, Miss Case?
Parker, Mr. Reed. But Gunnigan's right here.
Okay, ask him. What, Gunnigan's there in your office?
Champing at the bit. He's been getting a story.
Well, send him in.
Okay, Gunnigan, you get the green light.
I heard it, Casey.
Hold your hat, Mr. Reed. There's a tornado coming.
Reed?
Thank you, Miss Case. The tornado already arrived.
Reed? I just saw Digby.
Oh, wait a minute, Gunnigan. Digby's in jail. He's just been sentenced to 5 years in the pen for
a crime he never committed.
What?
That's what he told me.
Now, take it easy, Gunnigan. Let me get this straight. Digby's been sentenced to 5 years for stealing money from the city tax
But he
department.
didn't do it, Reed.
Gunnigan, he pleaded guilty.
Okay. But after the talk I had with him...
Besides, how come you got the man to talk? We've had our best reporters down there. All the way through the trial, he kept mum.
Reporters? Bah! A bunch of journalism school graduates.
I wouldn't call Lowry a bad reporter.
Oh, he's fair. But I figured I'd been in the newspaper game before him and the rest were whelp. In the old days, I could dig a story out of a clam. And I went out to prove I could do it again.
Well, what did he say?
I'll give it to you word for word, Reed. Digby was in his cell. They're sending him to the big house on the 8:15 tonight.
Yes?
He was hopping mad. Burning up when I got in to see him. Matter of fact, maybe he just began to realize that he was facing 5 years in prison. He kept yelling about Fletcher and Johnson.
They said they'd get me off easy. A suspended sentence. Fletcher told me. Johnson and he both. The crooks! The dirty crooks! Let me out of here! I'll kill them all!
Keep your shirt on, son. You can't fight through those bars.
Fletcher and Johnson. Pair of dirty vultures. I didn't steal that money. They did, the two of them.
Easy, son, easy.
They made me plead guilty. Made me the fall guy for their racket.
Come on. Now, sit down.
I tell you, it's true.
Sure it is. Now, why not sit down and tell me about it?
Yeah. You're a newspaper man. Maybe you can print it.
Here, on the cart. That's it. Now, you work under Fletcher and Johnson, right?
Make it past tense, mister. I used to work under him.
Okay. A couple of months ago, my boss, the publisher of the Sentinel, got a notice that he hadn't paid his city taxes. When, as a matter of fact, he had.
Sure. That's what started the investigation. You see, I'm an accountant in the city tax department. When property owners send in their tax checks, I'm supposed to put them down as paid, but...
But according to the evidence, you kept dipping into the till until you were more than $10,000 behind.
Yeah. Now, for instance, your boss's tax check. Instead of crediting him with that money, it was used to credit some guy who'd sent in his check half a year before.
Oh, that all came out in the papers, Digby.
That's what we call lapping.
Lapping?
You know, check comes in and you borrow it. Then the next check comes in and you apply it to the one you borrowed. You keep getting farther and farther behind.
And finally, you're behind the 8-ball.
Sure. But there's one big difference between what everybody believes and what's the truth.
Spill it. I'm all ears.
I didn't take that dough. It was Fletcher and Johnson.
Oh, now, son.
I tell you, it's the honest truth.
But you pleaded guilty.
You don't believe me, huh?
Between you and me and those cell bars? No.
But I tell you, Look, here's the way it was. I'm small fry, see? Just an accountant.
Yeah?
Suppose your boss comes to you and says he's borrowing $500 from the tax money. Just for a couple of days. You can't say no.
That happened?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. I had my job to worry about, so naturally I said okay and I covered up. But they kept borrowing and borrowing. It didn't stop, and then...
Then what?
Then your paper starts the investigation rolling. Fletcher tells me to take the rap, and he'll get a suspended sentence for me. He said he'd fix things.
And you fell for that?
What else could I do? The guy's my boss. He had me stretched on the rack. Either I play ball or I lose my job. Yeah, I did it. I fell for it. And then when I plead guilty, he lets me take it. Leaves me holding the bag.
He kept on talking that way, Reed. Said Fletcher and Johnson left him holding the bag. That they were really the guilty ones. Reed, he sounded on the level. Absolutely.
Then why did he plead guilty? He's already been sentenced.
Yeah, and he has no money to appeal the case. Besides, what good's an appeal? They'd throw it out of court.
Yeah, he should have known better than to trust Fletcher and Johnston.
He knows it now.
Gunnigan? If the Daily Sentinel could prove this, we'd scoop the town. That pair of politicians is as crooked as loaded dice. They've covered their tracks too well. Now, hold it a second. Yes, Miss Case.
Mr. Reed, Fletcher's here.
Fletcher?
On pins and needles to see you.
Well, send him in. Send him in.
Fletcher, here, in the outside office?
Quiet.
Here you are, Mr. Fletcher.
Reed, I want to see you.
Is this another apology, Fletcher?
Apology?
Oh, you made one to me several months ago, remember? When I received that notice saying my city taxes were in default. You came over in a hurry to apologize, said it was an error, a mistake in bookkeeping.
Oh, that. Naturally, I didn't know then that Digby was lapping. Borrowing money from taxes, not putting it back.
I'm not so sure it was Digby.
He was sentenced and he deserved it. Robbing the taxpayers. I heard this man was over at the jail talking to Digby.
The name is Gunnigan. Mr. Gunnigan to you.
So that's why you're here.
If the Sentinel pays any attention to Digby's raving, you'll regret it, Reed. Digby has absolutely no basis for his assertion.
Why, you little skunk! The Sentinel...
Hold it, Gunnigan. Just what will the Sentinel regret, Fletcher?
Digby is guilty. It's all settled. If the Sentinel prints his assertions, Johnstone and I'll sue you for libel.
I see.
The man's made threats of violence against us. He's dangerous. He
Fletcher,
belongs...
The Sentinel believes his story.
What?
What's more, we're going to print his accusations, and your name will be right up there in the headlines.
What? You're crazy. The man's heading for state prison tonight.
We believe you and Johnston are racketeers. We believe you dipped into the public purse, not Digby.
Print that and we'll rip this newspaper up.
Go ahead. And what's more, get this. Digby is not going to state prison tonight.
If you... What? Not going? Why, you're crazy. You can't stop the law.
I'm not going to stop the law. We're going to use the law. Just listen, Fletcher, and you get an earful. Gunnigan.
Yeah, Reed?
Get in touch with our lawyer. Have him get busy right now. I want Digby's case appealed.
But, Reed, the guy has no money to pay for an appeal.
The Sentinel will pay for appeal. We'll back him all the way.
If you say so, Reed. But an appeal can't do any good.
Why, of course it can't. You're barking at the moon, Reed.
Am I?
Yes, and you know it. Suppose you do get an appeal. What of it? There's a little delay, and then the appeal comes up in court. They'll throw it right out because Digby already pleaded guilty. He hasn't got a leg to stand on. Now be reasonable. Lay off this crazy notion. Don't print that insane story about me and Johnstone, and I'll see...
You're perfectly right in what you say, Fletcher. An appeal would be tossed out of court.
Sure. All you'll gain will be a little time.
That's just it. That's why I'm having Digby's case appealed. Time, Fletcher, time. The Sentinel's digging into this with both feet. With a little time, we'll get the goods on you. That's what we're after, and that's how we're going to do it.
But listen, you can't do this. Digby will be out on bail. He'll be roaming around free until the appeal comes up.
What of it?
But the man's dangerous. He's threatened us.
There's the door, Fletcher. Get out.
Okay, that's your attitude. But get this. Digby is heading for the state penitentiary. He's going there. You may delay it for a while.
Get out.
But you can't stop it. Before I'm through with this libel suit, you'll end up in the same place. Goodbye.
Well, Reed, you're sticking your neck in the noose. He's got you cold. An appeal.
Get the lawyer, Gunnigan. We're going through with it all the way. And get every reporter in the place busy. The Sentinel's printing the truth, and we've got to back it up.
Mr. Reed, you saved my neck. The Sentinel hadn't paid for this appeal.
Never mind the thanks, Digby. Facts, that's what we want. You have a month to prove those rats railroaded you.
But there aren't any facts. They're all covered up.
See Gunnigan, the news editor. Give him all the help you can.
It ain't any use. Gosh, if I could only get my hands on Fletcher, I'd beat the truth out of him.
Reporters. Reed, these guys aren't reporters.
2 weeks gone by already, Gunnigan. What have you got?
Nothing, Reed. Not a thing. Fletcher and Johnson are laughing at us. And there's that libel suit. Reed, why don't we give up? We're sunk.
Keep trying. If you get anything, give it to Miss Case, and she'll relay it to me.
But Reed,
I said keep trying. Keep trying, you understand? Morning, Miss Case. Anything new from Gunnigan?
Not a thing, Mr. Reed. The whole town's laughing at the Sentinel. We're backing a lost cause.
Fletcher and Johnston are guilty. I know
And
it.
you'd better hurry about proving it. 2 more days and Digby's appeal gets kicked right out of court.
2 days. 2 days to crack the truth.
Why not stop these stories about Fletcher and Johnson, Mr. Reed? That libel suit...
Enormous case. We'll keep fighting. Have Gunnigan call me. Understand? No matter where I am, I want to hear from him. Hello?
Hello, Reed. Casey told me you were at home.
You got anything, Gunnigan?
We're sunk, Reed. No use. I've had every reporter busy, every cut pulled everywhere. Digby's licked and so are we. Might as well face it.
But Digby must have some facts to back up his story. He's been in his home. Have you seen him?
We've been living there, Reed. I tell you, it's all washed up.
Okay, Gunnigan. You say so. Looks like the Sentinel's licked. Good night, Gunnigan, and thank the boys for trying anyhow.
Bad news, Mr. Brett?
The worst, Cato. Every lead is fizzled out. Digby's washed up, and we're facing a libel suit. If there were any other way that hadn't been tried... Wait a minute.
What is it?
I've got an idea, Cato. There are still 2 days before that appeal. Digby's at his home now, tonight.
Yes?
The man was desperate. It's well known that he's been making threats against Fletcher and Johnston. Of course, he'd never carry them out, but...
I don't understand.
Get the Green Hornet mask and the gun, Cato. We're going out in the Black Beauty now, but we'll switch to another car later.
Mr.
There's no time for argument, Cato. We're heading for Digby's home. Digby isn't serving 5 years for a crime he didn't commit. Not if the Green Hornet can stop it.
Yeah, just a minute.
What's going on around here, Digby? Where is he?
Huh? Who are you? What are you talking about?
Sergeant Moran, police headquarters. I was sent over here to...
Say, if you're worried that I'm going to jump bail and beat it out of the state before the appeal, you got the wrong idea.
Yeah? Maybe you ought to, the way it looks for you now.
I don't care how it looks. Fletcher's a crook and Johnston, they're both crooks. If I had
and
my...
there's another thing. Stop making those threats.
But I'm innocent.
It ain't helping you none talking that way, even if you're burned up.
Here. What are you doing, looking around the room that way?
That's okay. Guess I was seeing things.
Huh?
Well, I was sent over to tell you to lay off all that excited talk about Fletcher and his pal. They've been complaining to the police.
And what are you looking for?
As I drove up, I thought I saw a car leaving here. And it looked a lot like that car the Green Hornet uses.
The Hornet?
Okay, skip it. Maybe them cheese sandwiches I had for supper made me see things.
All right. Now you've told me. Now get out. I'm still a free man. I have a... Hey, who turned out the lights? It's outside from the hall. All right, Digby, let's go. We're getting out.
You're masked. Holy, catch the Green Hornet. You're not going anywhere.
Stand back.
Where's my gun?
Look out. The Hornet's shooting.
I'll handle him. Take it. You can't... You shot me.
You killed me. Not dead. This gun shoots gas, not bullets. Come on.
But
Is your car outside?
Yes, I don't understand.
You understand plenty. I'm getting you out of this jam. Hurry, the Green Hornet's getting you out of here.
Digby or the Hornet. Keep playing it up in every edition. Big headlines. Hold on. Got a phone's ringing. Hello. Getting a talking. Who's this? Press foreman? Yeah. I'm in Reed's office. Why? Doesn't want to catch him when he comes in, that's why.
Look, Gunnigan, how can I...
Be with you in a second, Casey. What's that? The extra's sold out completely. Swell. Run an additional 20,000. Yeah, all editions. With this disappearance yarn, we'll boost circulation a plenty.
Gunnigan.
Shut up, I'm busy. Hello, Denny. Still on? Yeah, talking to the press room. Got that new headline set for the later editions? Yeah, that's fine. Shoot it. Whew. Now, Casey, what's on your mind?
Noise, Gunnigan, noise. How can a girl work
This
with
is
you
a
anyway?
newspaper, Casey, not a morgue.
Well, I'll be fit for one soon. Oh, for Pete's sake, you've got your desk in the newsroom. Why set up in here?
I told you I want an ad read. He is coming in, isn't he?
He isn't in yet.
Hasn't showed up all day. Of all times to play Will o' the Wisp.
Okay, you're in. I can't use dynamite to
Baby,
blast-
does the Sentinel look bad on this? We accuse Fletcher and Johnson of swiping the city dough. And then Digby turns out to be pals with a hornet.
Miss Case, I'm only...
Reed, where you been?
This, you got it?
A fine time for...
Yes, I heard about it.
Now, there's something you haven't heard about, Mr. Reed.
Oh, a legal-looking document. What is it, Miss Case?
That, Mr. Reed, is a summons in a libel suit brought against you by Fletcher and his sidekick. I accepted service on it for you.
Huh?
No need to keep ducking us. They'll catch up with you eventually.
Yes, that was okay, Miss Case.
Okay, my foot. Reed, how can you be so calm? We're licked.
That doesn't sound like you, Gunnigan.
I've been yelling myself hoarse trying to locate you. Reed, we could have yanked out the Fletcher story in time.
Why should we do that?
Why? Because it ain't true.
No?
Reed, Digby gave us a crooked story. He's guilty all the way.
You think so?
He's with the Green Hornet. That's enough for me.
It's enough for anybody, Mr. Reed.
If I'd gotten hold of you, I could have kept out this libel story. But no, you weren't around.
So the Sentinel printed it, and now we're being sued.
And they'll rip us apart.
Why didn't you kill the story, Gunnigan?
But Reed, you gave me definite orders. Hey, you can't pass the buck to me on this.
Relax, Gunnigan. It's my responsibility, and I take all of it. Go right ahead.
You don't seem worried, Mr. Reed. Unless Digby's caught, we're in even a worse mess.
Perhaps.
Hello, Daily Sentinel. Publisher's up. Yes, Gunnigan's here.
Who is it, Casey?
Lowry. He's calling from Fletcher's.
Fletcher's, huh? You mind if I take it, Gunnigan?
No, go ahead, Reed.
Hello, Lowry. Reed talking. What's happened? What? He has, huh? Threats all day. Uh-huh. How's Fletcher taking it? Right, hold the phone.
Gosh, what is it?
Fletcher's been threatened.
Threatened? Jumping codfish, Reed. Is it Digby?
They've been going on all day. Threats by phone, by wire, everywhere.
Yeah, Digby swore he'd get those two. He said it over and over again in the jail when I saw him.
Better take that phone, Gunnigan. Lowry's aching to spill all he has.
Shoot, Lowry. Gunnigan talking.
Mr. Reed, where are you going?
Sorry, Miss Case. I'm on my way to
To a date, I suppose. Good grief, why don't you cancel
I
it?
wish I could, Miss Case, but it's very important.
I suppose it's that blonde debutante.
Case.
Well, I don't care. How can that possibly be more important than what's going on?
What's your blood pressure?
You facing a libel suit. Fletcher and Johnson scared to death they'll be murdered by a man who jumped bail.
And the Green Hornet, Miss Case. Don't forget the Hornet.
I give up.
I'll never give up, Miss Case. Digby's bound to turn up someday. Good night.
From the Sentinel, Britt Reed hurried to his apartment, where he got an expected telephone call.
Hello?
Mr. Brett?
Good, Cato. I was expecting your phone call. Digby is still in hiding where we left him last night?
Yes, sir.
I just came from the newspaper. It's beginning to work, Cato. Those warnings you sent, the phone calls, they're all having their effect.
Rich is worried?
Both he and Johnston scared stiff. Did you dispose of Digby's car?
I did.
We're careful to remove all fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
Good. It's getting darker outside. Now I'm going out in the Black Beauty, Cato. I'll meet you in the alley behind the hotel where Digby's hiding. Meet me there in 30 minutes. You got it?
I'll be there.
Goodbye.
Behind a secret panel in Britt Reed's apartment, a narrow passage led within the wall and connected directly with an adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building was in reality the hiding place for the super-streamlined, high-powered Black Beauty, car of the Green Hornet.
Car's all set. Gas, oil. Better check on what I'm going to need tonight. It's all here. Put on the Hornet mask and... Who's that?
Open up, Digby.
I've been expecting you, Hornet. Don't look so nervous, Digby. I came up the fire escape. No one saw me. You haven't lost your nerve since last night.
Listen, I don't know who you are or why you took me. My appeal's coming up tomorrow.
I told you. I hate Fletcher and Johnston as much as you do.
But I have honest reasons. You're a crook. You're probably getting them out of the way to start a racket of your own.
Now, look, Digby, I'm not going to argue the point. But those rats tried to railroad you.
This ain't legal.
Of course it's legal. You're out on bail. You're free to go wherever you like as long as you don't leave the state.
But the papers, the story, it looks like I'm in with you.
Exactly. It looks that way, but...
Gosh, I don't know.
Digby, listen, we went over all this last night. You agreed to it then. You've got to do something before your appeal comes up.
Well,
Make your choice. Play ball with me and you'll whip those rats. Right now, the public thinks you and the Green Hornet pulled a fast one last night.
But I didn't plan that. You did.
Exactly. And if you want the world to believe you on that, you've got to make them believe you on the tax money that was stolen.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You'll be in the clear. I'll see to that. Now, everything's set.
Well, what about my car?
Back in your garage. No one knows it ever left there. If you got a watch,
yes,
set it with mine. Here's a coil of rope.
What's that for?
You're going to be tied up.
I don't understand.
You will. I have an assistant, Digby. At 9 o'clock, he's coming here by the fire escape as I came. He'll tie you and take you with him. You'll be blindfolded. That's all. You'll do it?
If I can prove the goods on those two rats, Yeah.
Okay. Good. I'm leaving to make a few phone calls to Fletcher and Johnston. They're scared now, and they're going to stay that way. I'll set your watch with mine. It's 10 after 8.
Sit down, Fletcher. You'll wear a path in the rug.
He's out to get me. Digby in the Hornet.
Relax. You got police protection, ain't you?
What can you do against the Hornet?
You'll go fatty.
Warnings, phone calls all day long. There it is again.
I'll take it. Hello?
Fletcher railroaded Digby.
Who's this?
The Green Hornet.
Wait a minute. Where hung up.
Why don't you trace those calls? Why don't you do something?
What can we do? Nobody knows who he is. He takes off his mask phone from pay stations. You can't
That's
wait.
phone calls. Forget me. I'm scared. Scared, I tell you.
Yes? This is Johnson talking. Who's it?
Johnston. The Green Hornet will get you.
No, it's him.
Stop yelling, Johnson. Give me that.
Oh, it's no use. He hung up. He's gone.
Okay. Take it easy, will you? Sergeant Moran's over at Fletcher's house keeping guard. I'm here.
Murder, that's what. Phone calls, threats all day. I can't stand it. We'll go crazy. We'll go crazy. Hello, Sergeant Moran talking. What? The Hornet? You're sure? Okay.
Oh, wait, Sergeant. Where are you going?
Headquarters. Got a tip, Fletcher. The Hornet's over at Johnstone's place.
Wait. Don't let me hear. I'm scared. I tell you, I'm scared. Take me. I'll go with you.
Okay. What a yellow streak you're getting. Come on. Who was that?
That's your doorbell, Johnson.
Oh, yes. The doorbell.
I won't be long. Probably Sergeant Moran. Headquarters said they were sending him here as soon as they got the warning that the Hornet was coming after you first instead of Fletcher.
You'll come right back?
Yeah. The whole neighborhood's surrounded with cops. You'll be okay. Be back in a second.
He's gone. I'm alone. But I'm safe. Funny, I feel as if there was someone else here. Oh, nerves, that's what. Those warnings got me worried. I'll make sure. There. Door's locked, even if the Hornet tried to. He couldn't.
You're late, Johnston. I'm already here.
Oh, who said that? The room's empty. The drape. You were behind the drape.
I told you I'd get you.
The Hornet is... No, don't shoot.
I came over the rooftops, down a rope to your window.
The Hornet, listen.
This gun is for you.
Oh, wait. You can't. I framed Digby.
Take it, rat.
Help me. Can't breathe.
Goodbye, Johnston. Your company's coming. I won't be around to welcome.
Hey, what's that shouting? That's on. Door's locked. That's on. Come on, you guys. Fight you down. Come on. Get it. Again, get it. Come on.
What happened? Johnston.
Where is he? I heard him.
There on the floor.
Holy, catch the Hornet got him. Look, here's a note.
There's no one here.
Sergeant, there's a rope hanging from the roof. He used this window.
Look at this note, Fletcher.
McCarty. What does it say?
Johnstone is taken care of. You're next, Fletcher.
No. Now, listen, Sergeant. I can't stand it. When I got through the place, he killed Johnstone, murdered him. That means I'm next.
We'll take care of you.
Put me in jail any place behind bars. I'll be safe there. I'll tell you the whole thing.
What are you talking about?
Johnstone and me, we framed Digby. We stole that tax money.
Huh? You mean the Sentinel story was right?
All of it, every word. I'll confess. I'd rather confess than have the Hornet kill me, too. Here's the key to the safe deposit vault. Got all the details. I won't be murdered. I won't. Lock me up now, please.
It's a pleasure, Fletcher. You're headed for the host tower right now. You got all that, Flannery?
Yes, I heard it.
Take him out of here. Get his confession writing and check that safe deposit box.
Come on, you.
Yes, I'm carrying Johnstone's dead. I'll be next. I confess to everything. Everything.
And there, and
What's that, Casey?
that libel suit's washed up, Gunnigan. I'm tossing the summons in the wastebasket.
Yeah, some yarn, huh, Reed?
Fletcher's behind bars, Gunnigan?
Him and Johnson both, Reed. Can you imagine it? Johnson wasn't dead. He'd just been gassed. By the time he came to, it was too late. Fletcher had already spilled the beans. The cops had already checked the safe deposit vault.
And best of all, Digby had already been cleared.
Digby cleared?
Mr. Reed, don't tell me you hadn't heard about that.
Why, no, Miss Case. Remember, I was busy. I didn't have a chance to see the paper this morning.
Well, then, good grief, you didn't know Digby was delivered to police headquarters just about the time the Green Hornet was at Johnson's place?
He was?
Sure. The car drove up past headquarters and dumped him out. He was all tied up like a mummy.
He's in the clear, Reed. All the way. And get this. The car that left him at headquarters and got away again was the car of the Green Hornet. How do you like them apples?
VintageRadioshows.com.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. To this day, the masked rider of justice is famous throughout the western United States as the foe of crime and criminals. He was the fearless ally of the law in those early frontier days when law enforcement operated in the face of almost impossible odds. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he risked his life again and again to bring peace to a land that knew only the rule of the six-gun. And now we return once more to those days of danger and adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We must hurry to the town of Dawson. Tonto is waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that he was riding to Dawson. Doc Stubbs traveled throughout the West selling countless cases of a preparation he called snake oil. It was, according to his claim, a sure cure for almost any illness known to man. He arrived at last in the town of Dawson, and when he set up his medicine show, settlers came from miles around to enjoy the entertainment and stayed to buy his tonic. The Lone Ranger stood at the edge of the crowd beside his faithful Indian companion Tonto. He watched the show carefully, observing Doc Stubbs' methods.
I'll stand close behind you, Tonto, and if anyone comes this way, I'll be able to conceal the mask.
Feller, ask him question.
I should have disguised my face so I could take the mask off.
Not time for that.
I know it. Stubbs will be coming from inside his wagon in just a minute.
Not right.
As soon as the entertainers finish.
Maybe we get him this time.
We're going to try. It's timing we're stopped. He's robbed people from here to the Mississippi.
My good friends and fellow countrymen, I don't have no intent to occupy all of your valuable time with what I got to say. A few well-chosen words won't take long. Then we're going on with the show again. What I speak for at this time is in the nature of a warning. My vast experience in addressing crowds of people between both coasts of our great country shows me that wherever there's a crowd, there's a risk. Among you here tonight, there may be crooks at work. I mean it, folks. There are strangers here, unknown to any of you. Folks who make a living picking the pockets of others who are listening to what I'm saying. Now be careful, folks, and make sure that your pockets ain't picked in the course of my entertainment, my health talk and consultation service that'll follow immediately. Watch your property, folks, and meanwhile, have a good time listening to Doc Stubbs' incomparable entertainers. Let her go, boys!
Did you see the people, Tonto?
Plenty, feller. Stealing pockets.
To make sure his money was still there. And that's just what Stubbs wanted them to do.
Not right.
They're the ones who might be robbed.
Who helped him, Stubbs?
I think he has men scattered through the crowd. As nearly as I can figure it out, he lets these men see whose pockets are worth picking, then has them picked.
Stubbs. Well, Sneed, was you where you could watch folks while I made that speech?
Yeah, I just got done observing them. I seen a half a dozen that looked likely, but one that was more likely than the others.
Yeah?
I asked who he was. It's Jim Kendall, boss of the Bar K Ranch a few miles north of here.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I seen him fumbling with a money belt that looked mighty heavy.
And this is the time when the cattlemen get paid. Maybe he's got all his cattle money with him.
Stubbs, why don't you let me just lift the belt from him and save a lot of bother?
No, sir. That's too risky, Sneed. Picking pockets ain't safe.
Oh, this ain't picking pockets.
It's even harder to take a man's money belt.
Not for me.
We stick to doing things my way. Picking pockets was all right in the East, but out here they'd lynch us for it. Now set aside them special medicine bottles.
No.
And make sure you hand some to Jim Kendall. You can point him out to me as I start selling. Now we got to get ready. The music's most done. Well, folks, quiet down, quiet down. That ain't all, gents. we got more. We got more music, more dancing, and more things to show you. But first, I want to take this opportunity to bring relief to them that suffers, hair to them that's bald, comfort and health to all the ailing. Folks, right here in this small bottle is the world's greatest discovery. The secret of my famous snake oil tonic was lost since the earliest Egyptian days. On one of my world tours, I found the secret formula, written early Egyptian, on the inside of the tomb of Nebuchadnezzar. Yes, sirree, folks. The thing that my snake oil tonic won't cure ain't been discovered. Aches and pains, colds, lameness, rheumatism, dandruff, stomachache, headache, toothache, neuralgia, asthma, gout, and baldness. Snake oil peps you up, and it's the thing for whatever ails you. How'd Methuselah live to be 1,000 years of age? Snake oil! What made Solomon so wise? Snake oil! But men of your intelligence don't need convincing when they see an honest man. All I can say is try it. And if it don't do what it's claimed, your cash will be refunded cheerfully.
Jim, Kendall, there's times when I wonder if you're in your right mind.
Now, what's the matter, Marthy?
I wouldn't have minded had you fetched home one bottle of that stuff for $1, but the idea of toting home a whole case of it.
$10 a dozen, Marthy. Saved me $2. From what the doc said after looking me over, it's just what I've been needing from rheumatics.
$10.
But don't you see, Marthy? I had to stock up on it because Doc mightn't be back this way at all. He aims to sail for the Orient when he gets to the Gold Coast.
I reckon he better after swindling everyone in this country.
Besides, ain't no risk. He said if it wasn't all he claimed, he'd give back the cash.
Is that so? Well, let me ask you, Jim. If you can't find him to buy more, how in Tunket are you going to find him to get back the cash?
Huh? Great ginger, I never thought of that.
$10. Just because you got your cattle money, you go and spend it like it growed on trees.
Well, anyhow, if it cures my rheumatics, it'll be worth it. I'm going to try some. Have a try of it?
No, I don't want none of that stuff.
Say, by ginger, that stuff tastes all right.
Well, $1 a bottle, it should.
Better have a try at it.
I ain't got no rheumatics.
Well, you got aching feet. Doc said it'd cure most anything.
All I need to cure my aching feet's the chance to sit down once or twice between sunup and bedtime.
This is good. Reckon I'll have another go at it.
Now, don't you take too much of that stuff.
First swig was from a rheumatics. This one is from ailing heart.
Your heart.
Sure. Doc told me my heart weren't so good. I'll maybe have to take the whole bottle before bed. I got so many things I'm ailing with.
You look like you enjoyed that stuff.
Tastes first rate. Better try some.
Well, maybe I'd better.
There you are.
I've got an ache in my right arm. Maybe it'll help that.
Sure it will. Maybe I should have got a couple dozen bottles while I was at it.
I do declare this don't taste like medicine at all.
Ain't it prime?
First rate. I got a notion it'll help my arm considerable, but hold on.
Huh?
You got your cash, ain't you?
Sure, here it is. Right here in the money belt.
All right, then. I hear that there were sometimes pickpockets working in the crowd.
They wouldn't get me. No, sirree. That shows how square the doc is. He warned us to see that our cash was safe.
Let me have a mite more of that stuff. I do believe it's helping my ache.
Yeah, honey. I'm downright sleepy.
You should be gallivanting to that medicine show in town.
Here, pour your own snake oil. I'm going to bed.
Later that same night, while Jim Kendall and his wife slept soundly, Doc Stubbs and Sneed approached their home. The masked man and Tonto, secretly following the two men, saw Doc Stubbs wait outside while his companion entered. Sneed was gone for only a short time, and when he returned, Doc Stubbs spoke to him.
You got it, Sneed? Sure, I got it. There's the belt, and Kendall never moved a muscle.
I tell you, Sneed, that snake oil that we give to money men sure makes them sleep, don't it?
Sure does. He wore the belt to bed with him, and I had to take it off, but still he didn't stir none.
Good. I told him to be sure and take at least a half a bottle before bedtime.
There was a whole bottle drained. I seen it.
Then he'd sure oversleep in the morning.
Stubbs, that stuff ain't likely to poison him, is it?
No, nothing like that.
That'd be going too far.
Now, we got a couple of more places to call on. Let me see. I reckon the next one's Mr. Alf Jennings. He's got more cash than he knows what to do with. Come on, Sneed. On to Mr. Jennings.
Wait, Tonto.
Me go get him, Crook.
Not yet.
Him take money belt.
I know.
Steal him from Kendall.
Let him go, Kimasabi. We're going to stay right here until morning and catch Jim Kendall just as soon as he awakens.
The next morning, the entire town was excited by news of the thefts. When Sheriff Lambert arrived at his office, he met Hank Jennings and half a dozen other men impatiently waiting for him.
Quiet! I can't hear all of you speaking to once. Let me get into my office and speak one at a time.
My cash was stolen. Look here, Sheriff Lamson. We got a thief in town.
Boys, have all of you been robbed?
Took me for $300.
Well, hold on. We got to get some clues to work with.
I
already got ideas.
Who?
An Injun. Injun? How's that?
Now, look.
I reckon any man here will tell you that there ain't a lighter sleeper alive than what I am.
I'll vouch for that.
There ain't but two things can come into my room at night and not wake me up. One is a kitten, the other's an Injun. And I seen a strange Injun around town all day yesterday.
Sheriff Lamson. The doc.
I must see you, Sheriff.
Doc Stubbs. Don't say that you've been robbed.
I figured this was an honest community, Sheriff. But it ain't. I was robbed of a fortune during the night.
Well, I'll be dead ready. How many more is there going to be?
Well, maybe I'm wrong in judging a local man the thief. It might be one of my own boys. An entertainer, a banjo player, skipped out during the night. Now, it might have been him.
Doc, I was just telling the sheriff here that I seen a strange Injun around the town yesterday.
Ah, that must be it. That must be it then. I done wrong suspecting my banjo player. He must have just got tired of working and took off. An Indian, you say? That's it. We must locate him.
Hi, there's an Injun outside.
That's him.
Catch him.
Grab him, boys. Fetch him in here. Go on, get him. Come on.
What's the matter? Come on, we want you, Redskin.
Rob us, will you? We'll show you.
He's the one. He must be the one.
If he is, he'll hang for it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Doc Stubbs entered Dawson with his medicine show, he found out which men had money, sold them drugged bottles of his tonic, then with his partner robbed his victims while they slept. The Lone Ranger and Tonto had followed Doc Stubbs, hoping to get evidence against him. But in the meantime, Tonto was accused of the thefts and jailed. Our next scene opens in the sheriff's office. Tonto is facing his accusers.
Of course you deny doing it.
He done it all right, though, Sheriff.
Me not thief. There ain't no white man could get to my bedroom and rob me and not wake me up.
You might as well confess, Injun.
Me not talk.
Look here, Sheriff Lamson. The door to my place squeaks. I just thought of that. That'd wake me up if anyone come in. Them boys got back with the Injun's horse yet?
No.
It ain't likely he'd have the loot on his horse. He's got it hid somewhere.
Stubbs, suppose you let me question him and you keep your mouth shut. I'm the sheriff here.
Oh, the thanks I get for trying to be helpful.
Shut up! Well, then, Injun, you can make things a darn sight easier for yourself if you tell where the cash is hid and return it.
Me not talk.
He wouldn't confess to stealing it, not even to save his life.
He ought to hang. Will you let me do the talking? Now, Injun, suppose I told you you'd hang if you didn't bring back the cash and go free if you did.
No.
You stand there shaking your head, huh? Well,
Sheriff, I gotta speak with you.
Morning, Mrs. Kendall. And don't tell me Jim's been robbed, too.
Oh, Sheriff, it's worse than that. You better come and see the remains.
Huh? There's remains?
Oh, it's dreadful. I'm afraid he's been poisoned. It's some critter by the name of Doc Stubbs.
Stubbs?
What's that?
I don't know what the critter looks like, but he sold poor Jim a dozen bottles of that medicine.
Snake oil?
Yeah, and Jim took an awful lot of it. More than was good for anyone. I bet that's what brought on the end.
There's the doc there.
You, Doc Stubbs? You killer, you fake, you'll swing for this.
Now, wait. My good lady.
I ain't your good lady. I'm Jim Kendall's widow.
Oh.
What about that, Stubbs? Is there anything in that snake oil that's poison?
No. I told Kendall he was in bad shape. His heart.
He won't never sick in his life, not till he's seen you.
Sheriff, if that's what that snake oil does, oh, my sakes, I'll be dying from it.
Will you come with me, Sheriff? Come and see if you don't think Jim's been poisoned.
You gents will have to wait till I get back.
But my cash is stolen.
What about my money? All of you wait here and watch the prisoners. Stubbs, you're under arrest along with the Redskins.
Me? You can't arrest me.
You poisoned my husband.
There's a mistake. There's a mistake somewhere.
We're holding you till we investigate.
Oh, this is no way to treat a visitor in your town. There ain't nothing you can charge me with.
There's as much as there is to charge the engine with. I'm in favor of keeping suspects where I can lay my hands on them when I want them. Jail them, boys. Come on, Doc. You heard what the sheriff said.
You can't put me in jail. This ain't legal. You can't do this to me.
Who says we can't?
Come on, Miss Kendall. We'll go have a look at your husband. We better get the coroner in our way.
Listen, Sheriff. Sheriff Lamson.
Ain't no use you shouting, Stubbs. He's gone.
Oh, this ain't right. I got things to tend to at my camp. My things are unprotected there. What's left after the thieving of last night?
Now, you just sit there and relax. We all been robbed by that consarn redskin.
Where's my partner? Where's Dr. Stubbs?
Sneed, here I am. Come over here.
Oh, gosh, Doc. You're in the calaboose.
Come here.
I maybe better be getting out.
Come here, I tell you. Boys, the least you can do for your friend Doc Stubbs is to let me speak to my assistant manager in private.
Go on and speak. We're staying here to guard you and the redskin.
What I've got to say is of a personal nature. It's pertaining to my business. Would you mind stepping back from the door a little?
Leave him talk, boys. After all, the doc gave us a whale of a good show last night. Doc, is there any danger?
Listen, Sneed. The main trouble will be in proving the redskin in here with me stole the things last night.
Yeah? What are you inside that cell for?
Kendall's heart got him. His wife has an idea it's my snake oil that poisoned him.
Oh, gosh.
I can get out of that all right by proving this redskin a thief.
I savvy.
Folks all suspect him. Now, if only some of the stolen things could be found in his belongings, that'd clinch it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you could find some evidence while the sheriff's at Kendall's place.
Reckon maybe I could. I'll go try.
The sheriff had left with Mrs. Kendall, but returned in an hour. He was stern as men gathered around him with countless questions.
What about Kendall?
What killed him? How did it happen?
Now, get to finding our cash. When will we get our money back? Oh, quiet down, you bunch of galoots. Quiet down there. Quiet. I'll handle things as I get to them.
Sheriff Lamson, you can't pin no guilt on me.
Who says I can't? What right you got to sell such stuff as that snake oil of yours?
Sheriff. Hey, Sheriff. Look what I found.
He's got my buckskin money bag.
There's my purse.
Sneed, where'd you find that evidence?
Quiet now. Quiet here. What's this stuff you got here?
Evidence, ain't it, Sheriff? I found it all together by that Injun's camp.
You did, huh? What about it, Redskin?
That's not true.
You can't lie out of it now, Redskin.
Keep your trap shut, Stubbs. I'm sheriff here, and I'll handle things. Sneed, you sure that's all stolen goods?
Sure it is.
How'd you know?
Huh?
I says, how do you know it was the Injun's own property?
Well, I
heard Jennings and a couple of the others claim them money bags. But you didn't know they belonged to them before you come here, did you?
Sure he did. He seen him take cash from them money bags last night at my meeting. Didn't you, Sneed?
Yeah, sure. Sure thing.
Well, where's the cash? I don't care about the bag. I want what was in it.
Reckon you'll have to make the Injun tell you about that.
Oh, make him talk, Sheriff. Just let him out of that cell long enough for me to get my hands on him.
Let me at him. We'll choke the truth out of him.
He's guilty. You can see by the grin on his face.
I ain't so sure about that. First of all, though, we got something else to tend to. Stubbs, I told you I'd seen the remains of Jim Kendall.
Yeah, but...
You claim this snake oil of yours won't hurt a man?
Of course it won't.
Not even if a man took a whole bottle of it?
I don't care how much he took.
Well, you'll have to prove that.
Huh?
There's a bottle of it. Drink it.
Well, what?
Take it, Injun. Make the critter drink it. Me make him drink.
Me?
Take your own medicine for a change. Let's see how it affects you.
But I ain't ailing.
You will be if you don't drink it.
You take him.
Now listen here, gents. Make him stop.
You take him.
Look at the doc taking his own medicine.
That's the ticket, Stubbs. Drink her down. Show him that you ain't afeard of it.
Maybe we better give his partner a bottle of it, too.
I won't take that stuff.
Look at him travel.
But this ain't getting back our money.
I'll get around to that when I get done finding out if Doc Stubbs has been selling poison. Make him drink it, Injun.
It all gone now.
Stubbs drank it all right. There's the empty bottle.
This ain't right. It ain't legal. It ain't just. I'll have the law on you.
I'm the law here, Stubbs. How'd you feel?
Oh, I'm ailing. I'm a sick man. I'm dying. You shouldn't. Couldn't have done it.
Has he taken his medicine?
You bet he has.
Who's the masked man?
Who's that?
Help me.
No.
I'm falling asleep.
Take it easy, boys. This masked man's a friend of ours.
How is he, Tonto?
Him be sleep plenty quick.
Oh, I can't keep awake. You can't do this to me.
All right, men. If you want your stolen money back, come with me. I'll show you the way.
Our money back? Do what he says, boys. You're to take orders from him just as if they come from me.
Come on this way.
Come on, boys.
The sheriff and the group of angry ranchers left the office to follow the masked man. They rode towards Doc Stubbs' medicine show, but before they'd covered more than half the distance, they saw a rider approaching them.
Hey, that looks like Jim Kendall. It is Jim Kendall.
But you said he was dead.
I never said nothing of the sort. I said that I'd seen his remains, but I didn't tell you that the remains was the same as Jim has always been. Hi there, Jim. Oh, steady, boy. Oh, steady here. Oh. Hi, Jim.
It's working out like you said, stranger.
Where's Sneed?
Packing things at Doc Stubbs' wagon.
Packing things?
Getting set to pull stakes. You better hurry if you want to catch him.
But, Kendall, how's it that you're alive?
Come on and ride. I'll tell you why we're going after Sneed. Get up there, boy. Come on now. Get up there. Come on. The masked man seen Stubbs and Sneed robbing Kendall last night. He had to get proof on him. So when he talked to Jim this morning, explaining the medicine the doc sold made folks sleep too sound to waken him when they were robbed, Kendall agreed to his scheme.
Then I was drugged last night.
Sure you was.
Why, that medicine?
Yep. Then Kendall's wife came for me, and when I got to his place, found him alive and well. Him and the masked man told me what was what. We made Sneed think the medicine was really poison if he took a whole bottle of it. Figuring he'd take the loot and hightail.
And that's just what the coyote's doing. There he goes now, wagon and all.
Come on, Silver.
Oh, get him, mister. Get after him.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We'll catch him before he gets very far. Pull up there, Sneed.
Let me be. He can't poison me, too. Let me alone.
Come on, Silver.
Get back or I'll kill you.
We want you, Sneed. Stubbs gave everything away.
Let me be, I tell you. Get away from those horses.
Put down your gun or I'll blast it from your hand. Oh, there. Oh, boy. Oh. There comes the sheriff and the men you helped rob, Sneed. You're under arrest.
Steady, boy. Steady there. All right, Sneed. We got you now.
You can't kill me like what you done with the doc.
Huh?
You.
What's the matter, Sneed? Surprised to see me living?
Kendall.
That medicine ain't poison, but it's sure a sleep producer.
Hand over the stolen cash, Sneed.
I ain't got
Come, hand it over. It's somewhere in that wagon, and we're here to get it.
If you don't want to go back and get lynched with the doc, let's have the stolen cash.
Lynch? No, don't take me back. Listen to me, Sheriff. The cash is all inside the wagon. It's all there, and all the Doc stole from every other town is there, too. Take it and let me go. It's in the trunk.
That's all we wanted to know, Sneed. We won't take you back to get lynched.
Yeah? You'll let me go?
Not a chance on it. We won't take you back to hang. But we'll sure take you back to keep Stubbs company in jail after we let Tonto go free.
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on there, Silver, old boy! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
Really? You bet your life.
The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
It's a fine name for a grown man. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Well, last week we dropped $3,500, so tonight we start fresh with $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a bachelor and a spinster. And here they are, Mr. Maurice Hohenstein and Miss Irene Tom. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word at any time, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Bachelor and a spinster, eh? Miss Tom? How do you Tom?
Tom.
The H is silent, eh?
That's right.
Like in herring. What kind of work do you do, Miss Tom?
I handle the retirement records and special pension files for General Petroleum Corporation.
And Mr. Havenstein?
That's right.
Is that right?
The name is Hohenstein. H-A-U.
Hohenstein, huh? Isn't there a cow that has that kind of a name?
Close to it.
What kind of work do you do, Mr. Havenstein?
Well, I'm office manager for the Owens, Illinois Glass Company.
Mm-hmm. Why aren't you married, Mr. Havenstein?
Well, I think I'm pretty old now.
I don't know. Look at Barkley. Look at Mayor O'Dwyer. Huh? Look at Hedy Lamarr. I tell you look at O'Dwyer and I'll look at Hetty Lamar. How old are you, Maurice?
44 now.
Well, that's a wonderful age for marriage, isn't it, Irene?
Oh, I think it is.
Just about right, huh? Just right, too, I'd say now. Maurice, how tall are you?
About 5'8".
And how tall is your ideal man, Irene?
Oh, about 5'7" or 5'8".
I'll bet if Maurice was a midget, your ideal man would be about 3'6". Has dodging women ever led you into any peculiar experience, Maurice?
Well, only one that I can think of.
Well, that's the one we want. Well, let's have this yarn, Maurice.
I don't know how fitting it is, but here in Los Angeles, I took a young lady up to the apartment of a boyfriend of mine, and no one was home.
Well, so far, you're okay, huh?
I couldn't get in, but I knew how to get in because he'd always lose his key, so we would push the garbage can aside and enter.
You had the garbage can in the living room?
When you were out in the hall, you could enter through the garbage entrance to get in to unlock the front door.
Well, that's the wealthiest garbage you'll ever encounter. You just said door, and that's our secret word tonight, so you just won $100 in cash, compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Do you remember what we were talking about when the bell rang?
After I'd gotten inside, I had to go around to unlock the front door. I didn't know that the boyfriend had moved out about 3 weeks before.
Well, whose garbage was it?
When I got inside, there was a man and his wife in bed. I was pretty dumbfounded, and then I suddenly noticed he was getting out of bed in no uncertain terms. And of course, the front...
What do you mean in no uncertain terms?
I could see blood in his eye or something. He was after me. The front door was right handy there, but I didn't go out the front door. I went back out this garbage hole.
Well, that's certainly a very romantic interlude in your life. Now, as a confined bachelor, Maurice, who cooks your meals and rinses the gravy out of your neckties?
Oh, almost anyone that's around.
Irene, are you a pretty good cook?
Well, I think I am.
What kind of a dish do you like to whip up? Anything in particular?
Well, I like fried chicken, but then, of course, I do have a recipe that I'm rather proud of that I like to serve to my friends called Rinkum Diddy.
Rinkum Diddy, did you say? Maurice, do you like Rinkum Diddy? You've never heard of Rinkum Diddy? Maurice, you've certainly led a sheltered and cloistered life. Irene, you're not trying to poison Maurice.
No.
What is Rinkum Diddy?
Well, it's really a Welsh rarebit.
Maurice, you obviously need a good woman to look after you. If Irene proposed to you right now, what would your answer be? Would it be no?
Yes.
Well, you've changed your mind, eh, Irene? Here he is, struggling but still alive, huh? Well, congratulations to you two. I know you'll be very happy. And remember, Maurice, the secret word tonight is Rinkum Diddy. Well, I must say you make a charming and attractive couple, and apparently you have a great deal in common. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance of $1,000. You bet your life.
The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America have certain standards which they do their utmost to live up to. You might call this set of standards their creed. It means a lot to them and to you as a car owner. This creed states that every DeSoto Plymouth dealer wants to and intends to treat you fairly and squarely, whether you come in for a new car, a used car, or just a simple repair job. It's the honest desire of everyone in the office and in the shop at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers to serve you to the best of his or her ability. Isn't this the kind of attention you want? Well then, wherever you drive, visit the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now let's see if the next bachelor and the next spinster will be the ones who get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the cities and states as your category. Is that right? All of these cities are over 50,000 in population. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
$10.
$10? Okay. Now, in what state is the city of Providence?
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island is right.
And they're on their way with $30, Groucho.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to try?
10 more.
In what state is the city of Jacksonville?
Florida.
Florida is right.
They're climbing. They have $40 now.
Here's your third question. How much of the 40 will you bet?
$20.
In what state is the city of Patterson?
New Jersey.
New Jersey is correct.
They're really on their way. They have $60.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 60 will you bet?
$30.
$30. In what state is the city of Sioux City?
Iowa.
Iowa is right.
And they wind up with $90.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Stick around now. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still door.
I know that, George.
Well, perhaps the next couple will say it, too. We have a butler, Groucho, and a housewife selected from the studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Mrs. Irene Colt and Mr. Urbano Galandanis. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. A housewife and a butler, huh? Mrs. Butler, you're the housewife?
No, I'm Mrs. Gold.
What sort of work do you do?
I'm just a homemaker.
You do
Housewife.
Nothing.
Nothing. What do you mean, nothing?
And Mr. Galandinas, is that right?
That's right, sir.
You must be the butler, huh? Where are you from?
From the Philippines, sir.
The Philippines, huh? Well, what do you do as a butler? Just what do you do?
Well, see that the house runs smoothly. And
house runs smoothly? You work in a trailer?
I should say that.
What was the best job you had as a butler, Mr. Galandinas?
I work for a millionaire.
Oh, a millionaire, huh? What was their name?
Oh, I would rather not say. That would embarrass him.
Well, could you give me their phone number? Huh? No, they might be looking for a gardener. I know I'm looking for a gardener. He stole my last bag of fertilizer.
Long distance, sir.
Tell me about their house. How many rooms?
Oh, there are 17 rooms in the house.
70 rooms?
17
rooms, huh? And how many servants? Huh?
14 servants.
14 servants, huh? What were their jobs?
Oh, butler, second butler, chambermaid, upstairs maid, downstairs maid, cook, chef cook, second cook.
What does the second cook do? Just succotash?
Oh, yeah. He cooks all the food.
Now, Mr. Galandinas, in your job with a big household, what's the first thing you do in the morning?
Get up from bed, sir.
No, let's say you're up now. I mean, what's the what's the first thing you do?
First thing to do is to see that the breakfast is served. The maids carry the trays to the ladies, and I, the butler, carry the food to the gentlemen, to the boss.
You got the wrong job, haven't you? Can't you ever switch with the maids?
Never, sir.
Now, Irene, can you have breakfast in bed if you want it?
I could if I went out and cooked it and took it back to bed.
You wouldn't have to do that, Irene. At night, all you got to do is fill your hot water bag with coffee. And in the morning, you can fry your eggs on the electric blanket. What else do you do on your job, Urbano? Do you help the master with his clothes?
Well, when he has no valet, sir, then I takes care of that.
Let's say this fellow's a pauper who can't afford a valet. Now, what about the lady of the house? Who helps her with her dressing?
Oh, upstairs maid, sir.
How do you know, you rascal? Do you have an upstairs maid, Irene?
Huh, I don't even have an upstairs.
I had an upstairs maid once, but she gave me a lot of trouble. She wouldn't stay upstairs. Well, Mr. Gallandinus, if taxes get any higher, my advice to you is to stop being a butler and become a tax collector. Now, you're going to work together as a team for a chance at $1,000. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a crack at the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but George Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster won $90.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous women athletes as your category. All right, now you have $20. How much are you going to try?
$10.
With what sport do you associate Babe Dietrichson?
Golf.
Well, Golf is right, yes.
And they're on their way with $30.
All right, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you try?
20.
$20. What sport is Mildred Burke famous in? B-U-R-K-E.
Mildred Burke.
I'm sorry, it's wrestling. She's the world's champion wrestler.
Mildred Burke?
Mildred Burke. We had her on this program. She threw me twice in 3 minutes.
They now have $10.
Well, now you have $10, and here's your third question. How much of the 10 are you going to bet?
Shoot the works.
Shoot the works?
$5.
$5. All right. How much you gonna bet, huh? You want to compromise and make it $8?
Okay.
$8? Here's your third question. With what sport is Louise Brough associated? B-R-O-U-G-H.
Tennis.
Tennis is correct.
On the way again, I believe they have $18.
All right. Oh, what a mathematical genius that Fenneman is, huh? You've got $18. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 18 are you going to throw?
Send it on. 15.
How much? Okay. With what sport is Shirley Mae France associated?
Swimming.
Swimming is correct.
And they wind up with $33.
You wind up with $33. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in just a minute, our last couple will be out here, and then we'll all get the chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, who's leading?
The Bachelor and the Spinster are leading with $90. And the secret word is still door. Perhaps the next couple will say it. We invited some tourist experts to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Josette Frontin from the French consulate and Mr. Al Kostler, who drives a sightseeing bus. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Josette Frontin, is that right? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Not very correctly. It is Frontin.
Is Frontin?
Yes.
Oh. You're from the French consulate?
Yes, I am.
Parlez-vous français? You speak French, huh?
Yes, I speak French.
Bon appetit.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
You are welcome.
I think this girl's a phony, huh? She hasn't said one word of French. Mademoiselle Eau de Cologne? That means I'll pay for the perfume later. Let's see you knock off some French.
Oh, bien sûr que je parle français. J'arrive juste de France et c'est juste un petit peu pour vous entendre.
I knew you were French. Yeah? I know lots of French phrases. Ile de France, that means I'm sick of my friends. Chateaubriand, that means my hat's on fire. Where are you from, Josette?
I am from Dinah in Brittany.
You're from Dinah?
Yes.
What time did you have that, huh? I'm from Hungary, if that anything like
no. That's not
Where is Dinah?
It
It is in Brittany by the seaside.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Who are you, Mr. Kozla?
I'm a sightseeing bus driver.
Oh. You speak English?
Yes, sir.
What dialect do you speak, Al? I'll call you Al. Huh?
I'm from Colorado, Grand Junction.
Mm-hmm. You speak French?
No, sir.
It's too bad. It would have been much easier if you spoke French. Then we could all three of us converse in the language of diplomacy. I hope you don't mind if we speak English.
Oh, I think it would be very much better.
Oui, patty foie gras. Huh? What do you work for, Mr. Kozla?
The Tanner Gray Line Motor Tours.
And what are the Tanner lines? Huh?
Well, we operate over all of Southern California, Nevada, and
who do you operate?
Arizona.
Huh?
Sightseeing buses.
You operate on sightseeing buses?
Yes.
What do you use, a hatchet or? Now, what questions do your touring passengers ask most frequently, Al? Please stop at the next filling station.
Mostly,
I want to phone my sister. What do they ask mostly, huh?
Mostly to how they can get into a movie studio and see movie stars.
What are some of the movie stars' homes that you point out, Al?
We pass Loretta Young's home, and Joanne Crawford, Eddie Cantor, Jack Benny's, and...
Don't you go past my house?
We pass within about a half a block of you.
Well, if I knew when you were coming, I could walk up and meet the bus. Huh? Well, let's get back to you, Frenchie. What do you do at the French consulate? Are you an ambassador?
No, I'm not an ambassador. I work with the French commercial attaché.
Attaché? What is that? Is that when you stick somebody with a sword?
Oh, no, that is touché.
Touché.
Yes.
Is two attachés one touché? Say, I'm picking up quite a lot of the language. Well, just what? Huh?
That means attached.
Attached. Yeah. And tell me, Josette, are you attached to the attaché?
Oh, no. The attaché is attached to the French consulate.
Well, I hope they'll be very happy together. Well, are you attached to anybody, Josette?
No, I'm single.
Ooh la la! That's French, bus driver. But I think you understand what I mean. Huh? Well, how is an attractive French pastry like you is still in the bakery? Surely 50 million Frenchmen can't be wrong.
Well, there are not so many French men in United States.
Well, would you have to marry a Frenchman? Couldn't you marry one of the home guard? Huh?
Well, I think I could be interested in some American man, especially if he had some of the Frenchman qualities.
I see. Well... Mon chéri, what do you have in mind?
Yeah, so I would like him to be kind, thoughtful, gallant, courteous, debonair, and also what you call a good sport.
Well, what I call a good sport may not be the same as what you call it. How do you feel about American husbands, Al?
I think they're kind and gentle and big-hearted, handsome and well-heeled.
Well, Al, are you that kind of a husband?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Don't you know what kind of a husband you are?
I'm not married.
Touché, Al. That's French, meaning I make the jokes around here. What do you find most interesting about the United States, Josette?
Oh, I think that is the fact that every people, Germans, Spaniards, English, French, just seems to be happy to live together and just like if they were a big family. They are all American.
Well, you're very observant, Judge, that. Perhaps someday the whole world will see it that way, too. As secretary for the commercial attaché, just what are your duties?
My job covers a lot of territory.
You mean your boss chases you around the office? Well, what do you mean, Miss Frontin?
I mean, I have to answer the phones and the letters, sometimes some funny ones. And also, I receive the people wishing to go for a trip over to France.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd like to go to France, and I'm planning on going there next summer. What kind of a trip would you suggest for me?
Well, in what are you specially interested?
The same thing any other red-blooded American. The Eiffel Tower. Well, I've learned a lot about France tonight and also about bus drivers. Now, let's see if you two will win the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. Beat our other two couples, and that's all you have to do. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is slinking around off stage to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster are still leading with $90.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected stars of current movies as your category. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you try?
Better just take $5.
$5. Who plays Samson and Samson and Delilah? No? That's a pretty easy question, now. You should have guessed it. Well, it's Victor Mature. Now you have $15. Well, all right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight, so that's the big prize. Now, how much of the 15 will you try?
Make it 10, then.
Make it 10. All right. Who is the male star of Sands of Iwo Jima?
John Agar and John Wayne.
John Wayne is right.
Well, they're on their way now. They have $25.
All right, now you got $25. Here's your third question. How much of the 25 will you try?
10.
Who plays the title role in Thelma Jordan? Take a guess.
I don't know it.
No.
I'm sorry. It's Barbara Stanwyck. All right, now you have $15. How much are you going to bet now?
You better say 15.
You want to shoot the works?
Yeah.
Okay, 15. Who stars in The Western Montana?
Earl Flynn.
Earl Flynn is correct.
And they wind up with $30. And that means the Bachelor and the Spinster get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. This year, the one thing all of us could count on as far as weather went was that it would be unpredictable. And of course, this is all the more reason to have our cars operating in tip-top shape. Many people have discovered this year that it pays to go to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer, whether it's an emergency or a routine checkup. For there you get expert, courteous service at the lowest possible cost. In fact, that's a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's everyday way of doing business. Now, they're able to accomplish this because they have highly skilled mechanics in their shop. And these experts work with special factory-designed and approved tools. From the records they keep on your car, they're able to tell you, for example, when your engine is ready for a tune-up or new lubrication. They'll tell you when your tires should be rotated to add thousands of miles to their life. For the best from your car, stop in where you get the best service at an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here is the Bachelor and the Spinster, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you. So think carefully, and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. Recently, in a big shakeup of personnel, a new chief of naval operations was appointed to succeed Admiral Denfield. Who is the present chief of naval operations? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
I'm afraid I don't know.
I'm sorry, it's Admiral Forrest Sherman. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $90 in the quiz, plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,500.
Before winding up tonight's proceedings, I'd like to thank the radio editors of the United States and Canada for voting our show the best quiz program on the air in the annual poll conducted for Fame magazine. Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. The golden rule applies in driving, too. Drive as you would have the other fellow drive. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Okay, Sid, I have one question for you. Why don't you eat the heads of the fish along with the rest of the fish like a normal seal? Well, because that way it lasts longer and I don't have to worry about getting sick from eating old fish. How do you figure that? Exactly. As if I'm not going to regret asking this. Well, because they say a fish rots from the head down, so if I avoid the head, I don't have to worry about ever eating rotten fish. Okay, I've had about all I can take. Good day to you all, and we'll see you next time. Yep, see you tonight at 8, folks.